from beneath the sand. The instinctive miracles seem so far away. Across this universe, she lives another day. I know the reason she's hate. I know the reason she's so far away. I know the reason she's hate. I know the reason she's so far away. Nico, how could we run from everything we have done? It only takes us one more step to fall. Nico, how could we run from everything we have done? It only takes us one more step. Nico, how I know the reason she's hate. Nico, how I know the reason she's so far away. Nico, how I know the reason she's hate. Nico, how I know the reason she's I know the reason she's hate. I know the reason she's so far away. I know the reason she's hate. I know the reason she's so far away.
Hello, and now we're here. Welcome to the Geek Fortress stream. It looks like a couple of things just catching up with us, but my name is TJ.
I'm Logan.
And we are streaming out of Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Hello to all the Fortnites out there. Logan, you are my special guest for the evening. Common player in the store, lately playing Enduring Ideal.
Yeah.
How have you felt about that deck?
I love the deck. The absolute favorite thing is I get to turn into a dragon to kill people. It's the biggest draw to the deck for me.
That's actually the one redeeming trait of that entire deck for me, is that, I mean, I can get behind a prison deck, but the fact that behind all of these apparently control and very blasphemous non-aggro things to me, you finish strong because you say, you know what, I'm at a point where I want to be a dragon, and you really go for the red out. I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah.
Dutch, it's good to see you in the chat, and to anybody who is joining us, still people trickling in because the beginning of these are always a little bit slow, but questions, comments, and feedback are always welcome in the chat. We do have a little bit more room in here now. Yeah. Again, very limited, but mostly we just got rid of one big thing so that we still have a ton of small things.
I can do this without hitting anything.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, actually. You end up looking a bit like an airbender. Too bad that you're not. Anyway, It's going to be a fun night. We actually have 5 rounds of Modern, a little bit on the average scale.
From what I saw, yeah.
Yeah, so we normally do have about 5 rounds. I can get an exact count on the people out there. Not 100% sure what the decks are, but there are some sweet ones out there. There is a blue-red. All he could describe it to me was a hot mess running Piankir, Nalar, Ensoul Artifact, Blood Moon, Skred, Snow Mountains. Okay. It is like a Skred red, but it's artifact. But it's also like the blue-red Scissors deck from Standard.
That's cool.
It's all kinds of nonsense. It's definitely a really cool one. Vince, you're out there. Play your game. And also, not even first. People can't tell that there's actually like words above them. When they join, they look like it is an empty chat room to them.
Yep.
But nonetheless, thank you for joining. We do this stream 3 times a week for those that are brand new. If you are just finding us, Wednesdays at 7, Fridays at 7:30, and Saturdays, which you are joining us, at 6. All of those are Pacific Standard Time. It's about 6 actually right now. So. Yeah. Tournament should be getting started relatively soon. A couple of people just trickling in and getting signed up because people are, you tell Magic players that the event starts at 6, and I bet you can tell me what time they show up.
Around 6:10.
Oh, well, or 6, yeah, but pretty much starts at 6. All right, well, let's start at 6. That's what they think. I can appreciate it nonetheless.
Yeah.
But a lot of cool decks out there at the moment. I'm really excited, and again, actually, I think our regular Eldrazi player not playing Eldrazi. So
I think there's still one in the field. However, it's not the deck I'm most excited for.
Is it Troy?
It might be.
It might be. Okay, so there might be 1, maybe 2. But again, we tend to be pretty Eldrazi free. So
yeah,
this is definitely the stream for you if you are tired of watching that going on. So, we're just going to keep filling out a little bit of space because we're having fun, and I'm going to make a little Twitter post. And if you want to find this stream that you already found, follow me on Twitter.
Kudos to you, you're above the curve.
Follow me on Twitter, and you can push that little heart button, because I'm going to put hashtag no more Eldrazi, I guess. And hopefully people will find that. Yeah, we're good to go. All right. Let's see here. Twitch is up. Modern time. And then I'm going to put the little link for it, twitch.tv/GeekFortress. Man, you guys are able to see the behind the scenes right now.
This is how everything happens.
This is how it all goes down. Watch out for those. I know, that one.
I've been looking at it.
Funny. That one's a little bit intimidating,
Don't worry.
I'll admit.
There's a new angel around. That'll help us out, though.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that card looks sweet. I only heard passing remarks on it, and what I heard, which isn't even the entire card, sounds impressive.
It's, the more I think about it, I'm both excited and scared to play with this card.
I mean, it's Avacyn. What can you expect except awesome?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess one of her more recent ones, a little bit underwhelming.
I enjoyed her second iteration.
I enjoy it, but that doesn't, I mean, I actually saw a question earlier, which is, how do you feel about the debate between fun and good? And, well, they're not mutually exclusive, is my main opinion.
Yeah, why not both?
I really think that, that's an XY axis, and she's really in the fun portion, and pretty solidly in just that axis. She's not particularly good. I wouldn't even call her bad. She's just... is. She just is. She's out there, and that's about my entire opinion of her.
Yeah, she's definitely killed me a couple times. However, I play the color that doesn't have removal. So
that's true. You tend to be a really a green advocate, so a lot of fun for that. Yeah. And it looks like those rounds are getting posted, so we should be finding out our first round very shortly. Not quite sure what we're going to have, so that's half the fun, is that we get to
surprise.
Charge triumphantly into it, and hopefully we can put on a good show. There are definitely some interesting decks out there that I'm excited for.
Yeah, there's one in particular I'm excited. I don't want to say anything, because it looks cool.
Who's piloting it?
I forget his name. Troy's friend.
Matt.
I think his name is Matt.
Yeah, okay. That is
I
a
think
sweet
it's
deck.
cool.
I wasn't even thinking of that one.
Oh,
So,
man.
Dylan gonna take a quick look, and if Logan, you could be so kind as to just keep an eye out the door if we don't hear anything, so that you might be able to identify that people, and a decent amount of these players I can identify or what they're gonna be playing,
Yeah.
or at least a range. You know, they usually have about 2 to
Most
3.
people are pretty consistent.
Yeah, between 1 and 3 decks for almost everyone. Anyway, so as we are just waiting, I'm gonna ask you a couple quick questions. Answer them in, I don't know, 10 seconds or less. When did you start playing Magic?
7 years ago, Zendikar just came out.
Ooh, good time to join. What is your favorite strategy / deck to play?
Go big faster than your opponent.
So ramp kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. And what is your favorite dinner?
Oh,
That always seems to be the one that trips people up.
I'm gonna say fish and chips.
Fish and chips is a great one. I'm more of a chicken fettuccine Alfredo man myself, but I can certainly understand that one. Seraphir, good to know. All right,
Thanks.
so if you could take a quick look there, and I think we should be finding out shortly.
I cannot see.
I see Bryce versus...
Rolando?
Yep, that is Bryce and Rolando. So we should be finding out soon, but Bryce actually on burn today. Normally an Eldrazi player, and it looks like we finally convinced him to...
Is it that bad? I haven't looked at the GP at all.
Okay. So don't worry, you guys won't have to worry about that Eldrazi. Apparently it's been...
Yes.
Hey, it's Sean! I like Sean. And Rolando, I'm honestly not quite sure what he's running. I'm going to assume Slivers because
I
that's what
don't
he's been running
think
lately.
so.
But let's go ahead and find out, going live so that I don't have to watch this all. Hey, I'll tell you what, if you guys want to tell the people if the GP is still happening, we'll let them know that we're here and happy to provide. So, let's head on down. Round 1. Oh my goodness. Yeah, if you want
That's
to tell
cool.
them, they can come join us. We're Eldrazi free. Let's head on down, watch some Naya burn against what I assume is Slivers, and have some fun. You excited?
Yeah.
Me too. We'll see you guys down. Okay, so both of these players are getting ready. I don't know. Oh, we even get to see the die roll, and Bryce is going to be on the play for Naya Burn. That is going to be an excellent way to start, especially against Slivers, which is able to get a lot of creatures out fairly quickly. Bryce needs to apply some of that creature pressure pretty early on, because it's maybe 2 to 3 turns before that Sliver creature density really just creates a wall for that Goblin Guide, maybe Wild Mikado, Monastery Spear. They just are going to lose so much of their effectiveness.
Yeah, the smaller creatures get outclassed pretty quickly by Slivers if they don't deal with them.
Exactly. N2 Guy, Sonori, and Demenity, Dutch, and Seraphir. Welcome. We're happy to have you guys. And I'll tell you what, keep an eye on that GP. If it ends, tell people to come on join us. I don't mean to steal coverage from Wizards, but hey, you know what? I'll take what I can get. And Peter, good to see ya. Unfortunate not to see Jund in the room, but I understand you've got things going on in your life. So I do see that Goblin Guide. Guy Montegs,
A pretty good hand.
ask us that question in between rounds, and that is certainly the question we can get. So, Bryce having a pretty solid hand. I think I see 2 lands and nothing but guess. And Rolando, if he... I'm getting my name
got a-
shouted. So, someone
got a-
might be bothering me pretty... I think they're about to get my attention. Yes?
Yes. We're good to start?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's so considerate of
That
them.
is.
Sometimes I go down there, and they're just like... starting to...
They're already on turn 3 or so.
Exactly. Certainly something that I'm working on right now. So, blue-white versus... Oh, man. So, yeah, I do think that we are a little bit lower viewership because of the GP. Does anybody know when the GP is ending? Because I'll be curious to see if, like, there's a huge rush at a certain time. So,
Yeah.
we have got a turn 1 fetch with Arid Mesa into a Sacred Foundry for a Goblin Guide into Rolando.
See what he flipped?
I did not see what he flipped, unfortunately.
I know it wasn't a land because he put it back on top.
We are about to see it, and it looks like it was a Mana Weft Sliver.
Yeah. Here comes Aether Vial.
So,
It's pretty good.
yeah, pretty much the best possible start for this deck, outside of maybe the flying one. But even then, that's not great because your mana base is pretty stretched, so it has to be off of one of those 5-color ones.
Would turn 1 Aether Vial be better than turn 1 Flying Sliver into turn 2 Mana Weft?
It would certainly be good, but maybe not great. I think Aether Vial, you can end up doing the same thing, because next turn you can play a Mana Weft and that Flying Sliver. So, a Monastery Swift Spear with a Goblin Guide, hitting him for 3, and probably going to be exiling a Rift Bolt this turn with Suspend.
It's unfortunate it doesn't trigger Prowess, though.
Yeah.
But either way, that's a very fast hand.
But that means that next turn he has upwards of 3 Prowess triggers, and that just by casting 2 spells with that original Rift Bolt. So, a lot of potential there. And we have got 25 players today.
That's a good amount.
That's a pretty solid turnout. And unfortunately, Dylan's going to be pretty busy, so if you, between rounds and kind of stuff, if you could maybe do me the assistance of finding matches and keeping an eye, that would be incredible. So,
absolutely.
A Predator Sliver from Rolando with that Aether Vial on 1, so Bryce needs to be a little bit careful. Aether Vial adds so many tricks to the battlefield, just because you never know when something's going to be coming in. But that Rift Bolt just going to go for the Predator Sliver, really trying to keep him off of that density, because it is a critical mass deck at the end of the day. And if he can play that control deck, because it's going to be hard for him to race a fully off and running, the deck is able to go pretty fast. Yeah,
if the Slivers can get 3 Slivers all with different abilities, or just stacking +1/+1 on each other, they get out of hand really quickly. And then with all this prowess triggers, I think hitting a blocker does a slightly more damage, or at least the same damage with more consistency.
Yeah, and with that Aether Vial only on 1, he doesn't need to worry about what he's doing as far as swinging, because the only thing that can come off of that Aether Vial right now is maybe the Flyer, possibly another one, but nothing that actually can trade with these in a profitable way. So I like this attack. Puts him down to 7.
With an Naya.
And, Rolando in a very dangerous position.
He didn't have a 1-drop either. So.
No, and I see a Blur Sliver, I see a Eclectic Company that he's not going to be able to cast. He's got some of this mana base, but anything that he casts is going to put him down to 5 right now, if he actually casts it. And that is such a dangerous place to be, having at most 2 creatures out against 3 creatures on Bryce's side of the field, plus any burn spell now puts him at a kill.
Yeah.
So Bryce is really looking favored in this first one. That one, I cannot remember the name, but it gives them all +1/+1, and if you control it, Swamp, then they get Regenerate. Yes, I can't remember the name of it. Fortnights, if you know the name of it, let me know.
I would say like something like Basalt Sliver or something like that.
Something pretty interesting. And a Lightning Bolt in the Monastery Swift Spear. That's exactly what he's looking for. Just needs to drop that Swift Spear, get in. He's going to take 2 off of that, but that's hardly worst case scenario, all things considered. And he's going to go in for a swing. Londo having taken 2 for that, can't remember the name right now. So he's going to flash in 1, but again, that's just not going to be enough. I like this play by Rolando because there's a small chance of an out by only going to 3, but the fact that a bolt is about to happen, that's game over.
Yeah. They're saying, hey, you're dead, and they pick him up.
Yep.
So what does Rolando do against burn? Does he do like ley lines, or does he have some special up his sleeve?
What does Rolando do against this? One of the big things is I believe that there are some slivers that provide life gain of some sort.
Okay.
But also, I think it's just going to be similar to Zoo, in which you're really just trying to out-race them, because the Zoo decks are able to race them. So Rolando's going to be the one applying the pressure. And I think post-board, Bryce is going to be acting a lot more as the control deck. Maybe trying to side into a lot of those cards that are able to take down the creatures, because once he does hit that critical mass, then it is going to be very difficult to overcome.
Yeah.
3 toughness can be really that critical point. But he does have Diffusion Sliver in that deck, which is going to be able to counter a lot of those spells, at least pointing towards his creatures. There is a Sliver that gives them protection from a color, which you can name red. So he does have some options, but I think for him it's going to be continue to be aggressive and just come up with ways to protect those creatures.
Okay.
Bryce is going to need to come up with the answer to those creatures.
Okay, yeah.
Certainly there could be some other options. Feed the Clan, always a pretty decent option for power. Not super hard to get in the deck.
Not that hard. I feel like you can get it turn 3 or 4.
Yeah, and definitely possible, but if you're trying to get into that, late game of the 5 and applying that pressure, keeping the creatures at bay, you might even be able to do it turn 4 with a relative safety.
Yeah.
But there might be a life gain sliver. I'm sure that there is one that provides lifelink. I think it's in black, though.
Yeah, there's the black one that gives all of your guys lifelink siphon sliver, I want to say.
Yes, and the only problem with that one is the mana cost of it and the fact that it is a black card, which...
It's also 5 mana.
Not hugely prohibitive, the mana cost itself, because of the amount of 5-color lands that he runs.
Oh, no, it's 3. Never mind. I was incorrect.
Yeah, so this is probably one, if Rolando is running it, and I think I did see a black card coming in there, then that is going to be pretty nice.
Yeah, 5 being a magic number for health gain, because it guarantees at least 2 burn spells.
And Chase, thank you very much for being a fantastic Fortnite and giving us Sedge Sliver. This is the one that we forgot the name of.
So I was not even close.
Also, hello to the just about 20 people that we are at now. Welcome to a format that is not completely infested with Eldrazi.
Yeah.
My name is TJ.
I'm Logan.
And we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. If you are new, hit that follow button, and please feel free to add any questions, comments, or feedback into that chat. Some questions we won't really be able to get to until between rounds, things like that. But we do like it. We pride ourselves on being a pretty interactive chat. So If you've got something to say, let us know. And as long as it's something, actually based on discussion and things like that, not just,
contributes to what we're talking about.
Exactly. Then we are happy to respond in whatever way possible. So, heading into Game 2, Rolando on the play, seeing that Aether Vial again in his hand, and I believe I do see a Mana Weft. Both of those are really solid tools to spell out that he is going to be aggressive. And I'm also seeing a Predator Sliver, and that's going to be a solid one to really build up his board, and if he can get a repetitive number of those effects, he's going to be outside a lot of this burn range.
Yeah. And him getting to go first means he'll be that much faster than Naya burn.
Exactly. So there's a swing for 2, putting him down to 18 with that Goblin Guide. Bloodstained Mire probably going to go into the Sacred Foundry. Wants to keep the white mana open, possibly for Path to Exile, or maybe an even Deflecting Poem. I think that's going to be more important right now than something like Destructive Reverie or Tarkus Command,
Absolutely.
which are the other options.
Absolutely.
So, one interesting thing, Rolando keeping this hand with a basic Swamp, and I think that is a Siphon Sliver in his hand.
Yeah, looks like it.
So if I'm Rolando, what I'd rather do, and a lot of this, he might be having mana base issues.
I think so.
But if he is able to get some kind of start going, possibly keeping it, because if he gets into a land, this is not good.
He's got the Siphon Sliver, so if he eventually gets there, he can get lifelink, but he's got to get there first.
He does have to get there. He was getting pretty risky with... okay, so we're casual Ariel, so gonna allow that one. That's not really a big issue. But the big problem here is he kept this hand because of a Mana Weft Sliver, so if he's going to be putting this in at the end step, gives him a small chance, but gets him up to 2 mana.
He also might just be dead by then.
But he might just be dead. And I think this was a really risky keep that had a big payoff. If he drew a land, then he goes into that Mana Weft, into the Predator Sliver, into the Siphon Sliver. Now he's got a board going.
But he didn't.
That is...
I wonder if he blocks. So... I wonder, the 2 Goblin Guides comes in, he brings down Mana Weft, which is a 1/1 without any buffs.
Yep.
Do you block the Goblin Guide and just hope you hit another 2-drop? Because then or another land, so you can go 2-drop into Siphon Sliver off the Aether Vial.
I think the other thought would be to maybe file in that Predator Sliver, which will actually block with it.
Oh, that makes more sense.
Yeah, and that'll be a 2/2, and so he might be able to just throw that in and to get the kill that way, but seems to not be going for that option.
Bolt at end of turn, puts him to 11.
Yep.
So he's at a proverbial 7.
And with white mana open, we see Boros Charm at Tarkus Command, Lightning Helix. Unfortunately, can only cast one of those spells this turn, but he has got all the tools.
There's a land.
And an Abrupt Decay. So, not quite the tools that he needs. That is a Cavern of Souls, and we might see him vial this in at the end step.
I think he goes for it now, especially since he knows he's hit a land.
So, putting in a Sentinel Sliver, which is going to get very likely, that Lightning Helix going to be pointed in its direction, which is unfortunate for Rolando.
Looks like he's letting it go. Okay. 3. The other Goblin Guide hits for 3, and then he's able to kill without having to trade.
Yep. So he gets to keep his board. Rolando goes down to 8, then down to 5 after taking 3 from that. With a Boros Charm and 2 Goblin Guides alive right now, Rolando has maybe I would say less than 5% chance of winning this game. It's possible. It is very slim, and I think what it comes down to is getting out this Sedge Sliver, getting a block that he wasn't prepared for, maybe playing in this Predator Sliver, so that when the Sedge Sliver comes in, it doesn't die immediately. And then it comes down to, is Bryce able to beat him before that? The fact that he... Yes.
The answer is yes.
Because he does have that 4th land, he can do the Helix and the Boros Charm. It's game over for Orlando.
He gets style points, too. Swing out, and then after Orlando does his thing.
And it looks like may not even be bothering to deal with the combat step, just in case. He's going to make him have it, and he's not. So, there it is. Round 1. Off to a blisteringly fast start. So, Logan, while I bring it back to us, could you do me a quick favor? 2 favors, really.
Absolutely.
If you could try and find us another match heading into possibly their game 2, if you can. And then also, could you double-check the round timer on your way back in?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So, I will see you all back in the booth very shortly. I'm going to head up to me, and I'm going to introduce myself and sort of Logan, who isn't here with me because he is out fighting us a match, but I'll see you guys in the booth. Hello and thank you for joining. My name is TJ, and forgive me as I look away because I am resetting all the life totals and the match wins and things like that, but thank you to the a little bit less than 20. I do recognize that this is probably going to be a little bit of a slower stream than usual because of the number that we have of, the fact that the GP is happening right now is definitely some stiff competition. But my hope is that after that GP, we might get a decent amount of people just jumping on over afterwards. Maybe get one of our bigger streams ever is my hope. Certainly on the unlikely side, but hey, I can dream, can I not? So, thank you for joining. It's going to be 5 rounds of Modern tonight. Logan, my co-host of the evening, very exciting, doing a great job of it, and I think he might have already found us a match.
Yep.
So, what have you got for me?
We have Eli versus Martin coming in.
And do you know who is on which side?
I will.
And also what game that they are.
They're going to be going to game 2.
Okay.
Martin took it. He's on Affinity.
Okay.
And Eli, I'm assuming, will play for game 2, but he is playing Prison.
Which type of prison?
The Mine.
Oh, he's actually playing your deck?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
They were just shuffling for sideboarding. So
excellent. If you could just make a quick double check there.
Yep. And then 35 minutes on the timer.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we are going to find that, and we have already got another match for you. So stick with us. It is always going to be a blast. And if you are brand new, welcome. I hope to see you guys interacting in that chat.
Martin will be on the wall.
Martin will be on the wall.
Yep.
Okay, so I got the right side on there. Affinity versus Prison with Martin taking game 1. A little bit reminiscent of some of the testing that we did. And that makes me think that this is the red-white one.
Yes.
Okay, so red-white Prison. A little bit reminiscent of our play testing, but post-sideboard definitely gets a lot of options. So,
yeah.
Let's head on down. Game 2. Let's have some fun. And they're not quite there yet.
They're on their way.
They should be heading there very shortly. In the meantime, I'm going to cheat past this transition and just go back up to us. Sorry about that. So let's talk about this a little bit more. In 10 seconds, a short, can you give me a quick rundown of what this deck is going to be trying to do?
The Prison deck is going to be trying to early game kill key creatures that Affinity has. So the ones that buff all their guys. And then get down a early way to stop Arcbound Ravager. And then late game start getting the taxing effects going.
Okay.
So you want turn 3, turn 4 Ghostly Prison. And the best game plan is to curve out into a Sphere of Safety as fast as possible.
Sphere of Safety is definitely a really good Ghostly Prison into Sphere of Safety, a really good way that you've beaten me in the past. As we watch this Prison deck, one thing to note is that you can find this deck list on our Tapped Out account. If you go to tappedout.net and then you just look up the Geek Fortress, that is us as a user in a single word, you will find a deck list on our page there saying Logan's. This isn't Logan, I forgot to change that. But Logan's White-Red Enduring Ideal Prison. You can see the deck list there, and you can watch that deck go up. I don't think that you've made any major changes since.
Not yet. I've got a couple ideas to spice it up, but I've not changed anything yet.
And are they there yet?
Yes, they are.
All right, so let's head on down. We'll see you there. Okay, so both players getting ready. A game 2. Eli is going to be on the play, and that's going to be a really useful one. But
yes.
Going up against Affinity's main game plan likely brought in some number of wear and tear. Thoughtseize is going to be a really big one. Stubborn Denial / Spell Pierce, if he has that. One big thing that's interesting is that we might have seen him take out possibly his Masters of Ethereum with the intention of wanting to get on... Or no, you don't run Bridge. I'm sorry. This was a conversation for Bridge, which we thought of for a bit, so never mind. But Master of Ethereum still going to be pretty solid, actually, because that's... Yeah. But assembling one large creature going to be very important against this deck.
Yes, having a giant creature, especially like that, makes it very hard to hit it with Periphery Nodes, and so the only way to kill it is with a Path of Exile, and that can be really problematic.
Yeah, and therein lies the issue. If Eli gets the cards that he's looking for, the big issue is that Affinity's game plan here is to assemble one very large creature. The Swarm just doesn't work against Ghostly Prison and Sphere of Safety. The problem is that you cannot really do that effectively with Arcbound Ravager. You have to do it with either Master of Ethereum or Cranial Plating because of that Periphery Nodes, because it punishes those single creature strategies. Boggles can certainly attest to having a great time playing against that deck. So it's going to have a pretty difficult way to go around that. I would also not be surprised if Martin brought in some number of the Aether Grid just to help grind out past a Stony Silence, things like that.
Yeah.
Because you don't have a huge amount of ways to interact with those lands outside of maybe one Ghost Quarter, I think.
Yeah.
Actually, hey, we got your list right here. Let's take a look.
I only have one Ghost Quarter in there.
Because your mana base is, you're a mono white deck that's trying to cast a triple red spell.
Yeah. Yep, it is mono white, except there's only one planes, the rest are dual lanes.
Exactly. So, to Hentrez, I did see ya. Thank you for joining. We're happy to see ya, and hopefully you are enjoying the show. And, man, I'm hoping that... I'm not sure what time the GP ends, but my big hope is that as soon as it, ends, just to see a wave of people coming in here. So we're going to have to be prepared for that. So Martin, seeing a Galvanic Blast, a card that I actually expected him to take out.
Most people do.
Could be that he wasn't... Maybe trying to... my guess is that his mindset is that he wants to deal X amount of damage and then have access to that reach once creatures are no longer effective. Personally, at least when I'm sideboarding against it, I usually take the Galvanic Blast out with the interest of just dealing so much explosive power as fast as possible.
For sure.
Martin keeping that hand... looked a little bit, not super fast, but 2 Arcbound Ravagers is going to be interesting. Not going to be super effective, like we said, against that Ghostly Prison.
Ravager is really hard against Suppression Field. Usually Suppression Field stays on.
And
there's
there
a
is
Periphery
no
Nodes.
land, or one land, though.
And just tapped, but that's not that big of a deal when he's on the play.
And he's going to keep it. Looks like another... That might have been another Periphery
There's another
Nodes.
Periphery Nodes.
So, Porphyry. Porphyry? Porphyry.
Yeah.
So there was someone who was a geologist in here who once corrected me on it.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, I thought it was really fun. So a Vault Scourge for Martin, going to be going down to 18. That Needle Spires for Eli is about to drop into a Porphyry Nodes, which is going to be problematic, and that's where we're going to find out if Martin is aware of the interaction, because Porphyry Nodes doesn't target. And the big issue with that is that you cannot sack what is about to die to the Arcbound Ravager.
Yep.
So
whatever is the smallest thing is going to die.
Exactly. And when it is in between, then he gets to pick. So we're going to get to see
Doesn't look like he does.
Because one of these will be dying. Looks like he's going to target... I'm expecting the Vault Scourge. Stop him.
Hey guys,
That doesn't work that way.
Periphery Nodes doesn't target. It kills the smallest thing guaranteed. It doesn't target, so he doesn't get to respond to a target.
Okay.
It is a confusing card. There's a lot
Boom!
of text on there.
I see. I knew we'd have to jump in there. That's you're making other people's lives difficult.
Sweet. Hey, I'm also making them smarter.
That's true. This is a great learning opportunity. Arcbound Ravager and Porphyry Nodes are not good friends, and I think that's part of why he kept this hand, is because he thought, this is going to work out really well. But unfortunately, this Signal Pest just going to act as fodder. 2 Galvanic Blasts, it looks like, is not where you want to be when you can't actually establish that reach anyway.
Yeah.
But right now, can't sack that Signal Pest, because if he does, then one of your Arcbound Ravagers is going to go.
Yep.
So loses that, 2 Arcbound Ravagers.
However, Eli is stuck on 1 mana.
Eli,
Porphyry nodes, my apologies, is what's keeping him alive.
yeah, and I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't actually play out that second one. I understand it, and I kind of like it because he's not under a huge amount of pressure right now. He can save that and just cast it when he becomes a problem, which it's about to be.
Yep.
So we're going to be seeing this get cast next turn. It's going to make a huge hit on that Master of Ethereum.
Yeah.
So a swing for 4 about to happen. Eli is going to be going down to 14 because these Arcbound Ravagers, unless he decides to grow them. But then one of those Arcbound Ravagers is going to go away. It's going to probably put its counter onto the other one, is what I'm expecting. Possibly the Master of Ethereum just to save that creature. Eli's probably, if he doesn't get a land, I'm expecting to see that Porphyry Nodes come out. So,
It's like they're reading through Porphyry Nodes again.
yeah, it's definitely an unusual card.
I definitely like Eli not playing the second Porphyry Nodes, because with him being stuck on 1 mana, if he's not going to be drawing lands, he needs something to keep him alive after this Porphyry Nodes goes away. Because one of the problems with it is if your opponent just takes a single turn to not play any creatures and do something else, or hit him with man lands, which is one of the problems that Prison has against Affinity. Instead of playing creatures, they just hit you with their man lands or whatever, and then Porphyry Nodes just goes away after it kills the last creature.
Which brings me to what I'm hoping to see Martin do next, which is that he can actually get rid of this Porphyry Nodes. He has the ability right now to get a 2-turn clock on Eli. He can sacrifice almost all of his artifacts, including that Master of Ethereum, and to put them all onto the Inkmoth Nexus. He can put all of those onto the Inkmoth Nexus.
He would have to leave one of the Darksteel Citadels.
He would have to leave, probably, I would just leave both of them, because through the activations you can get 4 counters on it with what you have right now. It would be a 5/5, and you can play through Suppression Field.
Yep.
And then you've got a 2-turn clock with a 5/5 Inkmoth Nexus, and it looks like we might be seeing that. Though the fact that it's not swinging now,
I don't think so.
I don't think that that's what we're seeing. But that is an extremely cool way to do this.
It is
And
cool.
with you only having a single Ghost Quarter, yes. If he draws it, you're blown out.
Yeah.
But he's also only on 2 lands. Suppression Field, you're only concerned.
And Path to Exile.
And
One of
actually-
the deadliest or scariest things to do is to load everything up onto Inkmoth and then just watch it get pathed.
And actually, Martin activating this Inkmoth to have it die instead of the Ravager.
That is interesting.
Again, a little bit of an unusual play. Interestingly enough, this Master of Ethereum is going to go before the Arcbound Ravager, as the board currently sits.
Is it not an artifact itself?
It is an artifact itself.
So then it's a 4/4 right now.
Oh, but so, okay, they are both 4/4s, so Eli gets to pick, though. And not playing out the other one, still not feeling a huge amount of pressure. And this Ornithopter is going to be really nice for
What did Eli kill?
He
It looks like he
took
went to
down
his
the
turn.
other. He took down the Inkmoth Nexus. Martin activated the Inkmoth Nexus on. Eli's
Oh,
upkeep.
that's what he... Okay.
Yeah. So this is a swing for 8.
That
Eli
Ornithopter
gonna
actually
go-
being really big. Or at least really important. Not
Very important. Because right now, as it currently sits, Eli probably going to drop this other Porphyry Nodes, but that means that Martin is still going to be having a 3/5 Ornithopter. And that's if, Martin chooses not to sacrifice any of those Ghost Quarters, anything like that.
Yeah. Eli
So-
probably should have played the other Porphyry Nodes earlier just to make sure that he can clear out the board as fast as possible.
I have to agree with that. So, Martin in a problematic situation, however,
Here's Ghost Quarter.
and I mean, he would have had the kill this turn though. That actually
Yeah.
would have been this very turn that we would have seen that kill, so it would have been 1 turn too late.
Yep.
So,
It's a good thing Martin didn't do that.
exactly, for Eli.
I don't know entirely what's in Eli's hand, but that not being a white source is actually pretty big. It means he can't cast Rune Halo.
And I think he's about to come ask either Dylan a question or possibly us, but I think he's talking to Dylan. I
Yeah.
think he's doing a quick judge call, maybe just to check on a certain interaction.
Yeah. Martin ready to fire off 2 Galvanic Blasts. There's Stony Silence.
Yep.
But here's 2 Galvanic Blasts with Metalcraft.
And there we go. So, you think we can get another match?
I
working
will
through-
find out.
We are working through them. I will see you guys in the booth in just a moment. Just got to do a quick little bit of prep work, and Logan's going to find us in the match. Stick with us. Hello again, and thank you for joining. I'm going to take a quick moment to tell you again, not a ton of you at the moment. I really got to say thank you to the people who like us enough to actually join us when there is a big event happening. So I appreciate that. the big news that we have is March 26th. Put it down on your calendar because we will be doing an extremely big fun event. If you were here for our last Modern Grand Prix trial, then you are probably going to have fun at this one. March 26th, beginning at noon Pacific Standard Time, I'm going to have Coleman back in the booth with me for 5 to 6 rounds of Modern plus a cot to top 8. That is between 8 and 9 hours of just straight Modern. It is going to be amazing, and I'm very excited for it. So hopefully you guys will come by. We're hoping that might be the stream, because if you are brand new, maybe you haven't heard, but when we get to 500 people, Peter's going to be here. So when we get to 500 people, 4 things are going to happen now. We have had a basically building list of things that we have to do once we get to that wonderful 500 person in a single viewing mark. And I am very excited about it. 1, we have a sealed, revised starter deck, which we'll be opening up on the stream. That's number 1. Number 2 is that I will be eating a tasty, tasty Tybalt in Alfredo sauce and putting it up, putting proof of it somewhere. Coleman, my co-host, is going to do a complete dance to a full song from the pre-90s. So far, the thought is Safety Dance. And Joe, my often Legacy co-host, is going to be drawing on a playmat and sending it out to 1 person. So we have got a whole lot of things, and I hope that you guys can help us be part of that 500 group. And I am certainly hoping, Peter, so again, I'm very enthusiastic. And do any of you, could you let me know what round that GP is on, or how many rounds are left for the day? I am a little bit curious, so that we can maybe make some time considerations and prepare for it, at least a small amount. But I am very excited. So it's going to be a great time. And in the meantime, this was never something that I really love the amount of viewers and the fact that this took off, but I am more than happy to just talk to a dedicated 20 of you guys. So, if you want to keep that chat going, have any questions, have any comments, have any feedback, anything like that, feel free to keep it going in there, and I'm more than happy to answer and give my opinion. One person mentioned, on a scale of 1 to 10, how tired am I of the Eldrazi? I'm going to make sure that it was Gaimon tags. On a scale of 1 to 10, how tired are we of Eldrazi? Well, it's an interesting question. I can appreciate that the Eldrazi deck is sweet, but I will say that more than anything, I'm tired of the conversations of the Eldrazi deck. And that's nothing. I can enjoy a conversation about the Eldrazi. But the fact that has become so much of a... It's become the icon of Modern as it currently sits, and I just don't think that that's particularly appropriate for what Modern could and should be. So I am very much... I'm very excited for a possibly fewer Eldrazi future. But again, we have been, I don't want to say the single one, but we have been one of the holdouts of Eldrazi freedom as far as things go. Not a whole lot of Eldrazi in our shop, and, we kind of like it that way. Maybe 1 deck, maybe 2 out of 25 people tonight. 25, that is super exciting for me. We normally kind of get around to the 22, so I'm really happy to see that, and I'm hoping that we get to see a huge variety of really cool decks, because we've still got 20 minutes here in round 1. Logan, my co-host, who is not here, even though his name will be joining. Time Walking, it is fantastic to see you again. Thanks for joining, even though there is that GP on. Hopefully we can compare in a positive way. It's a Legacy deck in Modern. That's really a decent way of looking at it. It is very reminiscent of the Legacy power level, and one of the interesting things about that is that it doesn't make it, unbeatable. I've certainly played against a variety of Legacy decks with Modern because that's just what we had on us. But just the way that it interacts is very much outside the scope of Modern in a lot of ways. So I don't think that it's particularly healthy for Modern, and I think the biggest way... Because of that, I think the biggest thing that changes that is just the fact that there is no longer that very close gap between, and one thing that I always mentioned and has been mentioned by many pros, I think it was Chapin who said it first, I may be wrong, but one of those really cool things about Modern was that the first deck and the 20th best deck, not that different in terms of power level, and that has changed, and I don't particularly feel comfortable with that as far as the format goes. So, that's my opinion on the Eldrazi. We're going to be trying to keep it off the stream tonight. We might get it once or twice, and I apologize for that, but you won't be seeing a whole lot of mirror matches. We're just going to be having some good, old-fashioned, it's not even old-fashioned, some good, old, 2 months old Modern with a lot of fun. So I'm really excited, and I hope it's a good time. And hopefully we can get another match here before the end of round 1. But if you do have any other questions, I'm more than happy to help out and, provide my opinion on all kinds of things. You know, it's gonna be a good time. A couple of fun things in the meantime is, one, personal get Obsong Company. I can see what I can do. I think we do have some out there. Okay, and looks like Logan actually sending me a text. Alright, so perfect. So it looks like a lot of people in this second game right now with no clear winner coming back. And is someone keeping an eye out and anything else like that? But one note is Peter mentioned that we've had a lot of Coco and Chord decks in the store, and interestingly enough, less today. I think we do have a couple of them.
There's a couple.
But a decent amount of our Kiki Chord players are trying new things today. I know that one of them is playing that red-blue Hot Mess deck with P and Kieran Nalar and Solar Artifact Blood Moon and all kinds of nonsense. So
Yep.
Definitely a little bit unusual, and I think that one may have finally slowed down somewhat because there was, I think our highest density of a deck was 3 copies of Kiki Chord.
Yeah.
Which-
Last week I played against him 3 times in a row.
You hit all 3 of them.
In a row. Round 1, 2, and 3.
On the bright side, were you winning or losing?
I beat one of them, lost the other 2.
Okay. Well, that means that they were at least also losing, which is why we didn't see them in the finals.
Everyone is like firmly entrenched in their second game, or just done.
Okay.
There's no way to tell who is.
That is
So just get 2 people just playing around.
either that, or if it just looks like it. Is there anyone out there who's been on the stream before? Or I'll just let Dylan know to get us the next game. Could you get us next game 3? Boom.
I did talk to Coleman about his things, and he did not realize that having 2 periphery nodes on the table killed 2 creatures.
You
He
mean
thought
Eli?
both of them. Or yeah, Eli.
Mhm.
He thought 2 creatures, or that both periphery nodes would try to kill the same creature.
Oh,
So that explains why he didn't play the second one.
okay, because they are separate triggers,
Mhm.
and so because they don't target, it just goes for whichever one has the least power once it resolves.
Yep.
So that's another point there, and it looks like there was some confusion with that targeting on Porphyry nodes, which is definitely an unusual card, and I
Yeah.
can certainly understand it.
For sure.
So, time walking, what deck won Legacy last night? I don't know off the top of my head. I had a list. I can certainly find out as soon as possible, and I should be able to get that information for you soon.
Sword Fire and Ice is very cool.
Yes, Sword of Fire and Ice is pretty solid.
I've always been a little weary of decks that just their game plan is to suit up a creature with a sword. I feel like it loses a lot of the time to any random removal spell. But if you can get it, I feel like the payout is just ridiculous.
Yeah, definitely true. Elves 1. Excellent. Thank you very much.
Coleman on
So,
Elves.
Coleman on Elves, my often modern co-host. He's going to be my co-host every Wednesday this month, as well as the GPT coming up.
He's a cool guy.
He is a cool guy, and apparently that GP is going to be ending fairly soon. So we are going to be looking to maybe get to that 500 tonight. I hope that you guys are a part of that, and hopefully we do see people swarming in here. We'll have to try and get the word out, or maybe they'll just hopefully see us up
That'd be
there.
cool.
We may only have 20 people, but maybe that's the second high most on a Magic stream right now. I know those GPs tend to be pretty oppressive for the whole,
Magic streaming community.
Exactly.
Yep.
Very big one. So GP Detroit, apparently lots of Eldrazi in that top 8. Not a whole lot here. And if you just want to take a quick peek out to see if maybe I sent a message to Dylan. Not seeing anything yet, but don't worry, stick with us. Let's play a game called 6 Words. So I'm going to type it in there. You guys are probably going to see that before you actually see me saying it, which is interesting enough. But have you seen the game of 6 Words?
I've not.
Okay, so what it is that hopefully if people want to play, they will ask us a question. Just put @Geek Fortress in your question, and we will answer it in exactly 6 words, and very quickly. We gotta answer. It's gotta be no thought. We can elaborate after that, but we are gonna be doing. Basically, it's led to some of our worst quotes / best quotes.
Okay.
Best worst. Our answers usually are pretty quick fire. So
Okay.
there's only so many people. I'm not sure how many that we're gonna get, but that gives us a little bit of fun to be had as we are waiting for that other match here in round 1.
Okay.
Yeah. 6 words. Favorite brew in Modern.
Flipping coins. Flipping coins
With Krarks Thumb?
with Krarks Thumb. No.
Always.
Oh, sure. Flipping coins with different body parts.
Oh, God.
Because it's a thumb.
Okay. Mine is probably... Tybalt is always good, but not. What card should appear in Shadows of Innistrad?
As a reprint or a new one?
I don't know. Innocent Blood, if not, Searing Spear. Yep.
Why not go with Tybalt again?
Yes! Definitely a new Tybalt. I can get behind that one as well. Why is Kiki Chord better than Twin for Modern? I mean, for Modern as in why is it better for the... doesn't do control, tempo, combo equally. I mean...
5 mana is harder than 4.
That's also true. That worked out nicely. Yeah, the big thing is that I really like what Kiki Chord is able to do, and the biggest thing is that it operates on such a cool function of having that toolbox.
Yeah.
But Twin was able to, and again, whether or not you think Twin was
Aggressive or not.
Yeah. The fact is that it had an almost equally powerful combo plan, tempo game plan, and even a control game plan post-sideboard in a large number of its matches.
Yeah.
And the fact that it was able to do so many of those things, maybe not best taking up an unnecessary large of the possible space for those types of decks. We haven't seen a whole lot of things fill them up again, but the meta's certainly been a little bit unusual. Actually, that is very true. Logan, I gotta say, as far as all the co-hosts jumping in, you are probably the best one at this 6 words game.
Sweet.
Joe really likes to, I'll be like answering 5 of them, and the whole time he's been looking at the first question, like counting them up. And so then he's like, alright, I got it. And there'll be like 5 words. We're like, Joe! No!
You just go with someone with 5 words and then add another descriptor word.
6 word. Worst deck ever created.
Worst deck. Oh my gosh. There's so many things. Okay. Cawblade hurt really, really bad.
Worst deck ever created.
Would Cawblade be 2 words or 1 word?
Isn't it obvious? It's the Eldrazi.
Oh, that was pretty good.
I know. I've been having a lot of fun with 6 words. It's one of my favorite games that we have. Again, if you guys don't want to do 6 words, just let us know that it's not 6 words or put a regular question. And also, we like to elaborate a little bit.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6. Now I know my 1 through... Dang it! No! Now I know my 1 through 5s. Looks like we were down to 1 match before the next round. Okay.
Looking through the field, it's pretty diverse. I want to say we have 2 Eldrazi decks here.
Actually, do you want to do me a favor? If there are still the people out there, would you mind, as we're waiting, maybe trying to get a list of the decks in the room?
I'll try.
Try, like, Dylan has some life pads, and if you maybe just want to grab a pen and do your best with that, I would really appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay. So, to Miyakoto, 6 words. How do I like casting Lantern Control? Actually, I like the deck. Synergistic. To answer it best, I know that it's not great at casual events, but I still enjoy the deck nonetheless. I think that it adds a really cool element to Modern. And round 2 coming up, I think that Logan is going to be coming back very shortly. So thank you for sticking with me, and I'm going to do a quick answer to that one. Why is Ashiok the best card? Because that card... Because it's too spooky for me. Yeah! I'm getting decent at this. Most non-Eldrazi cancer deck ever. Memory Jar, Old Affinity, Cawblade. Those are the big 3. So to time walking there. But we are getting ready for round 2. It is going to be a blast. And hopefully we're going to be finding out pretty shortly what that deck is. So I'm going to reset the counter, and we're going to jump in and have some fun. Looks like we're getting close to 30 people. So thank you to all of those people who are coming and joining us. It's going to be too spooky for TJ. What is my opinion on the emergency ban of Jace Stoneforge back in the day when they were only standard legal for a little while longer at that time? It wasn't really an emergency ban, but honestly, I wasn't playing standard at the time, and it's really hard for me to comment on that fully. So, the biggest thing that I can say is that it is unfortunate. The weirdest thing by having those, the weird for the intro deck, or the event deck was legal. It was interesting. It probably needed to be happen for the good of standard itself with another, more things happening. But it was very unfortunate, and I'm reluctant to see bans of any form as much as I may be for them. That doesn't mean that I enjoy them all the same. So, to SCG Viewbot, first of all, cool name. Are you actually a bot? In which case you wouldn't be able to answer this. But hello to Rob. And hopefully we're going to see a lot of people joining us, and it looks like a decent amount. So hello to everybody just joining. My name is TJ. I am not sure. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit unusual, but thank you for joining. My name is TJ. I'm with Logan, who is out doing a little bit of research, finding out what our round 2 deck is as we're about to jump into it, streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. I think we might be starting to see a couple of people jump on from that GPT.
Okay.
What is our round 2?
We actually are not quite done with round 1. However, we're going to be able to get their final game 3 on stream.
Okay, so who is that going to be?
It's going to be David on Blue-Red Eldrazi, one of the few in the room.
Okay. David Bradbury?
Yes.
Okay.
And then Brennan on Jund.
And who is on which side?
David will be on the wall.
All right. And do you know Brendan's last name?
I do
Never
not.
mind. I found it. So he's on Jund, up against the Blue-Red Eldrazi, going to game 3. I am sorry, and this is the worst way to do this. For everybody just joining, don't worry. We are not this is our only Eldrazi match of the night. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. But we do have one. It is going to be over very quickly, going up against Jund in their game 3. And then we are going to be jumping into round 2.
You get to watch Jund kill Eldrazi.
Yes. Watch Jund kill Eldrazi. That's what we've got for you. So, let's go and watch it, and we'll see you guys down there. Okay, so thank you for joining an Eldrazi Mimic right there after watching one of them get taken down by a bolt from Brennan. Again, to anybody just joining, looks like those numbers are starting to rise. Don't worry, this is our only Eldrazi matchup for the night. We will definitely get away from it.
We got one other in the room. However, 2 out of 25 people is pretty slim.
2 out of 25, and we actually avoid putting them on stream. This is just the last match that's happening.
It was literally the only game of Magic being played in the room.
Exactly. So, an Eldrazi Mimic, Brennan so far having a little bit of mana issue. From what I can see, I think he's got land in hand. So, let's see if he's able to put one down. But, okay, so going to be going for that Verdant Catacombs, going down to 18 after another fetch here, and going for an Inquisition. We see a Dismember, an Eldrazi Sky Spawner, and a Reality Smasher. Probably going to be going for that Sky Spawner, because that... Oh, and actually...
Dismember.
So maybe has something as far as maybe a Tarmogoyf?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because there's Creature, Instant, Land, that's 3. If you can take out 2 more things, if it kills a land with a Sorcery Speed thing, then you can get it to a 5/6.
Yeah, so definitely a little bit. I was expecting that Sky Spawner, since that really encourages like the 2-for-1s that Jund isn't good at. So a little bit surprised to see that. Just a swing for 2. And again, if you are just joining, a bunch of you are, don't worry. We will be moving past Eldrazi. I promise. Thank you for joining, and we'll elaborate more between rounds. So getting a couple of those tokens out, grabbing an Eldrazi Scion. It is under the letter E. And there we go. I know. I put together that token box. I'm very excited.
It's very impressive. Let's see.
We recently added Young Pyromancer tokens, finally.
Yeah, actual, like, legit Pyromancer.
Exactly.
One thing I was actually concerned about him, the first time I went to go use it, I went to go get Heliod tokens.
I know.
And there were no
working on
Heliod tokens.
The fact that you run Heliod, though, is absurd in Modern.
I haven't lately. It was in my first iteration of Prison, mainly because it dies to Path, but
Yeah.
He's pretty cool.
So, Brennan on his third land now just has a lot of basics out. A basic mountain, a basic swamp, and passing with that wooded foothills. So has 3 mana up as it currently sits. And,
yeah, I was thinking, wait, are you still not training Silverballs?
are we... No.
No.
Why?
We can talk about it later.
Alright, so... David here playing down that Reality Smasher, and looks like he is going for something in response. Going for a green mana, assembling all 3 colors. What are you expecting for 3 mana out of this deck?
Maelstrom Pulse?
But that's a sorcery. Maybe a Jund Charm?
Possibly.
A
What does
Jund Charm?
do?
Jund Charm?
No, Abrupt Decay.
Okay, so an Abrupt Decay on the Eldrazi Mimic just to take it down. Okay.
He's still taking 8, going down to 7.
Okay. Also, Dig and Cruise, neither of them will be unbanned. They're both banned in Legacy. That doesn't speak well for Modern. So, a hit, Jund down to 7, going down to 5 with a Shockland, and going to be playing an Obstinate Baloth going up to 19, and that's going to be an okay wall. It being a 4/4, it can stand up to some of those things, but not well.
One's a flyer, the other's a 5/5.
Exactly, so he's already functionally at 2, unless he already wants to only take 1 and lose his Obstinate Baloth.
Oh.
And that's going to be the game. So, there we go. We're going to go back to us in the booth, and round 2 about to begin. Thank you for going through that with us. And we'll see you guys in the booth where we can introduce ourselves, have some fun, and we can tell you guys what we are all about as we head into round 2. See you guys up there. Hello and thank you for joining. My name is TJ.
I'm Logan.
And we are streaming from a shop called Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Having a blast hanging out with you guys. If you do have any questions, comments, or feedback, anything of the sort, always feel free to let us know in that chat. We are looking to improve, looking to have fun, and we take pride in being interactive with this chat.
Absolutely.
So as you guys have any kinds of things for us, especially between rounds, we're more than happy to interact. If any of you are brand new to this chat, feel free to hit that follow button. We stream 3 times a week. All these are Pacific Standard Time, but Wednesdays at 7, it's Modern. Fridays at 7:30 for you Legacy fans. We do Legacy.
Legacy is cool.
Legacy isn't dead. Who said so? Because it's still here every Friday night at 7:30. And on Saturdays, which you are currently watching, we start at 6 to do another Modern tournament. So make sure that you join us and be part of this process because we have a ton of fun with it. Yes, the booth does equal a closet. Certainly you are correct.
Pretty much.
Is there a correlation between playing the Eldrazi deck and getting murdered? I don't really want to say yes, but I wouldn't advocate. I wouldn't recommend playing the Eldrazi deck.
Yeah, it could be hazardous.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that there's a correlation, but there's maybe as far as daydreams go, there's probably a much higher correlation there. Okay. So, thank you for joining, and we are happy. It looks like we had just a huge escalation in people. So here's my question for you. If you are brand new to this stream, let us know. In the meantime, I'm going to ask Logan to open up this door and see if there's another match getting ready.
We'll go find one.
Doesn't look like it as we're heading into round 2, but thank you very much. So, we are going to get another feature match here in round 2. It is going to be an absolute blast. 5 rounds tonight, and also for those of you just joining, honestly, yes, we're trying to avoid Eldrazi. Unfortunately, we had it on right when people may have been showing up, but we only have 2 Eldrazi decks out of 25 people, and we do try to avoid putting it on stream. So, it's going to be a great time. Now Logan's out finding some decks to get up there, and yeah, it's going to be a blast. Looks like we do have some Prison decks, some Affinity. There is Jund out there as well. And it looks like some conversation about Legacy. Always feel free to join us in that Friday stream. Other than that, for anybody who is just joining, March 26th, join us because we will be doing a Modern Grand Prix trial out of the store starting at noon Pacific Standard Time, so 7 hours previous to this stream on the 26th, which is 3 weeks from now. It's going to be 8 to 9 rounds of Magic between a 5 to 6 rounds and then a cut to top 8. So what have we got?
We have Chance, who's playing Naya versus Matt, who is playing a deck called Two-Face.
Okay, and Matt, do you know what his last... Oh, actually, I have it right there. And do you know what Chance's last name is?
I don't. I can find it real quick.
Okay. Excellent. And I got the sides wrong. So, let's go ahead and switch that really quick. And we are going to be having Naya Zoo up against... I'm just going to call it a different name so that people can understand what it is. But it is... it is Krarks Thumb. That is what it is. And I am not joking. Krarks Thumb deck going to be powering out that one using Mana Clash. It is going to be using the coin flipping cards. It's going to be using the Stitch in Time, which, oh my goodness. So, what have we got? Looks like you may have...
Matt's last name is Bringleson.
I got that one.
Okay, and then Chance's last name is McDougal.
McDougal.
Yes, sir.
Alright, and no, it is just the lighting. So, is it 1L maybe? I'm going to say 1L.
Yeah.
So, let's head on down. Game 1 of round 2. We will talk a little bit more about this deck shortly. It is going to be incredible. Be excited. So, looks like we have got a Wild Mikado from Chance on turn 2 after Matt leading with a Steam Vents. Okay.
So what have you said about... Oh, you're just calling it Krarks Thumb. Okay.
So, now the Krarks
There it
Thumb coming out. I'm going to bring that up. Certainly unusual card. And basically 3 big coin flipping cards that we're going to be seeing here. One of them, Mana Clash, one of my favorite cards in Modern. The other one, tell me, what's the...
Fiery Gambit.
Fiery Gambit as well.
Which has a paragraph on it.
Which has a paragraph on it, and then Stitch in Time, which takes it an extra turn. So, 2 Wild Mikados and a Chord 8, putting Matt down to 17. In a little bit of a dangerous position, needs to come up with some sort of answer, but this third land, he might be going for a Stitch in Time this turn, and instead going for a Fiery Gambit. So, he's going to be using a die instead. And Fiery Gambit coming up. Take a little bit of time to read this one. What's going to happen is he's going to flip a coin until he loses one or he chooses to stop. He gets to flip 2 coins and pick them. When he wins the first one, it's going to be 3 damage to the chosen creature. If he wins 2 of them, it's also going to be 6 damage to each opponent. And if he wins 3 of them, he's also going to untap all of his lands and draw 9 cards. And I think he just called heads and completely whiffed.
Yep.
That is so unfortunate.
Yeah, if you get to live the dream and go all the way, the ultimate thing is that like you cast 4 of them, and you just deal 24 damage to your opponent on turn 3. No big deal. But unfortunately, sometimes it's a 3 mana skip your turn.
Okay. Is anybody else having issue with the audio? Please let me know and we can try and fix it. So, okay. Oh, okay. Never mind. It's working. So Chance going for a little fetch and then a shock, going down to 15 to put in a Sacred Foundry. Now has all colors there.
Zoo earning its namesake.
Zoo very much earning its namesake with an ape and 2 cats. And with 3 mana, I'm not sure what he's looking to do, but he has a whole lot of options available to him as it currently sits.
I can only think of Naya the Reliquary. Other than that, like, maybe it's just like Bolt Boros Charm.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know which exact iteration of Zoo that this is, but this is a swing for 8. He's going to be going down to 9, and he needs to put together something. So, we didn't see much of a play there. Maybe just going to be... So this seems like a more traditional Naya Zoo. So we have a Loam Lion as well. And one thing that I'm hoping that we see next turn is that Stitch in Time. That's going to be a really nice one to buy him a little bit of time, draw him extra cards, and plus the card is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Let's be honest with ourselves. So, Ral Zarek, unfortunately not in this deck because the curve stops at 3.
Yep.
So he is just keeping it 3 and under. I did suggest a Ral Zarek, but currently not in the deck.
Yep. Sometimes it's just a 4 mana Lightning Bolt, which is not entirely what he wants to do. 1 mana Lightning Bolts are obviously better, as being shown here.
Exactly. So a Lightning Bolt taking down one of those Wild Nakados, and then just a pass back. Has a Remand in hand, which is probably what he's looking to do this turn.
What does Chance have in his hand? Because he shocked in the Sacred Foundry, but then didn't do anything at the end of the turn.
Possibly Path to Exile, maybe a Boros Charm, but he didn't end up using that one. And there is a Kazali Pride Mage. He's going to remand it, so that's actually exactly what he's looking for, because that would have taken down his Krarks Thumb. But still, we have got a swing for 8. He's down to 2 and needs to... I mean, wouldn't this be the perfect time to win with a Mana Clash?
Yeah. 1 mana deal 15. It sounds pretty good.
Exactly.
It looks like Matt's flooded out, which can be cool because then you can cast Fiery Gambit and something else.
Mm-hmm. And actually casting the Fiery Gambit.
Here we go.
And looks like going, we see, I mean, if we see both an even and, so he gets at least 1. 3 damage now achieved.
But the special thing with this is if at any point he ever fails, he's done. He doesn't get any of it.
Yep, and I think he chose just to go with the 6 damage to an opponent.
And
actually, he got all 3.
it looks like he got all 3.
So he nailed it.
Draw 9 cards, untap your lands.
Draw
deal
9,
6 to your opponent.
untap your lands, put your opponent. Oh my goodness, and a Stitch in Time, probably what he's looking for here. He has the Mana Clashes. He has the Mana Clashes.
There's no way he casts it unless he has absolutely nothing else to do.
This deck is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life, is what it is. And
Oh
it's
my-
the Mana Clash. You can see it on the screen. They're both going to be flipping coins. Whoever flips a tail. Odds is tails in this one.
Yes.
If you flip a tails, you take 1 damage.
Mhm.
You continue this process until both of you flip heads. And that is what we are going to see.
Here we go.
Can you ask him to use the big dice?
Hey guys, can you use the big dice?
Oh, right. And it looks like Chance taking 1 and Matt not taking 1. So, looks like Chance is going to be taking 1 damage from this. He is going to be down to 8. And it looks like, again, Chance taking 1 damage. Is this going to be a... Oh, my goodness.
Hold on.
She gets to flip another one.
Has to go again. Wow.
He's going to take 1. He is down to 1. And chooses to keep that one. He
Keep
is
it alive.
close to
Here we
living
go.
the dream. Oh my goodness. This is going to be the greatest win I've ever seen in my life.
Oh.
He might
done.
No, he has to take this.
No,
he's
he
down to 3.
Oh, yeah.
He is down to 3. If he's got
Lightning
a bolt
bolt,
in
lightning
hand,
bolt.
oh my goodness.
That was amazing.
I'm sorry if we just shouted in your ear, but that was the greatest Game 1 win I've seen in my life. Oh my goodness. If that is not a reason to hit this follow button,
Oh man.
do it now. I don't know what is. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen. I will be getting his deck list. I will put it on our Tapped Out account. Follow me on Twitter, and I will post that deck list to Twitter.
Absolutely.
I will do whatever it takes to get this deck list from him.
I think we just saw Modern get broken.
I think we did just see the answer to this Eldrazi deck. So if you want to follow me on Twitter and get this deck list, sometime in the next 24 hours, I'm hoping to have this posted up there on Tapped Out. This is going to be amazing. This is the coolest thing I've ever seen. So, oh my
Now comes the
goodness.
sideboard.
So the sideboard about to be happening. Naya Zoo doesn't have a huge amount of options. Probably just going to go for Artifact Hate to take down this Krarks Thumb.
Which is the only artifact in the deck.
It's the only artifact in the deck, but he does prioritize it pretty highly.
Yeah.
So Chance is going to be looking to take that down. Destructive Revelry, Ancient Grudge, Kazali Pride Mage, things like that. Life gain, not super relevant. So he may not have a whole lot of options of what even to do here.
Yeah.
Now,
the great thing about Matt, though, is that his deck also doubles as a Delver deck. He's got 4 Delvers, he's got Lightning Bolts, he's got Counter Spells and stuff, and so he could potentially just tempo out. I also know he has Pyroclasms in the sideboard. I got to look at a 75 earlier. I got to play with it a little bit. Living the Dream with Fire Gambit is as fun as it looks. But I know his sideboard, he can go into a control deck that has a weird random combo with Krarks Thumb, or Krarks Thumb. And so I'm going to be pretty excited for Game 2. However, Zoo being on the play means that it's going to have that tempo advantage. So it's going to be pretty hard for Matt to be able to keep him off his back.
yeah.
So either way, it's going to be a sweet Game 2. I thought Matt was definitely dead.
Oh my goodness. This is the greatest thing ever. Nonetheless, I'm loving it.
Either way, it's going to be fun. Would you rather be watching this or Eldrazi?
No kidding. One thing that you will notice, and this is both a good thing and a bad thing about this stream. I personally think that it's a good thing. But this is Casual REL. It's a small local game store, and this is our weekly tournament.
Yep.
So some of these will be really sweet brews. Some of these plays may not be ideal, but this is going to be... What do you say that this has a... The only deck that has an exactly 50-50 chance against the field. If it flips right every time...
But if you're rolling 2, or flipping 2, is it 75-25 at that point?
I don't think it's 75, but it's decent. I mean, you know, what if you don't have the Krarks thumb?
One of my favorite things about it is actually not with the deck, but he calls it Two-Face, specifically because he's got a giant silver dollar that he uses that he's kind of scratched out on one side.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
All right, so that pun was amazing. Or that's not even a pun. That word to play on words. So Chant's going to be leading us off here into Matt's Krarks Thumb deck. This is going to be the coolest thing ever. So let's see what we get. Leading in with a Windswept Heath and just a pass. No turn 1 play from Chance here. Makes me think that he either has a very slow but reliable hand, or has some kind of hate card that he has that he wants to keep a slow hand just so he can resolve that hate card.
Matt shocked in Steam Vents and then passed.
So probably looking at... I know that he's running Simian Spirit Guide, so maybe Simian Spirit Guide and Remand right now.
It could. Gosh, that Simian Spirit Guide just makes it to where, like, everything is possible. Your opponent's tapped out, they could have Simian Spirit Guide and Bolt. You don't know.
Yeah, this is a beautiful thing that's happening right now. I'm very excited. Certainly tell your friends. We have got the coolest deck in Modern here on stream.
Yeah.
Okay. So...
I think he's representing Lightning Bolt just to kill his opponent's 1-mana 3/3s.
Yeah, it's possible. That's also a very, very reasonable one. The only... Yeah, I guess he didn't do it with a fetch. So, Chance now going with another fetch and a shock. Going to be assembling his full mana base. He's going for a red-white, so getting that white mana, not going for the double green, so it doesn't have more than one Wild Nacatl in hand. Maybe a Wild Nacatl and a Kurdape. But again, I have to think that those 1-drops are at a low point. I'm thinking of Quasali Pride Mage.
Probably. That'd be a card that would make me keep a no 1-drop hand.
And there it is. So, that is going to be pretty solid.
There's the Bolt, just like we thought.
Yep. And that is about as good as it gets for Matt. Being able to take that down while he doesn't have the mana to activate it. He doesn't have the Krarks Thumb, so it's even better. But taking down that card before...
There it is!
That's gotta
turn
be
2 Thumb
to
into
see.
turn 3 quadruple Fiery Gambit.
Yep, so that has got to be... I mean, talk about living the dream. This is just the coolest thing, and we might see another... So here's a Thalia, which is going to be a very cool piece against this. Okay.
It is an interesting card, but everything tops out at 3. So Lightning Bolt being 2 mana is relevant, but I don't think it's going to be as backbreaking as Chance may hope it is.
No, and that is a Mana Clash in the hand of Matt right now. So we might actually see the Mana Clash dream getting lived right now.
He does have more life, and he gets to flip 2.
And it's the Mana Clash!
Here we go.
Oh my goodness.
Time to play some Magic.
So let's see a Mana Clash happen, and we have got... Matt's going to choose to take 1, only so that he can keep this going. So far, if he gets an... So both players going to take 1 here.
That's fine, though. Matt's still ahead.
Exactly. Both players now at the end.
I'm 2 and 2.
This is going to be the greatest thing.
Here we go.
Choosing to take... both players taking 1 there. And this is... just the greatest thing that I've ever seen. And they're lining up multiples of
So far,
these.
this is 1 mana, deal 9 damage.
So far, this is just amazing. And I would love to see this actually be a Game 2 win. This might be the greatest thing that I might ever see. Yeah, because when he doesn't flip it, he gets to choose to take 1 damage. Because
Just to
he's
keep it
safe.
going.
Just to keep it going. So
We're at 6 and 6. Jeez.
Oh my
Oh, ends there.
goodness.
So Chance down to 10, Matt down to 12, which could go either way.
And with a Fiery Gambit, if he goes into a land next turn, then he is looking at just some beautiful possibilities. And I don't think that Chance can deal 12 in this one.
Yeah.
Guy, what kind of metagame do we hear? The best metagame. We've got a nice mix of Tier 1, Tier 2, and then Tier Infinity.
Yep. Tier 50-50.
We like... Oh! Yes.
Wild Nacatl.
A Wild Nacatl from Chance coming up with that Thalia, has 3 mana untapped, and seems to actually just be passing it back to Matt. Matt going to be going for a fetch here, down to 19 or to 9, going for a shock as well. Probably going to be lining up. I'm not sure what color of mana. Maybe. Okay, so just getting.
It's all blue-red. He's splashing green for Destructive Revelry in the sideboard.
Okay, so yeah, just taking the single fetch there. SCG Viewbot, the tier 0.5. I love it. Only tier 50% here. Okay.
So here we go. This could very well be a game like Fiery Gambit. This is definitely Fiery Gambit.
And yep, Fiery Gambit now getting landed.
Oh, Chance is doing something. So interesting interacting with Fiery Gambit. Since one of the modes, or since it says 3 damage to a creature and then 6 damage to each opponent, the target is always a creature. And so if the creature dies, for whatever reason before it resolves, the entire spell as fizzles. Which... Did he just get the whole thing? Or did he... I think he went halfway and then fizzled.
Just didn't get it. So
in this case, 3 mana do nothing.
Yep, Chance has an opportunity to win right now. Hopefully it happens, but...
This is one of the...
Ooh, and that is going to be enough for the kill, exactly.
4, 5, 6,
That's going to be an added 4. So, looks like Chance taking game 2. And
this means we get to watch more.
Exactly. So, just because it looks like we do have a couple of new people, I am going to say hello. My name is TJ.
I'm Logan.
And we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. We do the stream 3 times a week, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. The schedule is right below us. That is in Pacific Standard Time. It is currently 7:14 p.m. where we are. One thing that I am curious about is if you are brand new to this stream tonight, let us know. It is really cool for me to see how many new people join, and I'm really excited to see that. Exactly. It has to be 50-50 with a coin flip deck.
Yep.
So, I'm really excited to see how many new people that we have, and if so, where possibly you found us from. I'm going to guess that a large amount of you are from the Twitch itself.
Probably.
But I'd be curious if some of you joined from either Facebook, Twitter, or Reddit as other options. That's a great point. Tiger Blood bringing up an excellent point there. So, I'm going to say Sidereal, thank you for joining, and I'm really happy to have...
Glad to see you here.
Snohomish. Yeah, it gets a little bit iffy, but I've gotten pretty close to doing it well. 4 a.m. there. Dimez, thank you for joining. All right.
I like to think we're one of the top streams on Twitch.
Honestly, the fact that people even give me that credit, I don't honestly know if it's true or not. Truly. Sidereal, thank you. But I'm happy to have you. But I honestly appreciate that it's even Sidereal? Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Sidereal, thank you for joining.
Is this a turn 1 thumb from Matt?
It might be with an exile from a Krarks thumb.
That'd be sweet.
Doesn't
look like it.
It doesn't. The fact that he's putting it in tapped a
Oh
little
no,
bit.
Chance has a land in play.
Oh, okay. So this is at the end step.
But once again, Chance didn't have a turn 1 play, which means he's going to be a little slower this round.
And possibly means that Quasali Pride Mage what he's going for. But I do see a thumb in hand, and with him dropping this land, we're going to see the thumb. And if Chance has any kind of artifact hate beyond a Quasali Pride Mage, he's going to use that almost immediately. And if it is a Quasali Pride Mage, that is just might not be fast enough.
He does have Simian Spirit Guide in his hand, so he can power out something as well. Looks like he's going to Spirit Guide into a Mana Clash. Just right away. Turn 2, Thumb, Simian Spirit Guide, Mana Clash.
Which is incredible. So let's get this Mana Clash back up. This is one of the most absurd decks that I've ever seen right now.
So if you haven't seen this yet, the way they're doing it is if you roll an odd, you're taking 1 damage. However, Matt gets to roll 2 dice. If at any point both players don't take damage, then the spell is done.
Yep. It is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. So right now, 3 lined up, 4 actually for Chance. Oh no, just 3, yeah. And they are lining up. Looks like Matt gonna choose to take 1 here. Otherwise, gonna choose to take 1 probably again. Yeah, because right now he just wants to keep this going. His odds are... And actually, Chance finally getting the odds in his favor.
Yeah.
So this is excellent.
Man.
And even all around, only 3 damage. That's a 1 mana Bolt. Polaroid Pop, thank you for joining. I hope that you are enjoying the show. Let us know. As always, to anybody who is new, any questions, comments, or feedback are always welcome in this chat. We like to be interactive with you guys. That's one of our favorite things, and we take pride in that. So that Windswept Heath going to be going for a Sacred Foundry from Chance, going down to 16 after that fetch. Heading into, oddly enough, his turn 2, after already resolving a Mana Clash and Krarks Thumb. Pretty much Matt is playing on a completely different level
He's
at
got
this
a
point.
Stitch in time in his hand as well, so next turn he's going to be looking to take his turn. However, Chance only has to deal 12 damage. He's basically watched Matt just deal himself 8 damage.
Yeah, that's pretty true. Ended up taking 5 damage or 6 damage off of that after doing a shock. So we have got a Thalia coming out. That's going to slow down that Stitch in time.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not a huge amount of pressure, and Chance not playing that Artifact Hate. We do have another Mana Clash in hand. Has the land, but can't play that Fiery Gambit or that Stitch in time just yet. Again, to anybody who's just joining, we also do have the Tier 1 decks. We just love this. We thought, you know what, people are probably tired of this Eldrazi menace.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get something fun on.
Yeah.
And it is putting on quite the show.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I wonder if Matt... No, he definitely knows about Thalia's taxing effect, so I wonder why he's fetching the 3.
You know, I'm a little bit curious about that myself. Possibly just getting it done and out of the way.
True.
And maybe trying to keep up a Bloom. You know, that Bloom Mana is not going to be super effective, but a Mana Clash hitting the battlefield again, and it looks like another Painless one. Gonna be taking 1. And let's see him. So now he gets to
There
be
we go.
Painless, so let's see it happen. Another even one. Chance is getting those perfect, I guess, coin flips at this point is what the term
Man.
would be. And it looks like
Matt's just
letting,
finishing.
looks like letting that resolve and going down to 9.
Gosh. Such a fun card.
Okay. You know what? I honestly don't know how to pronounce your name, but to go Giddens. Oh, that's a great name. Once
is
you say it
cool.
outside, phonetically, that's fantastic if that's how you pronounce it. Thank you for joining. I'm honestly thrilled that we can provide you some entertainment.
Absolutely.
This is something that we've been doing for about 5.5, 6 months, and I cannot tell you how great this experience has been for me personally, just being able to provide this kind of content.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. To Captain Harlock, ask that question between rounds. More in-depth questions. We like a lot more between rounds. That's a Forbidden Orchard. Giving Chance one of those spirits gives him a target for
very
Fiery
important.
Gambit. So the big reason why he is running that is because with against, say, Tron, decks with Arcbound Ravager, like Affinity, Storm that doesn't play a whole lot of creatures, Scape Shift, then you need to have a creature to target with that Fiery Gambit. Playing that Forbidden Orchard, yes, it gives them a creature, but it also means that you can always cast that spell.
Yep.
It is a pretty interesting thing. So,
And it looks like Matt's just getting burned out here.
yep, and unfortunately Chance taken the game to win. So, that was still an absolute blast. We are going to head... Oh, please do.
If you just got here, I highly urge you to go back and watch Game 1.
Yeah, this... Actually, you know what? Let's go back up to the booth, and I will take a quick moment to introduce people to some of the ways that they can find our content.
I'm gonna go find another match.
Thank you very much. So I'll see you guys in the booth. So, thank you for joining. My name is TJ. Looks like a lot of new people here tonight, and I cannot tell you how excited I am about that. Logan, my fantastic co-host of the evening, and we just saw a Krarks Thumb deck in Modern that was brilliant. Don't worry, if you want to follow me on Twitter, I will be making sure that I can try and get that deck list from him, if possible, and I will be posting that on my Twitter, hopefully in the next 24 hours. That is my hope. But... still, a lot of fun being had. We're going to get another match and some other options. Follow me on Twitter, a great way to know when we are streaming, apart from our 3 times a week. You can also find us on YouTube, which I'm going to put it into the chat. You're actually going to see it before I even start mentioning it. But at this channel, you can see all of our previous streams. If you'd like to watch them, I hope that you enjoy it. And, you know, if you want to catch that game later. The other thing is you can also find us on Tapped Out under Geek Fortress. That's where I'll be putting up that deck list when I have the opportunity, and I will be putting it on my Twitter there. Now, someone did just ask, what are they going to... Do I think that they'll be banning Ive Ugin after this weekend? I'm assuming that you may not mean within the next scheduled ban update, and at this point I do think that a ban is becoming inevitable. Something very startling would have to happen with the next 2 GPs, but the evidence is starting to pile up, and I really don't think that this is healthy for Modern. Luckily, our store has managed to stay fairly Eldrazi free. Our highest number of Eldrazi decks yet, with 2 of them out of 25 tonight, so the evidence is pretty bad, and the problem isn't even that, you know, there might be an answer eventually. The problem is that the disparity in power level at this point has just gotten absurd, to the point to where it's not even, you know, if you're not playing Eldrazi, it's at that point where you are either playing the Eldrazi or you are playing to beat the Eldrazi, and that is a completely iconic mentality of every busted format historically. If you look at Cobblade, Standard Affinity, Memory Jar, all of these things were very iconic in having a power level absurdly high. Again, stick with us. We have got more Magic coming, and I hope that you are hitting that follow button, because, I mean, we have a blast. We do this 3 times a week, and we have always got a lot of fun to be had. So, I think that it is slightly inevitable at this point. The new Avacyn, Modern Playable, or just... You know, honestly, if you could tell me what it is in a quick thing, I haven't seen the full card because I was getting ready for this stream. So, unfortunately, I don't have a full answer for that. You are running Jeskai's Jeskai Control Shell with 3 Geist. Most of your games are... Do I think that you should add a 4th Geist? I think that 3 is okay. I very much agree with that too. Koderna, Geist has a, you know, the fact that it's legendary means that it has a pretty limited amount of value. Getting a second one, almost never good. So I agree with running only 3 of them, especially if you have other cards that are going to be able to back it up as well. So, thank you very much. As a quick note, I don't really welcome a lot of links in general, but I'm okay with this one since I requested it. I just wanted to make sure that I make that point before I get a bunch of them. Okay, but thank you for joining, and if you are brand new, one thing to keep in mind is that we love this stream keeping interactive. If you do have any kind of questions, any kind of comments, or any kind of feedback, let me know. Positive feedback, always enjoyable. Certainly the things that we're doing right, we can continue trying to keep them going, because we do try new things each stream. Negative things can always be improved, and hopefully the questions and comments can keep some conversation going. In the meantime, I am taking a look at this Avacyn card, and I will have my opinion, while Logan tells me what we have got.
We have Chris Porter, who is playing Mono Green Aggro, and then we have Eli back.
So, and who is on which side?
Eli is on the wall.
Okay, so this is Mono Green Stompy?
Mm-hmm.
So Mono Green Stompy up against Eli, who is on Enduring Ideal. Do you know what game they're heading into?
They're going into game 2. Eli's up a game. I know they're a couple turns in, but it was either them a couple turns in, or Eldrazi decks.
All right,
Like
so we're gonna do the transition, head down there, jump in game 2 in this one. Alright, so let's catch up. Looks like Chris with 2 lands out and a Corrosion Tusker. That is a 3/3 looking down the suppression field for Eli, who is on 3 lands right now. So, getting caught up, and Eli now down to 12, readjusting his life total now that they've moved over to our feature table. So, let's see what we have got. Who do you think gets the win? This Rune Halo probably naming Corrosion Tusker.
Colonian.
I'm sorry, Colonian Tusker. Thank you very much. Could you open the door and just confirm that once it looks like it has resolved?
Hey, Eli. Eli.
Alright. But we are going to make sure. So, looks like a Rancor getting put onto that Colonian Tusker.
We were wrong. Strangleroot Geist.
Strangleroot Geist. What an interesting choice to name.
Apparently not scared of the Tusker.
Yeah, that is a very unusual choice. So, naming the Strangleroot Geist and that Colonian Tusker swinging for 5. So, Eli down to a pretty precarious life total.
Yeah.
All the way down to 4 with the Mono Green Aggro.
But I mean,
a fantastic performance.
He didn't name Colonian Tusker, so he obviously has a game plan for it.
And he does have another Rune Halo in hand
game
right
plan.
now, so probably going to be playing that one. Do you expect him to be... And actually, okay, so going for an Oblivion Ring, which is going to put the Rancor back in his hand, and just getting rid of that Colonian Tusker. on with an Oblivion Ring, that Rancor will be going back to his hand.
Yeah.
And I think they are just, yep, so they got that
Farmer.
trigger. Okay. Perfect. To G-Land, and actually to everybody who's just joining us for the first time, I cannot thank you enough for being a part of this stream. And let's see what we can
Eli,
find
that's
out.
double white. Eli, Rune Halo is double white.
Okay. Certainly, you know. Alright, so we have that happening, and thank you. We are allowed to tell them when they make illegal plays.
Yep. Like casting Rune Halo without 2 mana.
Like casting Ruined Halo without double white. So what we saw was Eli make an unfortunate tapping mistake there, setting that mountain aside for now to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
I don't think it's going to matter that much, though. When Chris Porter doesn't have much out already, and he's already got Rune Halo on Strangle, guys.
Yeah, and now this Phyrexian Unlife going to be very powerful. So, Phyrexian Unlife going to be a very big part of this win condition. It combos with Form of the Dragon to provide basically resetting your life total to 5 every turn, and it means that they have to hit you with lethal damage twice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sphere of Safety coming out, making it so that's 4 mana to attack for Chris Porter. Him only having 3 mana is pretty problematic in that case.
Now, do you know the name of that card?
I think it's a Baloth at the very least.
Okay. To all of you amazing Fortnites out there, that is a Fortnite with a K because that's the name that I kill with you. If you could let me know what the name of that card is, I'm spacing on it at the moment, and you guys are incredible.
I'm
And
going to find out as well.
a Porphyry Node's coming out. Very powerful card for Eli. That's going to start taking down the creature with the lowest power each of his upkeeps. The big, powerful part about this is that it doesn't target, so you can't respond to that target. We saw that with an Arcbound Ravager back in round, I think at the beginning of round 2. Oh, was that round 1?
Yeah.
Goodness.
We had 3 games, 3 matches round 1.
And you guys are incredible.
Leatherback Baloth.
You guys are rock stars. So let's get that Leatherback Baloth up there. I appreciate all of you. So,
Rancor hitting it makes it a 6/5 trample. That's pretty big, but unfortunately it doesn't have 4 mana or 5 mana now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
yep, because that Phyrexian Unlife especially, Eli has to get hit with lethal damage twice in a row. Dropping this Ghostly Prison means that he has to pay 8 to attack, and this is pretty much outside of Chris's range at this point. In mono green, post sideboard might have some enchantment destruction.
Back to nature.
And let's find out what this one is naming. If you could open up really quick and find out. Thank you, load. So we're going to find out what that Ruined Halo is naming the second one, and should be a good time. I'm going to guess.
Leatherback Baloth.
Alright. It's kind of the expected choice, but he made a little bit of an unconventional choice last time.
I'm actually kind of surprised by it, because right now the main thing that kills him is Back to Nature, and having a backup Rune Halo in his sideboard, or in his hand rather, would make it to where if he does get blown out, he's not just instantly dead.
Yeah, and a Greater Oromancy also coming down for Eli here. His board is pretty locked down at this point, except for Back to Nature.
Yeah.
That is Chris's out at this point.
I don't know if he runs it or not, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, and it's certainly something that I would not necessarily expect him to. I wouldn't consider it an auto-include in Stompy.
Yeah.
It's a very powerful auto-include, and it's very likely that it may be in there, but...
Don't know if Chris is a regular here, though. At least he's not when I'm here. So I don't know what type of metagame he's used to. Here, enchantment-based decks are definitely on the outskirts of people's minds, so people usually think that they need 1 or 2 outs to enchantment-based decks. But I don't know if Chris is ready for this type of thing.
Is Porphyry Node supposed to be gone? No, they got that. Okay. Excellent. So that Porphyry Nodes is gone. Now, the win condition of this deck. is Form of the Dragon.
Such a cool card.
Such a cool card. The big redeeming trait of the deck in my mind. Sure, it's a prison deck, but it finishes like a true aggro deck. Form of the Dragon. At the beginning of your upkeep, your life total becomes 5. Creatures that can't attack you unless they have flying, and it deals 5 damage to target creature or player. Now, when your life total continually resets to 5, a Phyrexian life starts to gain a whole lot of value beyond what it normally does.
Yep.
So, a Dryad Militant coming in to join that Leatherback Baloth. Unfortunately, it's going to get taken down almost immediately by... Oh no, that Porphyry Nodes
isn't there anymore.
So, we're probably going to be seeing some of those...
Eli's got Enduring Ideal, though. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't go and get Form of the Dragon and close this game out before Chris can draw Back to Nature, if he does have it.
Yeah, I have to agree. So, let's see what we get, but I'm very much expecting this Form of the Dragon, and now we get to see how this deck wins, and that's going to be a red-white prison in 2. Unless, and again, Chris can draw Back to Nature.
Back to Nature would be very backbreaking right now. Eli is still in Enduring Ideal mode, so it wouldn't be game-ending. He would be able to go get Starfield Nyx and start getting his enchantments back.
And
but it looks like Chris is just scooping up, so it looks like he doesn't have Back to Nature in his 75.
That is delightful. Any chance that there were other games happening?
I can go find out.
Alright, stick with us. We've got more Magic coming. So, Logan, off to go find us another match. I'll see you back in the booth, which is actually a supply closet. Hello, and thank you for joining. It has been a fantastic night so far. Partway through round 2 with about 15 minutes left to go. Able to see Enduring Ideal take down Mono Green Stompy in a pretty quick game 2. We also got to see Krarks Thumb. We have seen, I think, 5 different matches, and it's only round 2 right now. This is the coolest thing, and we try and get as much Magic to you guys as possible. I'm trying to introduce as much as I can to a lot of those new players. For those of you who are brand new, just to do a quick introduction of myself, my name is TJ. I am on this stream 3 times a week. It is certainly a whole lot of fun, and, you know, I continue looking to improve it and have a whole lot of fun with it, so I have no intention of stopping anytime soon. We are not going to be putting Eldrazi on unless it is the only match on. If it is the only match just getting ready to finish out, we'll toss it on for its game 3, and then we'll move on. But we're not really featuring the Eldrazi, because you guys have seen enough of that today. Everyone's seen enough of the Eldrazi, let's be honest. I can appreciate what that deck does, but at this point I'm starting to think that it just doesn't have a whole lot of a place in Modern. That's just the way that it is. So we're going to try not to feature it. I understand if you like the Eldrazi deck, I can appreciate what it does, but it's hard to deny the fact that watching it repetitively over a long period of time isn't the most exciting Magic you've ever seen in the world. We'd like to keep up a lot of diversity. And, you know, that's our mentality going into it. That being said, any kind of things, this stream is as much a product of our viewership as it is us. So, if you do have any kind of things that you request, always feel free to let us know, and we will do our best to put it on. Maybe not always able to get it up there for you, but we'll do our best. We like doing this. When you give us feedback, we do listen. We improve it. We try and change things, at least if it's something that reasonable. The one stipulating feature, can we get Cedric and Randy to commentate some Eldrazi mirrors? So, that's the big thing. We are operating some of the feedback we may not be able to implement because we are operating on a budget of entirely in the red, actually. We started off with a budget of basically 0, and we put everything together. That being said, if you guys would like to help, you know, it's certainly not an obligation. Maybe we'll get a sub button one day, but some people requested that we put it up there, so we did. So at the bottom of this page, there is a donate button if you'd like to. Anything helps as far as those contributions to doing more cool things, but by no means should you feel obligated to do it. So, it is going to be a whole lot of fun. I like filling in a lot of this dead space, so let's see what we have got. No, we did change our background a little bit to get up to this Shadows of Innistrad deck, or the background. Alright, so, to answer the question from previously about the new Archangel of Avacyn, it's a 5-mana 4/4 with Flash, Flying, and Vigilance. First of all, already incredible stats. When it enters the battlefield, creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. Again, absurdly powerful. And when a non-angel creature you control dies, here's the interesting thing, is that it makes them indestructible, but then if they die, then she flips. That's a very interesting thing for me. When a non-angel creature you control dies, transform it at the beginning of the next upkeep. Then it becomes a 6/5 flying that when it transforms into the Purifier, it deals 3 damage to each other creature and each opponent. That card is bonkers good. Extremely good in Standard, and possibly good. This is because we have a green screen behind us. It's getting the green reflection onto our hair as well, which is, it's actually autofilling some of it, But the interesting thing is that it's actually green, so I would have expected a green one. So I think that it's trying to put some of those zombies onto us, or maybe it's reflecting our own screen there.
So most of the matches are either almost done or Eldrazi.
Okay.
So instead of that, I got Matt back. And
Against the
gonna,
wall?
Yes, he is on the wall. And he's going to be playing against Caleb, who is playing Soul Sisters. It's not an official...
Norin Sisters.
Yeah, Norin Sisters. It's not an official... they're not playing for reals. He's just playing around for fun. But I figured they'd be a fun matchup to watch.
Yeah, so we so much don't want to watch the Eldrazi that we are getting a feature match. Norin Sisters versus Krarks Thumb. These are two of the most fringy decks that we have in the shop currently, and we get to watch them go head-to-head. So let's head on down and watch some fun. Alright, and let's get that. That is going to show that it is an exhibition match. Okay. It is actually only 5 mana, not 6. If it was 6, I would almost completely write it off. But
Yeah.
it is pretty
You guys
impressive.
talking about
The new,
Allison?
yeah.
Oh, you got it right there.
Yep.
Look, I gotta look at her again.
She's very good. I'm not sure about her playable in Modern. I think that she might. She has value, especially in something that can flicker. Like, I could see that maybe in like the mono white Taxes decks. It's a little bit high on the curve, but I could see them maybe trying it.
I can see her being a ridiculous sideboard card.
Maybe. I feel like she's a main board kind of material to me, but
Well, one thing that I like is if you can play her and flip her in the same turn, none of your creatures die from the wrath. Or from the 3 damage.
okay. The only problem is that you have to actually have one of your their creatures die. So, Norin the Wary coming in the battlefield off of a shocked Sacred Foundry. Norin the Wary, a pretty unusual card, and what it does, it's a 2/1 4/2. It is even a human warrior. The biggest thing that is odd about this is that any time that a player plays a spell, or whenever a creature attacks, he exiles and comes back in at the end step. That is pretty odd. And
Pretty
how
useless.
it's going to be using that to abuse all kinds of end of the battlefield triggers, including this Soul Warden, which is, dang it, I put Sour Warden. That's my bad.
When life gives you lemons.
You make Soul Warden. Interesting.
So
Okay.
Norin actually triggering off of the Soul Warden's cast, which means the Soul Warden hits the table, and at the end of the turn, Norin comes back in, triggering the Soul Warden.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty sweet interaction between the two of them. He can never attack. He can never block. He can never be killed by a removal spell either, because if anyone ever tries to kill him, he takes off. So he looks hilariously useless until your opponent tries to do something about it.
This is 2 Simian Spear Guides? A Fiery Gambit? Oh my goodness.
Here we go.
So a Fiery Gambit on the sword. That Norin is gone, however. Which they
Was
should...
he targeting Norin?
Yeah, so that's going to be going away. And no, he was targeting the
I was going to say, it looked like he pointed at Soul Warden.
So, and it looks like actually winning 2 of those and may have just accepted that. So that's, and actually I think he completely whiffed.
Yeah, he whiffed.
Or possibly he went for another one and ended up whiffing.
So for those of you who don't know what Fiery Gambit is, you flip a coin. If you win the first one, you deal 3 damage to target creature. If you can choose to stop there. If you win the second flip, you also deal 6 damage to each opponent.
Okay.
And you can choose to stop there. If you win the third and final flip, you also draw 9 cards and untap all of your lands. However, if you ever fail at any point, the entire spell does nothing. So if you go for the 3 damage and you get it, and you go for the 6 damage and you get it, and you go for the draw 9 cards and untap your lands and you fail, you don't get anything.
Yes, you got to really pick your battles here.
But come on, who doesn't go for draw 9 cards?
No, you always go all out. As a very avid red mana fanatic, I'm all about high risk, high reward.
Yeah.
So this is certainly cool here. Nefluff sucks. I'm not sure if I've ever seen you in this chat. Actually, there's a decent amount, but this is the most recent one that I've seen, so I want to take a quick moment. Thank you to all of you for joining us here for this stream. It means a lot to me to have all of you who are the commanders. Fantastic. But it means a lot for me to have all of you here joining us for the first time. If you haven't yet, hit that follow button. You guys are certainly important to this stream, and I can't wait to have you guys join us in the future.
I don't think you can keep going after the third.
You
win
can.
flip.
It says until you lose. It's just if you won 3 or more. So you can keep
man.
going just for the rubbins. So Nanorath definitely getting the cool points here. So
The only thing I see that being useful is against like mono blue Tron, where you're not in control of your turn.
and here is a Mana Clash with a Krarks Thumb out. So let's get this Krarks Thumb up on the stream, and then we will show you. Krarks Thumb is going to make that every time that he would flip a coin, he instead flips 2.
Then you pick which one you want to be the real one.
Exactly. Mana Clash is this sweet, sweet card that both players flip a coin. If you flip tails, if either of them flip tails, that player takes a damage. Both of them will be taking a damage in this particular instance, and actually, Matt getting to pick between his 2 flips, no. So if you flip a heads, which is evens in this particular one, you don't take any damage. You continue this until both players flip heads. You can both lose in this particular instance.
Yeah.
So
It's one of the best ways to end a game in a tie.
it is the absolute best way. So we have got Matt on currently 2, with Caleb currently taking 4. Make that 5, 6. This might be actually living the dream. So
Matt will take one here to keep the train going, because if neither player takes damage, it's done.
Yep. So, no Ralzeric in this deck. Unfortunately, I know I'm a big advocate for it, but his curve stops at 3 is the reason. So, starting to balance out, and it looks like just accepting where they ended.
I mean, 1 mana deals 6 damage is still pretty good.
1 mana, 6 damage. It's decent. It's definitely decent.
But it's not like he's in any danger from this 1/1 Soul Warden. One thing that's going to be kind of interesting is Soul Warden gaining Caleb life. So it's actually going to be quite a battle for Matt to be chaining Mana Clashes and Fiery Gambits to be able to deal enough damage to kill Caleb. The ability for Caleb to just gain 1, 2, 3 life a turn can really grind out a match.
Yes, and Ranger of Eos is probably going to end up digging for... Oh, a
Ooh.
Champion of the Parish. Very cool card. Whenever a human enters the battlefield, it gets a +1/+1 counter.
Norin's a human.
Norin is a human. Those are going to get large pretty quickly and apply a lot of pressure. I like this by Caleb because otherwise, the longer that this game goes, Matt able to assemble a lot of these coin flipping things.
Yep.
Nanorath, thank you. A lot of credit for this goes to Mr. David Bradbury, one of the players and a good friend of mine who has put together this layout. Worked with me for a long time and also just did a lot of work for it to put together this layout. It looks incredible. A lot of credit to him.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, big fan. But thank you. I really appreciate that.
I mean, it was all me. Thank you very much. I accept no.
So, we have got a Ranger of Eos. Very good card.
Is it Eos or Eos?
I don't know. I switch it up every time. That way I'm always right some of the time. Ranger of Yos.
It's a 50-50 correction.
And 50-50 is where we want to be when Krarks Thumb is on the battlefield. So,
I do know that Matt's deck, it may be hard for him to burn out Caleb. However, he does run Delvers and Bolts, and he does have a slight bit of a control plan with Reman's Mana Leaks Delver Bolt. So it is possible for him to get consistent damage on the table. However, I don't think he's going to be able to outrun double Champion of the Parish. Great start of it is with a Lightning Bolt. So that's definitely what he's going to need to do to start this going. However, Caleb gaining 2 life off of playing Giant Beaters is going to be pretty hard for Matt.
yeah, Caleb already going up to 19, so as much as he tries to do with, these Mana Clashes and these Fiery Gambits, he's going to keep gaining life.
Yeah.
And Norin is such a hard engine to get rid of, and I just don't think that Matt has those tools, especially in his main board, to really handle it.
Is there a way to kill Norin Lawary?
Activated abilities. So, like, a Grim Lavamancer,
Grim
able to
Lavamancer,
take it
okay.
down, things like that. But it has to be something that's already on the battlefield, activated abilities.
Yeah. You can't
So-
play it and then use it because he's gone by then.
We've got another Mana Clash, though. So,
Living the dream.
So we are probably going to see this Mana Clash go off, and here we go. So far, 1 damage going to get taken by Matt. Off to not a great start, and it looks like his opponent's starting to get all these perfect flipping of heads, but he's got to go all out. I think he's just going for the full win.
Sometimes you just gotta pray to RNGesus and hopes he gives you a blessing.
Yep, that's exactly it. So, looks like we have got Caleb
3 and
down
4.
to theoretically.
Matt's not taking damage. Caleb's taking 1, so now we're 4 and 4.
Yeah,
so looking
at
to
even
hit
points.
20 and 11.
All right. And we have got, looks like Matt choosing to take 1 there. And still, okay, yeah. I mean, so there's only so much that we can say about this, but this card is extremely sweet. And one deck that I did see previously was there was a Legacy deck that Frank Karsten ended up doing an article about. And if you haven't seen it previously, check it out.
I haven't seen this one, but I'm assuming it's a similar thing from what I've heard from a couple people here so far.
All right. Alright, perfect. We are going to be getting a tier 1 for this next round, which is about to go.
They're at 9 and 6.
Yep.
Wow, this is the most damaging Mana Clash I've ever seen.
Oh, man.
It sounds like the next round is going to be coming up pretty soon.
Yep, so the next round posted, I think we're going to be getting Martin on Affinity. Someone mentioned, so we're going to try and get one of the tier 1 decks. Affinity going to be up for this round 3. So I'm going to start changing some of the text. They're going to be getting up, so I'm actually going to change it back to us for just a brief little bit.
I'm going to go prep the match.
And you are going to go talk to them, and if you could actually just let them know to not quite start so we can introduce the decks, and we'll just let them know when they can begin. That would be amazing.
Will do.
Thank you very much, Logan. And see you guys back in our little supply closet. So, thank you for joining. Looks like there are a lot of you. I cannot tell you how thrilled I am to have all of you here tonight. It's going to be a blast. We're going to get Affinity on the stream for this next round, or should be able to. Mentioned that we were getting a few too many of our brews, trying to break it up away from the Eldrazi because of the GP, but let's get back to something that is at least within the realm, but maybe not an Eldrazi deck. So, we'll get them up there. In the meantime, if you do want to see that Krarks thumb list, follow me on Twitter. I'm going to be trying to get that from him and posting it up on Twitter sometime in hopefully the next 24 hours. It's going to be a good time. Otherwise, hello, my name's TJ. I do this 3 times a week. The schedule's down here in Pacific Standard Time. And also March 26th, mark it on your calendar, starting at noon as opposed to 6. So 6 hours previously, 3 weeks from now, we are going to be doing a Modern Grand Prix trial here in the store. It is going to be 5 or 6 rounds plus a cut to top 8. I'm going to have Coleman Falk, great commentator, with me. And it is going to be between 8 and 9 hours of commentary, straight Modern Magic. It's going to be a blast, and I hope that you all join us.
I'm pretty sure that's right.
Are you up? Oh, brilliant. So I think we're going to be having Ian on Kiki Chord up against Martin on Affinity. It is a very cool match, and I'm pretty excited about that. It's Affinity versus Kiki Chord, certainly an interesting one. Affinity able to apply a lot of pressure really quickly, but Ian capable of a lot of free wins even if he's gotten to a pretty low life total. Add on to the fact that he has Lone Missionary, Quasali Pride Mage, Spellskite, Peeing here in the Lar, and Orzhov Pontiff all in the main board. Are they? Did I get the sides right?
Martin and Ian's on the wall.
Oh man, I nailed it. So, that is what we have got. Did you let him know to just hold off for a moment? Yep. Okay, so we're going to see Martin, who we saw earlier on Affinity versus Kiki Chord. While we are introducing the decks, tell us, who do you think is going to win? Just put at Geek Fortress and then your vote.
Yep.
Otherwise, who gets your personal vote?
I think Affinity will be able to run it out.
See, that's interesting. I am normally a big Affinity player. That's my main competition deck, but I'm actually expecting Kiki Chord to take a win. That deck is pretty stacked nicely against it and has a lot of the right tools in the main board. So if Ian's able to at least keep up with it and avoid some of those super explosive starts from Affinity, I think he's going to be able to take this game. So I'm fine with siding with Affinity. I'm a big fan of it. But we're probably going to head on down to that match. Round 3. It's going to be an absolute blast. Thank you so much for joining us. I can't wait to see what happens here. I didn't hear anything you said, but whatever the second deck was, good to know. All right, so let's head on down and watch some fun Magic if you want to let them know that you can play.
Go ahead, guys. Hey, Ian, Martin, as soon as you guys are ready, go for it.
All right, so both of these players getting ready. I'm seeing 2 cranial platings. Oh, I got the sides wrong. Whoops.
I thought you had it.
It's okay. It's okay. Martin up against the wall. So Martin on your right with Ian on your left. Able to get those switched out.
Pretty easily.
So, I'm not sure who's on the play, but Ian has a lot of, and I actually have a deck list for him. In the main board, he does have 1 Kozilai Pride Mage, 1 Orzhov Pontiff. He does have 4 Path to Exile, has access to P and Kier Nalar, which do a great job of blocking. So, a lot of tools available to this deck.
Looks like Martin just starting out with a Inkmoth Nexus, so it looks like it's going to be a little slower of a hand, which is going to be unfortunate for him playing against a deck with a lot of tools to destroy a lot of the things he's trying to do.
Yeah, so a Windswept Heath following that Inkmoth Nexus, Martin following it up with a Blinkmoth Nexus, just into an Arcbound Ravager with nothing to put a target on. If I'm Ian and I have a Path to Exile, this is the time to use it.
Absolutely.
Without having a target to put that on once he has the chance. And we've got a knock.
The other stream's still uploading.
Yes.
You can pause them.
Can I? Oh my goodness. Alright, hold on. Show me.
Learning new things.
Crappy.
Is
Hey,
it just,
everybody.
Is it just cancel
This is
upload?
Dylan.
Or pause it?
There is no pause.
There is no cow level.
How about return to editing?
Yeah, click that. Scroll down.
Alright, and sorry, we're going to change something really quick.
No, just
Here.
cancel it.
Just cancel it?
Well, yeah, hit. Yeah, cancel it.
Alright. Oh,
that
dang
was
it.
do not cancel.
Oh my gosh.
Whoops. Okay. Perfect. We're not going to drop frames anymore.
go.
Sorry about that, everybody.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to mention I've been uploading those all day. So.
Oh, well, thanks.
Okay. So we have got Ian going for that path on the Arcbound Ravager, ends up getting a basic mountain out of it because he had nothing to sack to. That is going to enable the other Arcbound Ravager and some of those cranial platings. Also has a Galvanic Blast, which is going to be able to disrupt the combo if needed. But Ian off to a fairly slow start here. And hopefully if you guys were seeing us dropping frames, we are not anymore. So if it is just improved, let us know. And sorry about that. We didn't even realize.
Always learning, always looking to improve what we're doing.
Exactly.
You just saw the learning process happen.
So a Ravager dropping and then just a pass. Probably just keeping up that Inkmoth or that Blinkmoth as an option for him to put those counters on if removal comes out again.
That is an Eidolon of Rhetoric.
That
it is a
it
3-mana
is.
1/4, and players can only cast 1 spell a turn.
So let's get that Eidolon up. It is a 1/4, which is going to be a pretty decent blocker, except for the fact that Martin has this cranial plating. Now, if he plays another land next turn, which I think he'll be able to, he can also just Galvanic Blast that Eidolon.
Doing better? Okay, that's good. It's also going to be pretty hard for Martin to push through it when he's only got an Archon Ravager. However, having 2 cranial platings will help a little bit. However, when he's only got Ravager and double plating, or at least Ravager and an Inkmoth, it's still not the biggest creature.
Okay. So, that... I mean, not even swing into it, because right now it would be a 3/3. He can activate one of his things to offer a trade, but it's just not worth it at this point.
Yeah.
That Ravager, pretty small, still has the mana and actually has a Galvanic Blast. We could be seeing that one going, but I think he's hesitant to use it on that Eidolon of Rhetoric when there are things like Restoration Angel and Kiki, which are very, very powerful. So here we have Ian probably going to be going for that Path to Exile.
However, he can't cast it right now.
He can,
Which he may
but it
not
would
want
get
to
put.
anyways.
I mean, he can cast it, but it would be put onto one of those manlands. I think just the fact that he has it is acting as much more of an intimidation factor as it currently sits.
That's true.
Because having access to that right now, and that spell guide is going to be really key. So probably going to be looking to lay that one down. Has 2 Galvanic Blasts in hand. And I really like Martin running these Galvanic Blasts. It's something that I do myself as well, but it's unfortunate to see both of those at the moment because they don't have a whole lot of value. They are down the line, holding on to them, really the solid play because that's going to disrupt a lot of Ian's easiest outs.
Yeah.
So, going to see that path in response, probably going to activate the Inkmoth Nexus, and only putting 1 counter on it, not the worst case scenario.
No.
So,
Equipping and automatically attacking for 1, 2, 3, 4,
4 damage. 4 in fact.
Yep. So we have got, I believe, 4. Yes.
Mhm.
1, 2, 3. I think that's actually 5 because it itself is an artifact. So it was 2 power plus the other 3.
Yep.
So,
Okay.
and actually may have seen some activations. So they're not using the poison counters, which is unfortunate. But I think he actually might be at more. And he might be getting some of the... Okay,
Right
yeah.
there.
So there is 5 poison as it currently sits after animating it,
we
equipping
go.
it, and playing that spell guide. So Ian getting out those infect counters for me,
Mhm.
and Martin going down to 17. So far, Martin looking in a pretty nice spot.
Yeah.
If Ian has any removal in hand, he's going to want to use that on that Inkmoth Nexus. But that spell guide is going to be fairly prohibitive
Yeah.
for that. So,
Also, even if he does get in, like, putting double cranial plating on Spellskite is a pretty big creature. So even if he doesn't get in there with Infect, he still has a pretty good plan B.
yes, that is very true. And as that Eidolon of Rhetoric and that Eternal Witness aren't going to trade with it.
Yeah.
So here's a Mox Opal, his only spell for the turn. Seems to be pretty common in this one because it is a kill as things currently sit.
Mhm.
And here is a Restoration Angel. A Restoration Angel flickering that.
Man.
He's going to get the path, target the Spellskite.
Well, not yet.
I mean, I guess he can, but he's going to block that, and that's going to trade. So, going to get a trade with that Restoration Angel. Very solid play from Ian.
Yeah.
Now that 5, that's 2 swings of Martin just not really doing anything because there's no more Infect on the battlefield. And if we're going to have to stop him from casting if he goes to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, doesn't look like
I'm
it.
pretty sure he's just moving his lands around.
Okay. So it looked like he was preparing to cast a spell to me. So, I don't know. I just wanted to be ready for it because we want to catch him as soon as possible just so that the game state doesn't go too far forward. So, Mox was definitely not the greatest play.
Yeah, but I mean, if he's not going to be doing anything else, if he wasn't planning on playing
But-
the Galvanic Blast,
I think that he had the kill as far as affinity count or artifact count goes, no matter what. And I think he could have used that to get rid of the restoration.
yeah, be able to get through damage.
Yeah.
Okay, so it would have been lethal.
So Martin had the option of doing lethal, might have lost an artifact there, but even because he still has that Glimmer Void up, he would have been able to activate one of his man lands to get back up to 5 after that Spellskite gets hit with a Path to Exile. So, very unfortunate there. And Ian going to be dropping down a Courser of Krufix, going to start gaining him a little bit of that life back. A Birds of Paradise, unfortunately as close as it is to a land, not functionally one.
Yeah, it does get to block Blinkmoth Nexuses though, which right now is, I'm pretty sure, Martin's only real game plan. The ground is getting mucked up pretty well.
Alright. So, we have got another cranial plating. Might just see it, and it looks like we are going to be seeing him go for that cranial plating onto the Spellskite plan. Which, again,
It's not bad.
It's a powerful plan as a current, and actually going to be activating that. Just going to be swinging with the single Blink Moth, possibly not the Spellskite. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's just a total of 6 with Ian at 16 at the moment, and going to be putting the path on there. I like this because he's going to be losing that Spellskite no matter what. It forces him to take the 2 life the only time that he is tapped out, going to 15, and now you only take 5 instead of 6, and you got rid of the creature. It was going to have to happen eventually no matter what, but doing it right then ensures the maximum potential as far as getting that 2 damage out of Martin.
Yep.
So, that is going to be the end of the plays there because he already played a card for the turn, and we have got a Birds of Paradise from Ian, and actually he's going to be getting aggressive. This is a swing for 5 from Ian. This is delightful to see.
It's
So
a 3-turn clock.
It's a 3-turn clock, and with him down to 10, he's only got these Blink Moth Nexuses, and he can drop a Signal Pest and then activate and equip, or he can activate and double equip. But this Birds of Paradise is going to get in the way of it, and so he has this Mox Opal to maybe take it down. That's going to be an option, but right now he's got 1, 2, 4, 6, 8. It's going to be a Galvanic Blast before blocks, but this Birds of Paradise is still going to jump in front of it. So, that's going to land, target that, get the path, and that means that next turn he cannot go all in on these manlands.
Yep.
He's going to lose that and then block with this Birds of Paradise.
I think Ian's got this locked down.
This game is going incredibly well for Ian. Possibly going to choose to take this damage, but I can't imagine why, because it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 damage right now. Why go to 2 against a deck that runs Galvanic Blast?
Yeah.
When you can just block the Birds of Paradise. That seems like a really dangerous place to go. And actually seems to be taking it. And I'm really surprised by that. And if Ian basically had it won, he is basically handing this game to Martin unless he has got some kind of out to that.
Well, maybe he can path his own Eidolon and then go get Kiki. Which I guess he doesn't have. Well, there's Chord.
He has a
He doesn't have a combo out. But I mean, I still think it's a little too risky when he's just got the game on lockdown for the next couple turns, casting Birds of Paradise to be able to block, and then just hitting for 5 every turn.
Yeah, and I think possibly Ian wanted to keep up this Birds of Paradise for some reason, valued it pretty highly. So I'm a bit curious, possibly to do a Chord, but Chord provided a lot of options anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm pretty surprised by this, because as soon as it goes back to Martin's turn, unfortunately Ian is dead. But
Wall
Wall of Woman's going to draw it into him, and he has options. And let's see, he can Chord for a Lone Missionary, which gains him 4 life. So I think we're going to see that happen, and then he's going to go all in. He still has this Birds of Paradise, and this Lone Missionary is going to be the card. And he can even go for that and not tap down his Birds of Paradise.
Grand Ball. Let's see. I want to see what else he could potentially get.
And actually has a Restoration Angel as well. So reveals that one.
Galvanic
Unfortunately, doesn't have the Chord available to him right now, and I would have liked to see that Chord for the Lone Missionary.
Yeah.
Also has does he also have Kitchen Finks?
I think
Oddly
so.
enough, no Kitchen Finks in the main board. That is unusual. Looks like favoring Lone Missionary over it, possibly because of the ease on the mana base, and just doesn't clog it up.
It's also just right away for life, whereas with Kitchen Finks, yes, it's a bigger body and it's a better creature. However, you're only gaining in increments of 2 if you don't have a way to sacrifice it or block something.
Yeah,
it's
and not
2
running
and then
that.
2.
Not running that infinite combo. So Martin taking the win there.
I feel like he kind of got away with it though.
Interestingly enough, he basically took it back because he had the win via that Infect.
True.
He
He
had
should have
the-
won a while ago.
Exactly. So he had the win, and then unfortunately gave it away. But Ian looks like maybe just forgot, didn't realize that a lot of Affinity decks these days aren't running Galvanic Blast and are instead favoring the Thoughtcast. And so may have been making those gameplay choices based on the fact that there's a Thoughtcast. So we see Galvanic Blast, Graph Digger's Cage, Torpor, Blood Moon, and one other card that I don't see. Pretty decent choices to bring in for this deck. But probably playing around a Thoughtcast, so definitely I can understand his decision there. And maybe just choosing to have a lot more for those chords and go for possibly getting that infinite win if he drew the right. So that was certainly a little bit interesting, but I would have liked to see him block with that Birds of Paradise on that flyer, because he had a kill next turn with him tapping out there.
I agree.
So didn't need to get the Restoration Angel. And then, you have that Lone Missionary in your deck if needed. So that's what I would have liked to see, but definitely something to mention, which the Viewbot, SCG Viewbot mentioned.
It's definitely not an easy deck.
Kiki Chord is probably and yes, there's going to be argument in it. So let's even say top 3. It is probably one of the top 3 hardest decks to pilot in Modern.
Yeah.
The deck has a huge amount of variety, a lot of 1 and 2 ofs, and a lot of ways to get those, and a huge amount of lines of play. And so
It's also that Affinity just isn't an easy deck to play against as well, because Affinity has so many different avenues of attack. So trying to plan for every single one of them, sometimes you're focused on stopping them from doing this type of attack. And once you get that, you're like, all right, I'm good. I don't have to worry about this anymore, where you forget about this type of attack they can do.
Yes.
So it's definitely possible to forget or not think of every possible out your opponent has. And so it definitely increases the complexity of what you have to think about.
Okay. And just a quick note to all the people that are joining us. We're up to 120 as we're waiting for sideboards. Welcome to all of you that are brand new. I did mention 181 DFF by name, but I see a lot of other people that I haven't seen before. You guys are all amazing, and I hope you hit that follow button. My name's TJ. My special guest
I'm Logan.
is Logan. Sorry there. And we're starting out of a shop called Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington, as a heads up, and I hope that you guys can be a part of this, because one day my hope is to get to 500 viewers at the same time. That is my intention and my hope and my New Year's resolution. And what I would like to do is get to that. And when we do, a bunch of cool things are going to happen. We have a sealed revised starter deck that we're going to open up on the stream. I am going to eat a Tybalt with Alfredo sauce.
Oh, man.
Coleman is going to record himself dancing to an entire song, probably Safety Dance as the leading runner up here.
Would you be wearing a tutu?
You are correct on that round timer. Could you open up the door and just see what that round timer is at?
Currently at 34:30.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That round timer is incorrect. I forgot to start it.
Thank you for reminding us.
And then also Joe, my legacy co-host every other week, and sometimes a little bit more, is going to draw on a blank playmat and send it to someone.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, we have got a lot of cool things going.
He's a good artist, too.
Is he? I actually haven't seen it.
I have no idea. Either way, it's going to be sweet, even if it is just scribbles.
Well, Soul, that is incredible feedback, and if we ever do miss something and you are curious, please take that time to just toss a quick question. We do try and cover, at least briefly, everything and list out what those are.
At least what we can think of.
Exactly. But sometimes it's hard because we've been playing for this game for a long time, and I try and get into that mentality of explaining things, but sometimes we don't even realize that there are questions that don't exist. Mm-hmm. So please do let us know, and we will do our best to inform you as necessary. But thank you for that compliment on our commentary. Yeah.
Comment on commentary. I'm also with Counter Guy. I feel like no matter how long you've been playing, I've been playing for 6.5 years. I don't know how long Teach has been playing.
About 6, actually.
Okay. But I feel like there's always room for improvement. One of the things that I've learned from listening to a lot of pros is they're always looking like I've been watching so and so, and I learned this thing.
Mm-hmm.
There's always room to get better and learn new things.
Yeah, I mean, even just through doing this experience, we do have a website. I'm gonna see if I can link that to you guys for upcoming events at our store. So let me get that up, and I'll be posting that shortly. But the big thing is that I have actually improved a lot. My early streams were not nearly as good. I will definitely be the first one to admit that. And I really feel like I've improved. The biggest thing is that I'm starting to understand those lines a lot more. And I'm even just learning by watching these players.
Yeah.
I'm doing this 3 times a week. I haven't competed in, that's 6 months since we've done it, except for the occasional other store. And I went up to GP Vancouver and did pretty well. Mm-hmm. But it's certainly interesting for me, and it's added a lot of information to my own repertoire.
Yeah. This is also nice for the players who are being streamed. So, like, if Martin wants to come back and look at his own streams, you can watch yourself make different mistakes and look at yourself from a different objective viewpoint. Mm-hmm. And you definitely see different lines of play that you didn't necessarily see in game. So being able to watch yourself and how you went through something, now knowing what happened, you're able to make mental notes for the future. And it's a lot easier to go, oh, well, when I made this play, I was thinking this. But now I know that may not be the correct line anymore, just from watching yourself play.
Yeah. So, a turn 1 Windswept Heath from Ian looks like going for a shock. I'm expecting maybe a green-white land, possibly green-red. But green-white is going to give him access to a lot of his mana dorks, and the white is going to be the most impactful sideboard pieces. But he's going for the red. And that makes me think that he's got a white source in the hand, or possibly some kind of high-impact things that came out of the sideboard that I'm expecting. Lightning Helix, a really big one that could have come in. Reclamation Sage, Stony Silence, really big one. Berretten Forge Tender, an option. Personally, I'm not a big fan of it.
What does it do?
Berretten Forge Tender?
Yeah.
It has protection from red, and you can sacrifice it to deal all damage red source of your choice would deal this turn.
That's the Kithkin.
Yeah, you usually use it on something like Anger the Gods or Power Plasma, things like that.
Okay.
But if you're aware of a Whip Flare, possibly out of Martin's deck, then you would be wary of that.
So Martin being a little slower, just dropping down a Spring Leaf Drum.
Again.
However, he's got double Cranial Plating and a Galvanic Blast and a Ravager in his hand again.
Yeah, so looking consistent, just like last time, but this time. And Martin now pretty much shut down. He gets the Ornithopter, he can activate that, but now he is down to just having an Ornithopter and a 1/1. Ian knocking this out of the play. Stony Silence, an extremely powerful card against one of the biggest ones, and playing that turn 2, it doesn't get any better. So let's go ahead and bring that up so you guys can see it. Mm-hmm. So, what is the... actually, that's a great question. I don't really know.
there's not a lot of... We can talk Standard later. Standard is my favorite format currently.
Yeah, we always do hang out a little bit after the event, maybe for 10 minutes to 15 minutes. You know, as long as people are continuing to generate conversation with us, we're happy to stick around and hang out with you guys. So definitely let us know. So, a Reclamation Sage following up. Probably, I'm expecting him to go for the Ornithopter.
Really?
I like that a lot because that means that, you know, 1 damage from this Arcbound Ravager isn't a lot. And that Ornithopter is a source of flying. He can block this Arcbound Ravager. It'll end up getting put onto that mana base, but I like that a lot. And if Martin doesn't get some kind of colored source soon, he is in a huge amount of trouble.
Yeah. Ian's sideboard's just showing up.
Exactly. That Reclamation Sage and that Stony Silence. And Kiki Chord is really solid at being able to find those sideboard pieces through Chord of Calling, things like that. So, that Blink Moth animating, swinging in for 1, and this is the best clock that Martin really has.
The clock of a 1/1.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like that might actually be a second Stony Silence in hand.
Does he play it or just hold on to it in case of something like wear and tear?
You know, you possibly play it. You can't really expect there to be a second one. So it's more that you just, if you have things to do with your mana, do those. And if you have nothing else to do, maybe play that. Okay. Peter bringing up a great choice. Definitely the Ravager could have been a solid option at that point.
Yeah.
But I think his biggest choice right now is to really come up with an answer to those manlands. And actually, this Courser of Krufix is going to do a nice job.
Well, he's got a path in hand.
Exactly. And this, shocking this in, is showing that he intends to use it.
Shocking for 1.
Because he gains the life just from playing the land.
Courser is such a cool card.
Courser is a very cool card. So, now has that path up, so if he goes for it, it's going to give him... Now, here's the problem, is it's actually going to give him the red mana for that Galvanic Blast. But that's not a huge downside, all things considered. And he's got the mountain in hand.
Yeah.
So he can't even actually do that.
I think he's holding on to it for surprise factors, so he can just surprise, hit you for 4, untap, hit you for 4. Hopefully, which is probably what his game plan is, but however, Courser's going to make that very hard to do with him gaining life every turn.
It also can just slightly de-incentivize your opponent from using Path, because they might think, oh, well, then I'll be giving them their colors.
Path also gains Ian a life if he hits his own creatures with it.
Pretty doubtful to see that, though.
It's a play. It's possible.
So Blink Moth coming back up, going in for that swing for 1, and looks like going for the pump. I like baiting out this pump, but actually just taking it, and I think he's just not that concerned about 2 damage per turn, really waiting to use that a lot. Okay. Tim SJ94, good to see you again. Thanks for joining. Yeah. Okay. So we have got an Overgrown Tomb and a Fulminator Mage. So he brought in the Fulminator Mages, and I like that a lot. I was a little bit skeptical. Okay. So we have got a Fulminator Mage on the top of the library. That means that next turn that's going to be blowing up whatever land he wants to start getting proactive with a Path to handle the other one. And even Path can handle Ravager and keep it from ever getting any of those counters. A Lone Missionary, so going back up to 18, and Ian's board is just stacked right now.
Yep. He's not attacking, though, which I guess makes sense against the 1/1 Ravager, stopping the Ravager from putting counters on something else. But when Martin's tapped out, I don't see why not just swinging with...
Well, we have that Course of Prefix turn sideways.
That's true, but I don't see why not swinging with the Reclamation Sage, especially if you're going to be following up. I feel like the graveyard is a great place to have a really good sideboard card when you have Eternal Witnesses and the like in your deck.
I think it's because he'll automatically block with the Arcbound Ravager because it's offering a 1-for-1 trade, which is the Arcbound Ravager's only time to really do it. So I'm kind of expecting to see maybe just not swinging with it because the Course of Krufix, even if he blocks, it gets put onto a Blink Moth, which he's able to take down with the Path.
Yeah.
Whereas this one, it's just opening up for a trade, and right now he gets more value off of that as maybe a Defender or as a Chord.
What if Martin's tapped out? He can't activate a land.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Okay.
It's a decent point though.
Towson bringing in Resto Angel, I suppose, is a little more useful in that being able to blink it.
Yeah, that's a really solid point from Tailson again, or Talson. I'm not sure if I've seen you in our chat before. Welcome. I'm happy to have you guys. Looks like a lot of new people, and that really excites me.
Yeah.
So we have got that Courser going away with a Galvanic Blast from Martin, but he's going to draw right into a Fulminator Mage, which is going to be excellent, a really powerful creature. Probably not going to activate it right away. And I think I just see a Dismember in Ian's hand as well. I think he has Fulminator Mage, Dismember, and Path to Exile, which is insanely good.
Yeah.
And so here is a swing for 2. So now we're seeing that, and with him tapped out, now Martin has to make that choice.
Yep.
So this is a free swing because, you know, even if Martin chooses to block, he still wins.
Yeah. Stony Silence stopping the Springleaf Drum, being able to animate the lands is pretty powerful, especially with the Ravager. It makes it where if Martin's tapped out, he trades off Ravager. If he doesn't have the mana to activate one of those lands, he doesn't get to put the counter on it.
Yep. So with the Birds of Paradise as a possible flying blocker if needed, otherwise has a Fulminator Mage to take down any of those flyers. Martin stuck with another Glimmer Void in hand and just a whole lot of, you know, I think a Springleaf Drum and 2... He has nothing in hand.
Yeah.
Functionally. That Springleaf Drum and those 2 Cranial Platings don't do anything with the current board. And attacking when he has that Fulminator Mage just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Especially when you know, knowing that Ian has a path. Actually, is he aware? I think he might be aware of it.
And Martin knows that Ian has it?
Yeah. I don't think he does.
I think there was a turn where he shocked in Sacred Foundry and then didn't do anything.
Gotcha. So that might at least hint towards it.
So, at the very least, Martin has to know that Ian has a removable spell in his hand. Purely off if he just hasn't casted one in a couple times.
Yeah, so this game has gone perfectly right for Ian. Martin's odds of winning very slim. Here's a swing for 2, and actually just taking it. And he's not under a whole lot of pressure from this, and this makes him tap out. And so now Ian, or actually he still has the Glimmer Void, so I guess not fully tapped out.
Would you play the... I think he plays the Cranial Plating, or Springleaf Drum at least, just to get his his artifact count up, so that if he tries to do Galvanic Blast, Ian can't path or kill Arcbound Ravager to turn off Metalcraft. So I guess that could be a consideration as well. At the very least, just get it on the table. Yeah,
and I think it's more that he just has no plan of what to do with that mana. So keeping up 1 mana means that he can activate a manland for that Arcbound Ravager, but otherwise, he just hasn't got a whole lot going on. So here's a swing for 4 with that Fulminator Mage and that Lone Missionary. That's a 2/1 and a 2/2. The Fulminator Mage can take down any of those non-basic lands for free, basically. So just getting as many swings as possible before activating it, because he's not under a lot of pressure, and now he is out-racing this Affinity deck.
Yep.
So sacrificing things doesn't do him a whole lot of good. So just going to accept that. We're going to see him probably activate the Inkmoth Nexus, and actually may even just let him put the counter on it.
Yeah.
So he's going to take 2, and the fact that Ian has got this Fulminator Mage, if I'm Ian, I'm feeling made in the shade.
Yeah.
You've got a Fulminator Mage looking down the Inkmoth that he just put counters onto. You have a path in hand. You have what appears to be a Dismember. You have someone out there shouting for a judge.
Something just happened.
Something just happened.
Is that a big game hunter?
That might be a big game hunter.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and I think he might just have brought that in as extra removal, if that is a big game hunter. Oh, I typed it wrong and it still found it. I put Big Hunter Hunter. And it still found Big Game Hunter.
I guess you're not wrong.
It's the only Big Hunter. So,
I actually really like Martin putting the counter on Inkmoth Nexus, because for the past couple turns, his game plan has been beat down with Blinkmoth Nexus. And so he's telling Ian that if he does want to use Fulminator Mage to make Arcbound Ravager's counter irrelevant, he has to do it on a game plan that hasn't been used by Martin. Which you see Ian doing here. However, he hasn't been using Infect anyways, so I actually really like him putting it on that.
Going to drop down an Ornithopter, which is going to be a blocker more than anything. And Ian going down to 11 with this fetch. What color do you think he is going for?
I don't think it matters. He's got everything. He's probably just getting a basic.
Has the triple red off of that. Has his small Black Splash, maybe more green. But he has a lot of green as well. So, okay, going for the triple red and the triple green without that Birds of Paradise.
I guess if he draws Kiki, and then for whatever reason loses Bird.
Exactly. Just in case it sets up the Kiki and, the Chord, if you run out of green creatures, then it also sets up a Chord if needed, I guess. Yeah. Maybe a Whip Flare is a concern right now. Okay.
At the very least, though, Ian down to a 2/1. His big board of creatures has been dwindled down, and Martin
doing a lot better than I thought he might. However, he's definitely not out of the woods yet. Ian's got a lot of, to work with, but he's only taking 2 here.
Yeah.
And that's a 7-turn clock. I feel like Martin can find something in 7 turns.
So, Scavenging is definitely in this deck. There's one in the main board, an extra one in the sideboard, but I wouldn't be surprised if the one that he could have taken out for more 2-drops. It's not super high impact against Affinity. May still be one in there, but not sure. All right.
So we go Ian just casting Big Game Hunter, 3 mana 1/1. when your clock is a 2/1, having a 1/1 increases it by a couple turns. So
All right.
Blood Moon. Oh
Yeah, Blood Moon definitely a concern at this point, and it is in Martin's deck. Maybe not playing around it because, again, I think he's still, and here's a Grafdigger's Cage. I want to say that that's a really sweet sideboard card, but when you're looking down a Reclamation Sage, a Big Game Hunter, and a Stony Silence, it's really hard to say, man, his sideboard cards are really good. Because...
yeah. It's just one's completely turning a deck into having 2 mana 1/1s. The other makes it to where they have to flicker everything, which is part of their game plan anyways.
Yep. So, I am much preferring Ian's board state still at this point in the game. He does have those Blinkmoth Nexus, but Ian's still loaded up with some removal in hand. And I think he has at least... Is that...
That was a Wall of Restoration.
Okay. Or a Wall of Omens?
Or Omens, yeah.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, true. If your opponent's on game plan of turn my lands into creatures, then Blood Moon actually may not entirely be a bad thing. Especially when you've already got the board.
Encourage them to lose to their own card?
Yeah.
I've done that before.
Lost your own Mana Clash before?
No, God no. Mana Clash has always been good to me. So an Ornithopter blocking that Big Game Hunter and the the Reclamation Sage just going to deal 2. Basically, we're at a race, except Ian is going to win it.
This is a really slow race.
Yeah, we keep, certainly some unusual stuff happening here. Martin has 2 Cranial Platings in hand, and I think he no longer has the other Springleaf Drum, but just loaded up on all kinds of artifacts with activated abilities. And whatever he's looking at, I think he's debating the upsides of swinging with 2 Blinkmoth and maybe falling behind in this race, or, the upside that comes with casting whatever is in his hand. And I'm not sure what that is.
Another possible play is leave both Blinkmoths back, and then if Ian attacks with BGH and Reclamation Sage, he can animate Blinkmoth, turn it into a 2/2, block the Big Game Hunter to kill it without trading, and have Ornithopter just block the 2/1, and then later on use 1 Blinkmoth to trade with Rec Sage. But that's going to be kind of hard to do when Ian's able to flicker that with Resto Angel.
And a Restoration Angel, flickering the Reclamation Sage, taking down the Grafdigger's Cage, and that's going to block the Blinkmoth Nexus. That is brutal.
Yep.
And now Ian, the win, very much in hand, with 2 Cranial Platings in hand. I think he's just casting them because there's no reason not to at this point.
The mystery.
I mean, but when you're dead to the swingback as it currently... Or no, I'm sorry, you're taking 6. You're taking 6. It's a 2-turn clock. This is, you're not dead to the crackback, but you're pretty close.
Yeah.
So...
You might as well be. It's going to take a pretty good draw from Martin to take this out. Even drawing something... Well,
not
what if he
blocking
drew?
it with
What if he drew Destructive Revelry right
now? Destructive Revelry, I would be more impressed that Destructive Revelry is in the sideboard of Affinity
Or just a way to kill Stony
than
Silence.
I would be with his win.
Just a way to kill Stony Silence.
It's very unlikely that he actually brought in a way to kill Stony Silence, though. Normally, you don't really bring in Wear and Tear for Stony Silence because you can't expect to be able to cast it.
Sure.
So it's not recommended to bring in Enchantment Hate just for Stony Silence. And
It
there's
looks
a
like he drew,
Kiki Jiki off the top. That's the way to do it. So...
Oh, hey. I win.
Nailed it. So, thank you for joining us. And let's talk a little bit as we're going in. First of all, thank you to all the brand new people. I saw some of you. One of you was Lord Zioric. I hope I said that right. But welcome to all of you. If I could name you all by name, I would. You guys are incredible and putting us ever so close to having one of our bigger modern streams that we've had. I mean, we've sometimes gotten up to 250 in odd instances, but 140, this is incredible, especially for something not like a really long one,
Yeah.
just one of our weekly events. Thank you to everyone. Let's answer that to Balthos MTG. I spent like 16 hours in this thing.
He's in
a
here
week.
a lot.
We do this 3 times a week. This is all Pacific Standard Time as we go in. It is 8:30 p.m. where we are now. But what we have got is on Wednesdays, Modern at 7 o'clock p.m. On Fridays, we've got Legacy at 7:30 p.m. Who said Legacy was dead? Come out and prove them all that they were wrong, because actually Legacy is pretty sweet here.
It's a lot of fun.
And then on Saturdays, what you are currently watching, at 6 o'clock, we do another Modern tournament. Those Wednesdays are usually 4 to 5 rounds of Modern, 4 if we just want to limit it in the real. Saturdays, we have 5 rounds, and our Legacy events are usually 4 rounds.
Yeah.
And it is a total blast. Are we in the supply? Yeah, we're in a supply closet. We have really done a whole lot with very little.
Yeah.
And I'm really excited about that. But if
It's
you guys do want to help out, there is a donate button at the bottom of the page. You're welcome to do it. Certainly, I don't really expect people to do it. I'm hoping to maybe get a sub button at one point.
Yep.
So, the other thing that we have got is, as we're waiting for Game 3, someone mentioned it, big ups to Wizards for the spoiler season.
Yeah.
This time.
This has been fantastic.
Incredible.
Especially off the back of the previous spoiler seasons, which were just abysmal with all the different kinds of just early spoils and different people just dumping lists of cards that are coming out soon that haven't been spoiled yet.
And they're still making it exciting for the
Yeah.
cards that we've even seen already.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about like previous spoiler seasons for the past ones. This Innistrad spoiler season has been absolutely fantastic. The way they did it at the GP was really cool. If you don't know how they did it, they had 3 different break rooms. They would release or they would reveal one on a different day. So they had one on Thursday night, Friday, and then today they revealed the last one. And at the end of it, they reveal a card.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
That is so cool. So, I really like it. And someone was asking, do we have a top 8 playoff, anything like that? Unfortunately, these weekly events, it is just those rounds, and then we play out to the top X amount. But if you show up March 26th, 3 weeks from today, starting at noon as opposed to 6, so 6 hours previously, we're going to be doing a Modern Grand Prix trial. 5 to 6 rounds to start off with.
Yeah.
And then a cut to top 8. I'm going to be in here for 8 to 9 hours. It is going to be amazing. I'm really excited. So, anyway, Ian going for a mulligan, Martin keeping his 7. That's a really solid way to go. And Affinity being on the plane this turn 3. Looks like he sighted in a wear and tear and actually has that in the opening hand as well as that 7th card. So that's going to be really key.
Martin's hand looks really good. With Glimmer Void having 1 drops, Glimmer Void giving him both versions of Wear and Tear if he needs it. I don't know if Ian plays any artifacts. But either way, Martin's hand looks very good. And being on the play means he's going to have that much more of an edge.
Yeah, now here's one quick thing, is just a quick note to anybody who is playing Affinity. I still do not recommend citing in Enchantment Hate for Stony Silence. You are much better off having something like Thoughtseize and Stubborn Denial, because once it's on the battlefield, you're out of luck. So, to Legend of Darkness, where are we at? We are streaming from a store called Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Kobe the Cheese, good to see you again. It was really nice to meet you. I actually got to meet Kobe yesterday. Yeah. So it's always really cool when I get to meet some of the people who I've interacted with in the chat. It's still a little bit surreal for me that people can recognize me outside of this. It's weird. It's so weird. Not used to it. So, an Ink Moth into a Mox Opal and a Signal Pest for Martin. Good hand without a lot of pressure, oddly enough. But that Wear and Tear, really the biggest reason to keep it. And the Arcbound Ravager, now going to be doing a lot of work. Ian, just with a Wooded Foothills, which he's now cracking at the end of Martin's turn, heading into his turn 2.
Ian not fetching and shocking to path or dismember something in response to the Arcbound Ravager says a lot about his hand. It means that he's not going to have a lot of instant speed ways to stop Martin from just beating down. It may give Martin just the green light to just jam everything he has and go for it.
Yeah, the only consideration at that point is, what I would be worried about is things like possibly Reclamation Sage, the Big Game Hunter, those things still similar. But, your main worry at this point is maybe the Orzhov Pontiff, maybe the Quasali Pride Mage, things like that. So,
there's Stony Silence.
And Stony Silence looks like in response floating a white and going to wear that. So this game 3, You know, I say that I don't quite activate it, but this was the perfect hand to have it, and he's looking kind of pleased there, actually.
Yeah.
With the all right.
Wow. And yeah, Martin seeing the go-ahead green light and just automatically sacking a Mox Opal to have a faster clock. Or just because he had another Mox Opal. And playing his turn very quickly, wants to get this game over with pretty quickly. So a 3-2 Ravager, 2-1 Ink Moth, or Blink Moth, and a 2-1 Ink Moth as well.
Okay. So that's a pretty big swing.
Yeah.
2 Infect and also getting him down to 12 already. Martin is, I mean, unless Ian ends up with some kind of really powerful sideboard card, which he doesn't have a whole lot of them, he is in trouble. Absolutely.
Does Ian have Kiki Jiki in his hand?
You know, if he has a Kiki Jiki, he could try to survive long enough and maybe go for, you know, he's threatening a path right now, so maybe just floating that so that we won't see Martin. But I do see that Kiki Jiki in hand.
Yeah.
We could see maybe a Restoration Angel into a Kiki if he can try and survive that. That's certainly an option, and I think that's his biggest out. But right now, Affinity very much in the positive and likely going to take this game. All right. There's a Grizzly Bear Wolf. That would be amazing. So, looks like Martin going to activate for something. I think he might have yet another Galvanic Blast in hand. Yep. Alright, so not a whole lot happening. Just going for the Infect, not swinging with everything, strikes me as a little bit odd, especially not with that Blink Moth, but I guess just deciding that he wants to get out that other Signal Pest. And that's going to enable a pretty fast potential kill.
It does mean Ink Moth, I believe, is lethal next turn with Arcbound Ravager.
Yes.
Swing, get the Signal Pest triggers, and then start putting counters on it.
You are correct. Signal Pest, certainly a really cool card. Synergizes really nicely with Arcbound Ravager, because you can get that extra power and toughness, and then they become yet another power and toughness once you sacrifice them to the Ravager. So I really do like that.
It'd be interesting to see Ian path Ink Moth at the end of turn here.
It would be pretty cool, and we do actually have that path.
I think he's going to do it.
Yep.
Yeah. Not doing it during combat, just to make sure that Martin doesn't start sacking things to it and make it really big. The path making it to where he can kill Ink Moth in response to Ravager putting counters on it. This way he's not just automatically dead, because Martin knowing that he's tapped out. So that's why he wouldn't do it during combat, but definitely wants to do it at the end of turn so that he has that one extra mana during his turn.
Let's see here, just trying to, so, that Wall of Omens getting a minus counter, tapping for 2, and looks like dropping a Wall of Omens, going to draw into a Birds of Paradise, and actually has a big game Hunter. So, dropping that Birds of Paradise, I think it's mostly going to act as a flying blocker, but he is actually unable to cast Chord of Calling as it currently sits.
So what's Ian's hand right now?
He does have a Kiki Jiki, he has
Big
a Big Game Hunter,
I want to say Restoration Angel.
and if he has the Restoration Angel, that's big.
Yeah.
So he just needs to keep surviving. It's unlikely to happen. This Arcbound Ravager is swinging for 4, both of those are swinging for 1, and that Blink Moth is swinging for 2. So that's a swing for 6, 7, 8. Ian would go down to 1, which is a dangerous place to be.
Yeah.
And that's if, you know, that Wall of Omens will die blocking the Arcbound Ravager. May not want to go for that, because it's a pretty dangerous spot to be in.
Going down to 1, you mean?
Well, just losing that one loses some of your Chord. You do have the creatures there, so...
I think he definitely wants to go to 4, because if he can draw land, just one land in the next 2 turns, then he's almost guaranteed to win this, because the Angel will make it to where he can block pretty profitably next turn. There's Chord of Calling, so he could go get another Birds of Paradise or another Wall to get him that extra mana. Actually, he has 5 mana right now, so he technically only needs to live 1 more turn.
Yes, that's it. And that Galvanic Blast is unfortunately going to make it difficult. So, knowing that Martin has that Galvanic Blast, I think we're going to see an Affinity take Game 3 here.
Is Ian at 9? I'm pretty sure he's at 4.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just didn't put in what he just took.
Yeah.
Sorry. I get caught up in a bunch of things and it doesn't always... Sorry. We have to do everything. We do not have that much assistance. So, Wall of Omens and a Bird of Paradise, looking down 2 Signal Pests, an Arcbound Ravager, and a Galvanic Blast. Ian unable to combo unless the stars align perfectly.
He's so close, though.
And
one thing he could do, I wonder if this would be worth it, but he could float mana with the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Cast the Angel to flicker the wall, get another mana from the wall, and then use it for Convoke. Martin's just showing he has Galvanic Blast, though.
And he has this Chord, so actually
He
can
could
still
go
get the Lone Missionary.
But then he just dies to attacks.
Let's see
Does
here.
he?
Nope, because he
1,
still has
2.
that Birds of Paradise.
Oh.
Okay, there we go. So,
Okay, that's good.
game 3 going to Martin. And don't worry, stick around. This is not over. This round is pretty much over, so we're not going to do another one. But we are going to be putting up more Magic. Stick around. In the meantime, if you guys have any questions for us, any kind of feedback, any kind of comments, let us know. We're going to go back to the booth, and we'll talk to you guys about some fun stuff.
Yep.
Thank you for joining us. My name is TJ.
I'm Logan.
And we are streaming from a shop called Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Again, someone asking, and I would love all of you to know, hit that follow button. We do this in 3 times a week, and it is the greatest thing. It's one of my favorite things to do. Yeah, it is. I mean, are you enjoying yourself?
Yeah, I'm having fun.
Exactly. Logan, my special co-host.
Co-host.
Go-host.
I'm going to use that.
Go-host. He's my special co-host for the night. I tend to mix them up a pretty decent amount. So it's a lot of fun to have a variety of different faces in here, and it gives me a lot of ways to have conversations with people without it getting too stale.
Yeah,
so
I can see that.
I like that, and I guess you've interacted with the chat slightly, a little bit. Normally you're playing, but what are your initial impressions in so many words, as hopefully if people... I guess I'm going to toss out a quick... oh, I hit the wrong... Oh my goodness, we have a button that does that. Sorry, I'm learning.
What you're seeing is the learning process in action.
No
Here we
kidding.
always like to try and improve and better ourselves by learning new things. And every now and again you get to see it in action.
Yes. Let's see here. Any Delver in the shop? It seems like it's been non-existent since the one that got 21 points. Yeah, we do occasionally have Delver. We've got Grixis Delver that is occasionally here, and also Teamer Delver that sometimes shows up. So Delver is around sometimes, but it just doesn't always show up.
I do know that every now and again people will use Delver as like a backup plan for different cool decks. The Krarks Thumb deck we saw, his game plan is definitely start flipping coins and start winning them. However, he's got a backup plan of Delver. So I guess you could call that a Delver deck, but I wouldn't.
Yeah, it's a quirky thumb. So, what decks do we play? Oh, so I'll toss this one while you think of it. In Modern, that's my main format. I play Affinity, but my favorite deck in every format is Burn. But I compete with Affinity and Burn and Infect and 8-Rack and Lantern Control and Green-Red Scape Shift and Delver and a Death Shadow deck. So,
Yeah.
all kinds of fun stuff. What have you...
My primary deck that I play is the Enduring Ideal Prison deck, mono white except for Form of the Dragon. However, before I really decided to build that deck, I tried playing a lot of decks. I've played Affinity, not a bunch, but a little bit. I played 8-Rack, I played Merfolk.
You've dabbled.
I've dabbled.
Dabbled.
I'm a dabbler.
I'm a dabbler.
Do a dabble?
6 words. Why Magic cards cost money? Because they are worth money. Word.
The game's fun. We will pay.
That's also a really solid one. As for the trailer, I actually didn't see the trailer. My whole day has been... also, can you keep an eye out because round 4 should be starting pretty shortly here. So, is anybody out there?
We have Caleb sitting there. I will go find him.
Okay, so round 4 coming up, and we are going to be watching this pretty shortly. Working on Grixis Delver. Excellent. So, a quick note, if you haven't hit it yet, hit that follow button because I cannot wait to do more of that. Also, if you want to follow me on Twitter, I'll let you know when we are streaming, what we're streaming. Try and be entertaining. Again, I'm still very new to Twitter and learning all those various things. Other than that... you know, I also post deck lists when people request them. I try and get that from that player. The Krarks Thumb definitely one that I'm going to be trying to get a hold of. To Langley Arg, thank you for joining. I'm not sure if I've seen you in our chat before, so I want to take a moment and just say thank you to you. To Tater, have I ever tried the Gristlebrand deck? I have dabbled in it. Our store owner built it for a bit, had a lot of fun with it. It's not personally my style. I'm much more of an aggro player. That is what my lifeblood of this game is. Burn being my favorite in everything. I play that in Legacy as well, and Affinity as well. So it's not quite my vein of favorites, but I did really enjoy the deck playing it. So I'm really excited. And to Twinge Mini, welcome thank you for joining. I'm not sure if I've seen you before. Have I ever tried Metalcraft Storm? Once. I'm assuming that you mean the one that uses the Pure Steel Paladin combo. I have tried it. It was a ton of fun. I do have some of the cards to put it together someday.
A Wild Logan appeared.
So what have we got?
We have Caleb playing Soul Sisters, and then
Which side though?
oh, Corey is not on the wall, or at least not Corey. Corey's his opponent.
So
Caleb is not on the wall.
Okay, and
his
he's playing-
opponent is Corey Monaghan or something like that. I apologize for butchering your last name, Corey.
Okay, and what is he playing?
And he is playing Merfolk.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to see Merfolk up against Red White Soul Sisters using Norin, the Wary.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're going to get to see that. It's round 4, beginning now. Always feel free to toss in your comments or questions and we can address them. Hopefully between rounds, between games, things like that. What's the spiciest deck in the room? Krarks Thumb.
Yeah.
It is Krarks Thumb. It's a coin flipping deck, and it's the sweetest thing I've ever seen.
He casted Mana Clash while at 2 life and won.
And won.
Won the game.
It was beautiful. So, without further ado, let's head right into this round 4. We'll see you guys down at the table, and let's have some fun.
Yep.
Alright, so both players taking a look at their opening hand. Corey, we're seeing some of those dual lands in his hand. One thing that a lot of Merfolk players have started doing a lot in response to things like Choke. Not going to be super relevant here, but still a very cool deck.
Mm-hmm.
So, Corey is on Merfolk, a very critical mass oriented deck, wants to lay out an Aether Vial turn 1,
Yep.
start spreading his board with a lot of these lords that help each other out.
Yep.
Probably going to be really solid against this deck, which
Yes.
They can just build up their board presence, and Caleb's not running a whole lot of removal. So the biggest thing for him is maybe getting a Genesis Chamber out and starting to really get a lot of those chained triggers.
Yeah.
If a Spreading Seas resolves, Caleb is in trouble. If he
Yes.
doesn't, he could actually outrace just with chump blockers off of that Genesis Chamber.
Corey having a turn 1 Aether Vial is pretty big. I didn't get to see his hand, but I do know that Aether Vial is pretty good. Caleb having the champion, though,
Thank you, Champion of the Parish.
champion of the parish, will mean that it's going to get pretty big. And I don't actually... Is Soul Warden a human?
Soul Warden is a
Yes.
human. It is a 1/1 human for 1 that whenever a creature enters the battlefield, you gain 1 life. And this Champion of the Parish is going to swing for 2 at Corey, already down to 18. Caleb doing a nice job. Still has red up, kind of signaling that bolt, and which he does have in hand.
One thing that's pretty big for Caleb's deck, however, is that Norin the Wary himself is a human. And so every instance of him being exiled and flickering himself, he's both gaining life from all the Soul Wardens, but he's also triggering champion.
Ooh.
And Harbinger of the Depths,
Tide.
Tide, thank you.
Yeah.
Bouncing champion, sure, it's just bouncing a 1-drop, but him losing the counter is pretty big. Lightning Bolt is going to take out the Harbinger pretty quickly. However, here comes a surprise Curse Catcher to take out, make sure the Lightning Bolt doesn't happen.
Which is pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's one of the big things. If you're playing against Merfolk, Vial on 1 is
Oh, dang
always a scary thing, and that is definitely not the card. There it is. Vial on 1 can always mean that your spell does not get to resolve if you tap out for it.
Alright, so a foil Harbinger on the battlefield taking care of that Champion of the Parish, and then a Curse Catcher coming in off of that Aether Vial. But followed up by the Champion of the Parish again, going to be gaining, and actually, I think he missequenced that. He probably should have... Oh no, because he gets actually the +1/+1 counter for it. So, going to get that +1/+1 counter. Champion of the Parish. Let's get that again, because I'm not entirely sure why it has 2 counters.
I think he's just putting how much power and toughness. I can ask him to change it.
Okay. I think we can assume that.
No, can you have the dice be how many counters it has?
It's just
It has 1 counter. Thank you.
we fixed it.
Yep.
So, has a 2/2 champion of the parish as well as 2 of those soul sisters. Unfortunately, looks like he missed the life gain trigger there. A little bit unfortunate because it is a May ability. Let's go ahead and bring up that Soul Warden. Very powerful card. Pretty much, this is why it's called Soul Sisters. There are 2 of the cards that say Soul. There's Soul's Attendant and Soul Warden. They are called the Soul Sisters.
I think we can call it 8 soul.
You just like calling everything 8 something.
Yeah. 8 away, 8 soul, 8 rag. Come on.
So Dismember, pointing towards that champion of the parish, taking 4 life to do that from Merfolk, but definitely worth it because of all the cards that we've seen so far, that's the one that's going to get out of hand.
Yeah.
This life gain can certainly be outraced.
Especially with Caleb having Range of Eos in hand, he can go and find a Norin and another Soul Warden to really make that champion really, really big. And giant creatures, unless you've got a way to bounce it, it's pretty hard for Merfolk to deal with a giant creature.
Yeah, and Master of the Pearl Triton now coming down before the combat damage itself. So we are going to be seeing him take 3 damage from that Harbinger of the Tide, starting to get that buff. But Caleb going back up to 18 and then fetching. I'm assuming that I think they might have just given him the life gain from last one and let him have it.
Possibly.
I think they were just like, well, we're at casual Ariel, you can have it.
Yeah. Realistically, we're basically playing FNM on Saturday.
Okay. So, we have got the champion of the parish coming down again.
Ranger of Eos.
Oh, is that a ranger? I'm sorry, the art is so similar. That is my mistake.
No worries.
Going for a shock and then bringing that in gains him 2 life, and that Ranger of Eos, if he allows that to resolve, seems to be taking a quick moment there. But he's going to get to search up for any number of 1-drops, and actually taking down one of those in response to the trigger.
Taking 4 to do it. That's
so
dangerous.
he only goes up to 19, taking 1 life. That is a pretty bold move, and I completely missed on that card search. My mistake there.
Yeah. I believe he got the Sacred Foundry.
I think he did. Do you want to go mention it really quickly, just in case? Because you can grab Dylan if needed. Alright, so we're checking that. And we... Alright. And it looks like he is changing what he fetched for into a plains.
Yep.
So,
Again, always looking to improve. We're not professionals, but we do look to get better.
yeah, and our check helps out with a whole lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, that Ranger of Eos resolving, the Soul Warden getting taken down, and Caleb at 19, Corey at 10, going into Corey's turn here.
Yeah.
So,
What's Corey's hand?
goes for a swing for 5 as it currently sits. Corey's hand, unfortunately, haven't been able to get a really solid look at it.
He kept the vial on 2, which makes me think that he has a 2-drop, but then not casting anything. Makes me think he might have a Vapor Snag or a Counterspell.
Alright.
There's Norin the Wary.
So Norin going to start doing a lot of good things. The main engine of this deck, the namesake, getting out another one of those Soul Wardens to make it exile. He's going up to 16 and then about to go back up to 18. This is perfect for Caleb. And now I'm going to have to start being really vigilant with this life total thing. So, also, Captain, thank you. They're, I don't know, 15 feet?
Yeah, there's a door here, and we just peek our head out.
So, and there is the Spreading Seas that is going to be so key. Taking down, I believe, the Sacred Foundry.
Means that Caleb can no longer block.
Means that Caleb can no longer block with this Master of the Pearl Trident. Corey, not playing a whole lot of cards, has the Aether Vial on 2, and I think he's just got land in hand, which is really unfortunate.
However, him stalling last time Caleb casted something can really make Caleb think that Corey has counterspells in his hand. However, it looks like he's going to find out right now with that path.
And actually, it looks like Caleb is getting into a good position. So, Norin getting exiled by the attack. He's about to go back up to 20. Pathing that 1 with Corey with nothing in lands in hand. This is what Caleb wants. Getting this engine up. Oh, and yeah, the odds at this point are pretty slim. And definitely some of those missed triggers happening. Caleb, very new to this deck, as a heads up. He normally is a Living End player, recently finished this deck out, actually borrowing a couple of cards from people to be able to play it tonight. So, alright.
Yeah.
So Caleb with a Norin the Wary, up to 20, also has 2 Soul Sisters and a Ranger of Eos. Ranger mostly just serving and actually playing a Dismember to take care of the Lord. Taking 4 damage to do it, but that's such a small cost when just doing that exiles your Norin. Also, you get to swing for, I believe, 5. The Ranger's 3/2, I believe.
Is he?
I think so.
I thought it was 2/2. Okay.
Yep. This is Tumblr.deck. Not quite sure what you mean by that one. Oh, because there's so many triggers. Dang it, I knew that was happening. I knew that was happening. Lots of... okay.
Sisters with triggers.
Alright, so we have got...
Corey's in a very bad spot.
Extremely. I mean, he does have a Lord of Atlantis in hand. And that's going to be pretty nice, but...
It's really just a 2-mana 2/2 at this point.
Exactly, it's a bear, and it's a bear they can put in off the Aether Vial. But still, this is just getting, pretty bonkers. And is that a return? Is that a...
Return to the ranks, I believe?
Yeah.
Why... I'll just let it pull up.
So return to the ranks. What an interesting play.
Wow. That's going to lock out the game.
Alright. So, Sisters must have a great matchup against Infect, of course. And actually, I don't think that both of these players are 4-0.
No, these were not the top table. However, the players that are on the top tier...
Are they playing Eldrazi?
No, we've already seen it.
Oh, okay. So we're just getting some new decks out here. During the finals, if it's not Eldrazi, we're going to get the finals match up. But otherwise, we just try and be able to show as much variety as possible. So we can find out what their records are. And we have got a swing for 4, 5 here. This is, it's going to take down one of those Soul Sisters. And that Champion of the Parish getting a single +1/+1 counter. Having 3 of these Soul Sisters means that blocking one of them is still not going to be super relevant. And Corey going down to 1, I don't think that he has options. That's really just it. Alright.
Norin's going to come back in and gain Caleb 2 more life and make that champion bigger. It's going to be really hard for Caleb not to be able to find a way to close this out, especially when his deck is built around 1/1 creatures and your opponents have 1. When all of your 1/1s are lethal, it's a pretty good spot to be.
Alright.
Norin coming back in. Time for some triggers. So, he's going to gain 2 life and put a counter on that champion, which he may miss.
Yeah, and this is, going up to 25 here, but this is pretty much... definitely, our meta is certainly interesting. This game is essentially over. With this swing, Corey only having 2 cards in hand, I think one of them is at least a land, possibly both of them. This is not going well, and we're going to be seeing Merfolk on the play next round.
It's possible Corey's just looking for more information, seeing what else. It's possible he may not have seen this deck very much. It's definitely not a popular deck, and Ajani's Pride made actually good information to know about.
Yes. Getting 2 triggers off of that almost immediately, goes up to 27 life, and if you don't know the deck well, there's always a benefit to more information. I mean, that's just the way that the game goes.
Especially if it's not a popular popular tier 1 or tier 2 or 1.5 deck. If it's something that you've never seen before and you can tell that it's someone who just picked up cards that they like or something like that, being able to know more about what their deck is about is definitely very important information when going to your sideboard. I would not have pegged Return to the Ranks being in the deck. However, after looking at it, totally makes sense, and I'm a huge fan of the card now.
Excellent. The number of triggers certainly. I'm a big fan of Merfolk. I think that post-sideboard it might improve, maybe just knowing what he's up against. And also what we saw was some pretty brutal draws there.
Yeah.
So I think he's just bringing in some more creature removal way to interact with those cards.
Yep.
Otherwise, looks like we're getting back up a little bit, so thank you to all the people who are joining us. You guys are all incredible, to all the Fortnites who have taken the time to join us. If you are brand new, be sure to hit that follow button. We do this 3 times a week, and I'm more than happy to do it. You know, this is all about... this is a product of you as much as it is me. That's the best way that I can put this. Because the interaction with this thing is something that we pride ourselves on. The reason why we have the chat on screen, we added that after a couple of them, because putting on YouTube doesn't make any sense when we're constantly talking to our viewers and interacting with them.
Yeah.
So you guys are a huge part of this, and I'm always happy to see more people joining this really amazing community that has started to form, and I can't thank all of you enough for, you know, enabling it, because I never expected this.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So, just got back from playing some Modern, ready to watch some more. Hey, we're always happy to provide it. We do have a pretty diverse Modern. We do have a lot of the Tier 1. We do have some of the Eldrazi. We're not putting them on stream if we can help it.
I think we've got 2 in a room of 25 players.
Exactly.
So there's not a bunch, but they're definitely here.
We have also got, you know, we've got Affinity, we've got Burn, we've got Jund, we've got Obzon, we've got Obzon Chord, Kiki Chord. You know, we have Infect as well. We have a lot of those Tier 1 decks out there.
We've also got a lot of Tier 2.
And a lot of Tier 2. I mean, look at Merfolk right here.
Merfolk, Norin Sisters, Prison, Fairies. I don't know
That's
if you call
dipping into Tier 3, but...
Okay.
But certainly, we do have a lot of those other fringe decks, is probably a better way. And then we've got Brews. This, to me, is the perfect Modern metagame. Just because that is what this game is about, is seeing so many different people. And I know that we can't compare to, you know, some of the large tournaments in a lot of ways, but I do really enjoy that we're able to present kind of the... I don't want to say the real side, but kind of the real side of Modern, the one that actually exists when you go out and play Modern.
Yeah.
So, I'm pretty excited. Was Krarks' Thumb on camera yet? Oh yeah, we got it up there twice. We love that deck.
Yeah.
If it's convenient, we might try and get it up again, maybe at the end of this round as we're looking, you know, when this match finishes, and if we still have time left, we try and get other matches, keep the magic going.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a fun way to say it. So, we definitely don't like to keep any of the Fortnites bored. I'm still getting used to using that, so I'm going to overuse it a little bit because I need to get in the habit. But for those of you wondering, the Fortnites is the name that I have for all of you, and sometimes for us. I'm not honestly sure if it's all-inclusive yet, or if it's just something that you guys exclusively get.
Yeah.
But it's the Fortnites with a K, like the Knights. You can see that slowly crashing. One of our mods has a sword, which I think plays into the theme nicely. So...
Yeah. I have a cane sword.
If you guys are always wondering, that is that's why I refer to you as such.
If you want to see the Krarks' Thumb deck, I highly recommend you going back after we put this up on YouTube and watching our match 1.
Yes, it was incredible. And if you want that deck list, again, follow on Twitter. I will force him to give me that deck list if I need to, and I will be putting it up on my Twitter.
Yeah.
All right. Heard that Obzon had to say day 1 at the GP. You know, I didn't see it. It was a pretty busy day for me. It was,
it's been fairly busy.
I was able to play a little bit of Modern for one of the first times in a while, because this last week was insane for me between school, work, a job interview at a different place, and then, you know, just some other things that came up. So I'm excited to catch up with a lot of the GP stuff from this weekend.
Yeah.
I feel a little bit bad that I wasn't more involved with it today.
I've mainly been only seeing it through social media and seeing the different spoilers and stuff that have been coming out, which has been pretty cool.
All right.
Lone Pox. Lone Pox did well?
Lone Pox is amazing.
Sweet. I love... Oh, Smallpox makes me smile. I love that card so much. The best part is that there's certain people, when you say Smallpox, they just cringe, because they know exactly what the card does, and they hate it.
Smallpox is so much fun. All right. So, heading into Game 2, Merfolk on the play would be pretty interesting.
It's going to be really good for Merfolk. If you can get a turn 1 Aether Vial, being able to go turn 2 Lord into after vialing in a 1-drop is pretty powerful. But it doesn't look like that's what Corey's going to do.
No, it doesn't look like it.
Instead, going up against a turn 1 Norin, which can be pretty annoying.
Yeah, and it's almost impossible to remove. That's the biggest thing. And yes, we actually did use the Star City game streams as a little bit of inspiration. All right, so And a Spreading Seas onto that. I think he actually... Does he have another land in hand? Did you see one?
Yeah, he does. Unfortunately, he also has a Genesis Chamber. Unfortunate for Caleb, or Corey, Caleb has Genesis Chamber, which is colorless. It looks like he doesn't have a land that enters the battlefield tapped, though. And so, if you don't know what Genesis Chamber does, we should probably get that up. But
yes.
Genesis Chamber mixed with Norin is pretty crazy. They synergize very well together, especially when you get any of the Soul Sisters out.
All right. So, a Genesis Chamber out. As soon as we have a chance, we'll tell you what it is. But a Silvergill Adept coming in, revealing the Curse Catcher, which is likely about to come down. And also getting a Relic of Progenitus. A little bit of an interesting choice, and I think that that's mostly because of that return to ranks. Right now, probably not too worried about it because of this Curse Catcher, which is going to take down any instant or sorcery, which that gets included in. All right. Oh, Howl MTG, thank you very much.
That means a lot.
Yeah. So, thank you. I'll definitely take that as a compliment. I'm going to be trying to get some advice from Marshall at one point since he's local.
So for those of you that don't know what he does, the reason you're seeing Caleb pick up Norin and set him down again is anytime a spell is cast or a creature attacks, Norin exiles himself and then he puts it back onto the battlefield at the end of turn. So what you're seeing Caleb do is remembering his triggers and exiling it and then bringing it back when the turn ends.
And with that Genesis Chamber out, that's going to start getting him those mirror tokens. So that's going to be pretty solid, and we do have some of those mirror tokens, so we'll have to remind them to grab those.
Yep.
If needed.
Looks like they're...
And
maybe not.
Maybe not. Oh, okay.
Oh.
My guess is that there's someone next to the table who's telling them.
Yep, probably. Most of the people in the store are pretty helpful with trying to run things out there with the stream in mind.
All right, and to the Jackal, as far as Blue Moon tonight, there might be one. There's something similar, which acts as a blue-red kind of Blood Moon, but our normal Blue Moon player of the night is actually on Esper control, so I don't think that we have any strict Blue Moon tonight, but we do have other people. All right.
The Dispel in Corey's hand is going to be almost exclusively for Return to the Ranks, and even that, I don't know if that's an instant or a sorcery, but I can't think of any. Never mind. Path and Dismember, now that I think about it, are in Norin Sisters.
Yeah, those are both very good cards that are going to be solid against this. All right. So those mirror tokens going to do a nice job of applying pressure, but Corey's going to be able to get a couple of those of his own with that Genesis Chamber, which is a pretty sweet deck. Can we see Esper? I will do my best to get Esper on there, but it depends a bit on what their record is, but I'd love to. And if nothing else, that's another deck list. I'll get it from him, put it up on my Twitter. So follow me on Twitter. You'll be seeing some sweet decks.
Wow, Caleb's hand is stacked. I want to say it's 2 bolts, 2 paths, a Surgical Extraction,
But no
and
mana.
a Genesis Chamber. He's got all the mana he needs. He only needs 2 mana.
But one of
And
them is
everything
blue.
costs- Oh, that's true. He doesn't have... Oh, yeah.
So-
One's basically colorless.
Essentially.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, only able to cast one thing per turn. Interestingly enough, going to gain 1 life off of that. Going to go up to 19, and then going to be going up to 20 after this Norin comes back in. And it's going to be getting him, actually, I think, up to... Oh, no, and that's getting removed. So, just going to be at 19, but is going to be getting another mirror token. I might actually run out of mirrors. Which I put a lot of them in there. Okay, so...
There's the Lord for Corey that he desperately needed, because without being able to give his Merfolk Island walk, there's no way he's attacking past these mirrors.
Yeah, and now he's going to have his own blockers up against these mirror. He's just using a soldier in place of the mirror. All right.
Just as a little placeholder.
Yeah, and that Relic of Agenda is going to start applying pressure so that you can't be a huge value off of Return to Ranks. So that's a swing for 5.
Yeah.
At Caleb, who's going to be going down to 14 and really just racing these life gain triggers.
Yeah.
All right.
Caleb not being able to play the Soul Sister, or any of the sisters early on, and now only having 1 white mana, means that he's only going to be able to play one of them a turn if he draws them, because it doesn't look like he has any to begin with.
Yeah, and has plenty of removal, but that Curse Catcher going to be a little bit problematic. Not too much, because, you know, it's just going to turn it. He can't cast 2 of those spells in a
Yeah.
given turn. And actually going for another Genesis Chamber. Going to be taking 2 mirror off of that. He is giving Corey a lot of these, though.
Yeah.
So this is a dangerous way to go about that.
But when he's got 2 bolts in his hands, at some point he has to just go for it because he only has to get his opponent to 6.
Mm-hmm. So, still, 2 swings out, and every time that he plays one, he's going to be getting some of these blockers to take on that huge wave of those mirror tokens.
Yeah.
Can I have Surfer Merfolk?
And you have an island.
Alright.
So Corey drew a Silver Gale. And he does have another Silver Gale to reveal.
So, it's going to be either that or one other card. Exiling that Norin, the Wary, and...
He gets 2 mirrors. Again, those are just mirrors. We're just using them as placeholders.
Alright, and a Silvergill Adept, and actually keeping back some of those creatures right now. So, swinging for another 5 without any of the lords. I think that's going to put Caleb down to 9. And with no sister at the moment, he's not going to be gaining a whole lot of life.
It's a lot of 1/1s though.
Yeah, and I think he is. I think they need to update that die. Can you just poke your head out and ask him to do a life total update?
Can you guys update your life totals?
Alright.
Update life totals. Is that correct?
Good job, Troy.
And now they are catching up with that.
Just like that. Fixing problems.
Alright, so Caleb down to 9. He is dead to Corey's next turn. So Corey needs to survive, which is why I think he kept back those 2 lords. But that bolt, going for the Curse Catcher seems wrong. You really want to be going for that Master. And a Dispel taking it down wouldn't have mattered anyway, but I would have been... I mean, it seems like you would definitely go for the Master of the...
I think it was
Trainer.
trying to get the Curse Catcher off the table so we could cast Wear and Tear to take out the Spreading Seas.
But the only problem is that he still doesn't have any mana.
Yeah.
So he may not realize that he's dead on the backswing. Because with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... actually, technically, Master of Wave says other Merfolk, so I think he can only deal 8. So, never mind. This might actually be a kill in the backswing unless he gets another Lord out, which, again, very possible, especially with this Silvergill Adept. So if he doesn't have one now, there's a chance he could draw into it. And he's revealing a Marrow Regery, and I think he's got a land in hand. And that is going to be enough. So.
Looks like Caleb's just picking up his cards. I think. Oh no, he was tossing Corey more tokens.
Yep.
Regery definitely closing out the game though.
Yeah, but again, Caleb may not realize it at the moment. So, let's watch this go down. That's going to be a kill as long as Corey puts it in pre-combat. Please don't do this to me. Okay.
Oh man. We've already had 1 Miss Lethal.
So,
I don't want it to happen again.
Exactly.
Caleb realizing it, picking up the cards. There we go.
And Corey taking a game 2 win against this card. Marrow Regery, I will say that I love the name, unless the first time that I had to start spelling it to do the card searching was awful. So, I'll be honest, I don't even know really like the definition of Regery, if that is a word. I haven't taken the time to look it up. If you guys happen to know, let me know.
Yep.
But as we are waiting, hello to anybody who's just joining. My name is TJ.
My name is Logan.
And we are from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. We do 5 rounds of this every Saturday, as well as on Wednesdays we do 4 to 5 rounds of Modern. And if you are a fan of Legacy, join us on Fridays at 7:30.
Yep.
These are all Pacific Standard Times, and that schedule is right below us. It's always a fantastic time, and if you are new, I do hope that you're hitting that follow button and going to keep on joining us, because it has just been absolutely incredible. I think that we've seen a decent amount of new people, and I'm going to ask again because I saw some of them. If this is your first or second time ever seeing this stream, let me know in the chat, because it's really cool, and I can at least try to thank you guys by name while they're sideboarding. So it would be very cool for me to be able to interact with a lot of you. Let's see here.
Ogborg. I agree. He would have been able to pay for the extra mana from the... blanking on the name of the card, but the Merfolk that counters instance of sorceries unless they pay 1. He could have paid for the extra mana. However, I don't think it would have mattered in the end because Corey just had it dispel.
To Legend and I Am Very Good, welcome both of you for returning. It's really cool to see you guys coming back as well. You know, sometimes new people come, and if they don't rejoin, then that was the only time. So it's really cool to see you guys rejoining us for a second time. That means that maybe we're doing something right. to also to the Paladin, and oh man, a bunch of other people. Oh my goodness, sorry. Black Iron Barkus, that completely counts. But to any other people who are joining us, yeah, it is fantastic to have you all, and I'm very excited.
Yeah.
So
Slowly Crashing pointing out that Rijiri basically means ruler of the sea.
oh, now that is so cool.
That is cool, which makes sense because Rijiri does just end the game.
Yeah.
Or at least it feels like it.
All right. But to Legend of Darkness, we stream 3 times a week. Wednesdays at 7, Fridays at 7:30, and Saturdays at 6. Modern, Legacy, and Modern, respectively.
Yep.
Hope to see you there. And also, as we're getting ready for Game 2, March 26th, 3 weeks from today, it's going to be a Grand Prix trial.
Yeah.
That's going to be 4 to 5 rounds plus a top 8, which means that on that day you should join us starting at noon as opposed to 6, the normal time. I'm going to be in this booth with Slowly Crashing, one of our mods. It's going to be an amazing time. I hope to see you all there. As for the previous game, he did have a Wear in hand. A little bit of an odd choice. Maybe didn't realize that he was dead to the board. Caleb's still very much getting used to this Mantis deck. So I'm a little bit curious as to why he didn't do that as well.
I think in his mind he was trying to clear the way, getting rid of the Merfolk, the taxman whose name I still can't remember.
Yeah.
Trying to get rid of that before casting Wear and Tear. I don't think he entirely realized that he was dead on board, or maybe he saw that his opponent was only 1 damage off and just tried to play the odds of, well, maybe my opponent won't draw a Lord and I'll be able to have my 1 extra turn. And so then I can tear this and then have that 1 extra mana to bolt another thing and be able to block. If he had been successful, if Corey hadn't drawn one of the many, many Lords in his deck, it could have paid off. However, Corey just had a Dispel, so it ended up being the point was pretty moot.
Yes, and the other point to that is he may have gotten those Converted Mana Costs mixed up. If he's still very much new to this deck. 2 Polaroid Pop, how many hours do we usually run? Usually 4 to 5 rounds on all of them, so it's about 4 to 5, sometimes 5.5 hours of me constantly talking with a co-host.
Yep.
And yes, we do put them online. They are archived on Twitch and as well as our YouTube channel, which I will link in the chat right now. So, definitely you can find us the previous matches, and usually these run about 4.5 to 5 hours with us also talking for maybe half an hour at the end as well, just with the audience answering any questions that you guys may have and doing all kinds of stuff.
Yep.
Okay. What? Ooh, in Thailand. That is super cool. Tucker Colin, thanks for joining from Thailand. That is very, very cool.
Yeah. So here we got Caleb on the play. It looks like he's mulliganing again. I don't know if that's to 6 or to 5. Either way, mulligans are not good when you're up against Merfolk. When you need your mana base to be there for you, Merfolk has a way of just casting Spread and Seas and making all your dreams go away.
Yeah, and both of those are very much critical mass decks in a lot of ways. Only because... Ooh, little thing in the corner with our names. Yeah, we can totally do that. Alright. Let's talk to that. I will do that in the meantime. Let's see what I can do. But I will add that. I'll figure it out. I'll talk to David. We will add that so that next time that we stream, we can have that up and running.
What about the thing we have him right here?
That just wouldn't do a whole lot of effort. Like, it would be misrepresenting, I think.
Okay.
So that's certainly... I don't know. It's going to be odd. Yeah. But that's certainly a great idea. As for Kobe the Cheese, if you want to get a list to me, either on Twitter, or you can send it to me on Reddit if you're on there as well, or there is a function called Whisper, but I may not be able to see it since this is the store computer and I'm not always on it. So Twitter being the best way to get me that list, and I can see what I can do. Modern, definitely my preferred format over Legacy.
Yep.
So I can only help out so much. All
Here we see
right.
Caleb keeping what looks like a 6, scrying to the bottom. He does get to be on the play, so he does get to make the first move.
Yeah, and actually, so we are going to see a Battlefield Forge into a Soul Warden, so going down to 19, but that life loss is not going to be super prohibitive yet. And Corey going with a Mutavault into an Aether Vial. Okay.
Shocking in, and then shocking in a Thalia. Okay. Thought it would be helpful against a spell, but ultimately not that great against Merfolk, who just wants to be casting more Lords.
Yeah, Thalia is a very interesting card, and actually he's not... gained, so took 2, and then for the Sacred Foundry, and then gained 1 life, but not very good against Merfolk. It's a little bit of an interesting choice to see that coming in. I think that still plays into the idea of still being very new to this deck. Another Aether Vial for Corey.
Corey is
After
at 19.
oh, thank you. Missed that one. And we have got another Souls at 10, so a lot of life gain triggers now up and running.
Oh my god.
Into yet another one, gaining 2 life, going up to 20. That is pretty cool. Could you open that up and ask him to keep him on in the center of the playmat, though?
Can you keep the dice in the center of the playmat? Just so we can see them all the way. Thank you.
Yeah, so 2 Aether Vials for Merfolk, so this is going to be pretty solid.
21.
Always looking to improve.
All right. Right? Well, you know, we're having fun with it.
Yeah.
So, Corey taking a pretty decent swing there with that Thalia, putting a little bit of pressure, putting him down to 16, but that Thalia is still a little bit interesting.
Now this is a turn where Corey can get really explosive with a Merfolk Rejury and then a 2-drop and then a 1-drop, making it to where he can put down a lot of pressure really quickly. And then Merfolk Rejury making it to where on his following turn, any Merfolk he casts can trigger the Rejury to either tap or untap any permanent. Tapping down blockers, untapping Aether Vials, untapping your Mutavault is another really good one. If you get the Merfolk that bounces a tapped creature, it triggers in such a way to where you can tap their creature and then bounce it. So Rejury proving that it is indeed the Lord of the Sea.
Yes, it is indeed. That's such a cool thing that's what it means. So, I like it a lot. Now it just comes down to, does he have that Curse Catcher and the Lord in hand? Because if so, that is incredible. And we are getting activation for 2, so there's a Master of the Pearl Trident, already 1. That means that this Mara Rejury is going to block Thalia like a champion. Though, using the Master of Waves, probably just valuing that one higher so that if something does happen, at least he gets to keep that creature.
Yeah.
So, Master of the Pearl Trident, currently a 3/3, and that is going to end revealing a return to ranks, unfortunately, but going for a Path to Exile. If he has the Curse Catcher, this is the time to use it. Though you may want to ask, isn't that Vial tapped?
Second vial's tapped. Second vial is tapped.
Alright.
Vial on 2 is tapped.
Alright.
Here we go.
So that path was incredible.
I think he should have pathed the Rejury, because doesn't Thalia have First Strike? Because if he pathed the Rejury, it turns the Lord into a 2/2, because it no longer gets the buff from the Rejury. And then Thalia being able to take out the other Lord. I feel like being able to kill more creatures on Corey's side of the field, even if Thalia doesn't have First Strike, being able to kill more creatures on Corey's side is more valuable than the tax, especially when Corey has 4 lands and 2 Aether Vials. So it may not have been the right target, however, it's still pretty good.
Yeah, I have to agree that that would have been a really solid one to go for. So still has the Mutavault, which is a 3/3 as it currently sits here. The only problem is, you know, I guess the one out is that maybe going for that one, that's the one that gives them the Island block.
Yeah.
But
That's true.
you know, going for a Master of Waves here, not going to get as many counters as you would probably like.
Only getting 2.
Yeah.
One cool interaction is that the Mutavault is also an elemental, so the Master of Waves also buffs that.
Yes.
Cool.
So that's actually up to a 3/3 on the current board state. Because it's a 2 to start. I'm sorry. Yes.
Mutavault's
And
pretty good.
That's a lot of creatures entering. Caleb up to 27. So, I mean, Corey's got his work cut out for him. Luckily, it's got 2 power for every 1 life gained, and going up to 32 now. So,
Jeez.
Corey, I mean, if he's going to win this, he does have the tools, but he really needs to get some kind of pressure outside of just preventative life on the board. Taking that, going down to 26. He did pay 4, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. To my knowledge, actually, how did he activate the Mutavault then?
I think he's got a land.
I think that there's a land.
Oh no, Rejury. Rejury untaps a land. You cast
Rejury,
first.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah. Here we go. So Corey drawing a Lord, which he can bring in with Aether Vial at instant speed, so he gets to pretend that he didn't draw anything, and then has some sort of little bit of a surprise factor. However, Caleb's just playing another sister, so actually playing a creature on Corey's side gives Caleb 4 life.
Yeah, and that's just one of the more absurd things. Now, the fact is that both of these being 4/4s, it means that if Caleb wants to block, he is at least losing 3 creatures.
Yeah.
Which is incredible with these swings. So, possibly going to try and take down this Rejury, which is up to a 3/3. And here is another Lord, which is going to beat that Thalia. I mean, it's going to beat up Thalia.
Yeah.
That's it. So,
Mutavault's
Thalia
a
going to die.
5/5.
Mutavault hitting for 5. So Caleb, who is at 29, going to be at 29. Come on, going to be going down to 24. I mean, this kind of life gain is absurd.
Yeah. But Corey's got the tools to beat it.
He does have the tools, and then Spellskite not going to do a whole lot. Again, an unusual choice.
Yeah.
The biggest thing that it's going to do is that it can redirect these Rejury tap targets, but I don't think that that's particularly useful, all things considered, because he's going to pay 2 life to do that.
Caleb may not even notice that Spellskite can redirect the tap target, so that's not a very usual interaction that you see.
Yeah, so he has to have it in this deck for a reason, but possibly just overly playing around the Dismember that he saw in Game 1.
Yeah.
Or I guess Game 2 actually is when he saw it. But a little bit of a surprising thing, and I think, again, just one thing to note is that Caleb is still learning this deck, and so this could be a result of some of those things, trying out a lot of things.
Yeah. If Caleb draws a Norin, if he can rip Norin and then Genesis Chamber start, that'll be a lot of life gain every turn. And I think that's his best out at the moment.
All right.
I could see Return to the Ranks, or not Return to the Ranks. Return to the Ranks?
So we have got a huge swing. We have got 2 Lords pumping everything. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. This is a swing for 23. It's still not enough to get the kill. And this is before we start to see any kind of things happen in response. So we could see Caleb blocking, but I believe this is a, man.
Oh, he's got another Rejury.
And finally another Rejury. That is going to make it enough to be, actually, because he's going to gain, if he remembers his trigger, he is going to gain 4 life here.
Yeah.
I'm expecting him to.
But it's bringing 4 more power to the table as well.
It's bringing 6 more table. 6 more
Well, because
power.
it doesn't
Oh, no,
buff the
not the
elementals.
elementals. So it is 4 more power. And I think, unfortunately, not gaining his life there. He might be missing these Aether Vial ones.
Yeah.
So, oh, you were correct. Sorry. I missed that. My count was off. That's my bad. I'm sorry, everybody. I got all hyped. I'm sorry. But I think he might be missing some of those life gain triggers.
Yeah.
And we are going to have to tell him that the Aether Vial ones... Oh, possibly... Okay, so I think he's catching that now.
He does get it. Okay.
So, gaining that, going up to 13, getting caught up on that trigger. So, up to 13, Corey with an insane board state against Caleb, who at this point just unable to actually get an engine, has all the enablers, has all of these Soul Sisters that are gaining him tons of life, but no way to abuse it.
Yeah.
And that's the big problem, is, you know, he doesn't have the Ajani's Pridemate, he doesn't have the Norin, the Genesis Chamber, the, you know, the, I'm Champion of the
Ranger of
Parish,
Eos.
Ranger of Eos, which would be able to enable a lot of that. You know, not hitting any of those is meaning that he is really trapped right now, and with that return to ranks only being able to hit, you know, a Thalia, maybe a 1-drop going for, I think, so...
Yeah, just Thalia.
Let's see here.
Yeah,
So-
it is a good beginner's deck. It does teach you how to do a lot of things. It's also handy for teaching some pretty basic synergy. Well, I guess not basic synergies, but some pretty good synergies that may not entirely be apparent.
It's definitely, I wouldn't say that it's easy for new players. I like it if they are willing to take on that challenge, because that is a lot of triggers. And it's really fun, and it challenges them, and it makes sure that all of their games go long and they always feel like they have game, even if the game is just taking a while because of all those triggers. They always feel like they got to play Magic.
Yeah.
And that's a really good point for new players. So here's a massive swing. Caleb gaining some life going up to 17, but I'm not sure if he has enough to survive this time.
Yeah, I don't think so. I didn't see what Corey drew.
After this-
but either way, Mutavault is a 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 6/6. There's a Vapor Snag to get rid of either Thalia or Spellskite. Either way, it's removing a blocker and dealing a damage. So
That is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. That is 27 damage being swung in.
Oh my god. And even after those blocks, we're going to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think that that's still a total of 12 damage. He might be going down to 4, which is incredible that he's still alive. Who takes this much damage as still in the game? I'm going to have to go back through this later and just count how much damage was dealt over the course of this game. Because, but Caleb pretty much has now lost his opportunity.
Pretty much, yeah.
The fact that, only 2 of those sisters left, had to basically trade almost his entire, not even trade, had to, throw away his entire board just to survive. Going up to 6 with yet another soul sister, that is not going to do it. So, that is going to speak the end of this incredible Game 3, and that means, for all of you just joining, we have still got Round 5.
Yeah.
Which means that we're going to keep on going and keep on having fun, and we're going to get to introduce ourselves to you guys some more. So, I'm excited. Stick around. It is always fun interacting with you guys.
One cool thing that I saw someone say it, but I didn't see it. There it is right now. Snow-covered islands are being used by Corey.
It is pretty... It's lovely.
I don't think it's an actual strategy. I don't think there's any actual strategy to it, but it's definitely pretty cool.
Yeah. And I think just showing those blocks, but I don't think that he actually has any way to survive this.
Yeah.
Being at 6, no creatures coming in, this is a...
Oh, 4 blocks. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It was only 8 damage.
Interesting. So after gaining some life, may actually be down to 1.
Oh, he fetched away.
Okay.
He found lethal. Don't worry, Caleb found lethal.
All right. So we will see you guys back in the booth. See you in just a moment.
Yep.
Hello, and thank you for joining. My name is TJ.
I'm Logan.
And we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. One of our more fun streams today. I think that we've really been improving our product over time. Thank you for joining me, for being my guest host for the evening. You've certainly been a blast. You seem to be picking it up pretty well, so thank you. To everybody in the chat, feel free to tell Logan how great he's doing. You guys have been an absolutely incredible chat. For those of you brand new, thank you for joining. If you do have any questions, comments, or feedback, all 3 of those very important. Let's play a game of 6 questions while doing that. But
I enjoy this game.
Right? 6 questions, always fun. Or 6 words. Sorry. Let's play a game of 6 words. If you guys do have any questions for us, toss them in. Boom. Some sweet feedback. Where are we? We are in Snohomish, Washington. It is currently about 9:30 where we are. We are in the Pacific Northwest of the United States of America. The cool thing about this is, I'm not sure if I've told you, we have people watching from all over the world.
Yeah.
And that continues to boggle my mind. And not in the 1/1 hexproof way, in the way that just, it is the coolest thing, and continues to blow me away with how much this has become from where it started. Looks like a bit of the conversation being what between I and Temple. Personally, and someone asking right now, 6 words, what should they ban in Modern? I think it's like Pod. So, I guess, what's your quick one? Come on, you gotta be faster.
Temple doesn't hurt as many. Oh dang.
Dex.
Yeah.
The big thing, just to clarify a bit, until people are gonna ask some other things, is Eye of Ugin and Eldrazi Temple both do a lot of things. Eldrazi's Temple still allows them to do the turn 2 Thought-Knot Seer, but I'm a little bit less concerned about that if it's only a 4 of in their deck. Eye of Ugin enables some of their more busted draws, and it also enables both Tron and Eldrazi to do something similar to Pod, which is that at a certain point of the game, you know exactly what is going to happen. And that is just what's going to happen. It's going to be exactly the same as when Pod happened. It's going to be exactly the same as when... what do we got? Nothing going on at the moment? Okay. So, it's just reminiscent of that, and I think that you could probably hit either of them, but honestly, Tron might be able to use that nerf. It gives control an option. It means that they can play to the late game and not lose to Tron, no matter. It's a one of in the Tron deck. They can replace it with that. Oh, I always forget the name. Sanctum of Ugin?
Yeah.
Sanctum of Ugin, possibly a decent replacement. Tron will survive if I gets hit. It's a one-off. So,
I have a 6-word question.
Alright, what is your 6-word question for the chat?
What's your best, or I guess, what's your worst beat?
What is your worst beat in 6 words?
Yeah.
Had 2 moons, lost to Colonnade. Oh, man. So, that is,
That's a sweet one.
yeah. Basically, I lost to a deck. This was early on in my Magic career, and I had 2 Blood Moons in hand that I didn't play because they were pointless, and I wanted to feign having relevant cards. And so I was losing to a Celestial Colonnade as it was happening. I was like, I really need an answer to this. I hope I draw one. And it remains my worst loss to date. What do you got?
I don't even know what my worst beat is. Oh, yes I do. Played 8 rack. Lost to Lily.
Oh,
That's of the Dark Realms. The format one.
Yes!
He was just he would tutor a swamp every turn and then hold it.
That's brilliant. Question: competitive fairies. What does it require?
Bitter
Honestly,
Blossom.
here's the real thing. Competitive fairies can be done, but you are better off not doing competitive fairies and just running fairies. That is, like, you can run fairies in your deck, but when you are trying to go for that tribal synergy, you become a significantly worse other tribal deck.
Yeah.
And so you really want to, I don't know. Personally, I think that competitive fairies has a lot of options. Snapcaster is a really big piece of that. Possibly starting to utilize some of those delve threats as another one. But the deck can operate in some really cool ways.
Yeah.
A lot of practice, because the deck is going to be difficult to pilot.
It's really hard.
And not getting too hung up on being only fairies. You can do a whole lot of things with a black-blue temple and running some very powerful fairies.
Yeah.
But if you start neglecting other powerful cards in order to just, play into more fairies, then it becomes a dangerous situation, which you're running bad cards to enable already good cards to be better cards.
Yeah.
What else have we got?
My favorite on here, the 6-word question, lost to Tybalt Ultimate and Standard. That's beautiful.
You know what, Slay Crushing? We all know that your worst loss is to a Psionic Blast. Don't you lie to me. Blasts of all kind. Don't worry, don't go away to anybody who is just joining. We've got round 5 coming up.
Yep.
So it's going to be Blast. Also, any other 6-word questions from you guys, feel free to toss them in there. Just put at Geek Fortress, 6 words, and then your question. We'll answer it, we'll throw it down, and definitely we will give it almost no thought whatsoever. Favorite Magic memory. I'm not sure if I can do this in 6 words. Oh. Dang it. T-Winger is brutal. So, favorite Magic memory, this stream, or first Modern win. You?
Oh my gosh. Okay, mine was at the
6
gate
words?
crash. Progenitor, Mimic, copied Voice of Resurgence.
Ooh, that's pretty cool. So explain Haunt. When it
Your
enters.
deck is on turns.
Of course it is.
Anyways, this show almost done. I think David's almost done.
Okay. Explain Haunt in 6 words. Ability when enters and.
When dies.
No, because it's. Okay. Ability
No.
enters and when Haunt dies. Nailed it.
That's pretty good.
Okay, what else have we got? 6 words. Most OP card banned in any format. Most OP card banned in any format. I mean, you.
Jace the Mind Sculptor had pets.
What?
All the hawks.
Oh. I don't. What?
Jace the Mind Sculptor. Jace the Mind Sculptor.
So you just think that Jace is the most OP card that
Well,
got banned?
no, but
I'm a little bit thrown off by that question. Legend of Darkness, clarify your question.
I think I interpreted it as something that was the most OP in its format.
Alright.
I guess, actually, Treasure Cruise in Modern was pretty good.
Most OP card not banned in any format.
Oh.
That's significant. In any format, it has to be in
Counterbalance?
literally every format or any format. Probably the most OP card that isn't banned in any format is Arcbound Ravager.
What's the card that lets you play multiple lands a single turn, but you lose a life every time you play a land?
Oh, I don't know, but that one's crazy.
That one's good.
Yeah.
Skull Clan.
Memory Jar is a really good one. Skull Clamp is banned in Legacy, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So a quick note to Million Little, thank you for joining. I'm not sure if I've seen you in our chat before. It's great to have you. I hope you stick around and have some fun. Mike Raj, in BFZ, what should Shadows of Innistrad avoid? I honestly don't know what that question means. I guess I'm still not entirely sure.
I hear someone yelling my name.
Other than that, what else have we got? Bolt? Of course it's Bolt. What am I thinking? Or Tybalt. Of course Tybalt. Okay, Arcbound Ravager is not banned in Pauper. It's just not Pauper legal, and that's why I didn't call Cranial Plating there. Actually, Mox Opal.
Fast Bond.
Mox Opal is a really good one as well.
It's not banned in Vintage.
No, but they said in any format.
Vintage is a format.
To Million Little, while we're waiting for round 5, what we're doing is a game called 6 Words, in which you ask a question, and we answer it in only 6 words. We kind of broke that rule a little bit on the last one, but otherwise, we're watching some Modern, we're doing 5 rounds of it, and we have got 1 deck just finishing up, and we're going to be heading into round 5 pretty shortly. I'm pretty excited, and after that, if you guys have questions, have comments, have feedback, all kinds of stuff, if you won't be hanging out for a little bit afterwards, we like doing it. We pride ourselves on being probably the most interactive chat, at least that does commentary as well. So maybe not, but that's something that we like to take, so we like interacting with you guys, and we hope to continue doing it. What's our favorite low-tier deck need? What does your favorite low-tier deck need to be busted? Tybalt not to be bad? That's probably it. Tybalt not to be bad.
Okay.
Yeah. Alright. Let's see here. I'm going to try and get Esper Control.
I can go out and set it up.
If you would like to, yes. And if you can give me a generic brand beverage, of course.
Yes, generic brand beverage.
Alright. So we're going to try and get that control deck. Also, to freaking nobody, we do try and keep it family friendly. I'm always happy to answer that question some other time, but I'm going to try and avoid too many things as far as drinking goes. Trying to keep this stream family friendly, all things considered. As much as, that question might have a fun answer, but maybe not for this stream. Ask me on Twitter sometimes or something like that. What do I play that I need Tybalt? I've always got a bunch of fun ideas, but the main deck is basically a Mardu deck with Tybalt and Liliana of the Veil. Operates on using a lot of Flashback, Retrace, and Madness cards. Alright. So, nonetheless, Tybalt, yeah, it's mostly that. But my main deck in Modern is probably, I really enjoy Affinity and Burn. Burn is my favorite deck in every format. And to answer to Hal right there, don't worry about it too much. The profanity in the chat gets eliminated and it just puts stars in its place. So that it's more just some of the questions I'd rather avoid just because they aren't super family friendly. But for the GPT, it'd definitely be great if you could track records and deck types since you will have deck lists. Peter, you are absolutely correct, and we will be doing that. We are still working on trying to add a one of those things to show the top 8 progression. So we're going to try and have that ready to go by next 3 weeks from now. See you soon. So we're going to try and have that 3 weeks from now, and I'm hoping that it's really cool. But otherwise, yeah, we're going to have deck lists at that GPT that's going to allow a lot of different things. So I'm pretty excited about that. Tucker Colon asking my worst MTG experience. Million, you're revealing yourself as possibly from from Europe, and if so, super cool. I like Burn. Certainly I play Affinity. I'm an aggro player at heart. I appreciate all strategies. There's none that I don't like, however. Worst MTG experience. Probably people taking advantage of newer. I meant newer players, but
yeah.
That's the worst experience for me, is seeing those people that take advantage of that. So, do we have a match?
Yes, we have Hannah Corporu playing Merfolk.
Which side?
She's on the wall.
Okay.
Against Logan, whose last name escapes me.
Rifle?
Yes.
Okay.
Who's playing Green Red Tron.
Merfolk versus Green-Red Tron. Excellent. And then do you think we can try and get Esper control after that?
There actually is no Esper control in the room. There's Jeskai control being played by Michael.
Eric Donaldson's on Esper control.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, well, he didn't tell me he was.
Oh, well,
I asked.
anyway, let's go ahead. We're going to see game 1 of round 5 of 5 here. It is going to be an absolute blast. In the meantime, let's watch some Tron versus Merfolk. And if you guys have some more questions, hold on to them. Captain, I'm sorry I didn't get to yours. If you guys want to re-ask at the end of the round, we'll be sticking around. So, let's head on down, watch some magic. See you guys there. Alright, so both players preparing. Hannah on Merfolk against Tron. I think that Merfolk has the advantage in this particular case. Pyroclasm, not incredible unless he lands it very, very early. But yeah, we do have 2 Merfolk. So I think that Green-Red Tron probably at a disadvantage at the current moment.
It definitely does, I think, main board. It depends on whether he plays Kozilek's Return in his main. The second part of Kozilek's Return is really good against Merfolk. And then the first part, if you can sneak it in to kill 2/2s before there's enough lords, can be really handy. However, Merfolk having Spreading Seas means it has very efficient ways to attack Tron's lands, and Hannah scrying one to the top means she's going to be able to get it pretty easily.
Now, do you know what the finals are? So, a Spellskite from Logan, turn 2 after playing 2 of the various Tron lands. Trying to find out. Still trying to get interesting decks. We're going to try and get the 4 O's possibly for like a game 2 or something like that. But I think they're decks that we've already seen.
Yeah.
We're going to try and move them over when we can to catch the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, Hannah dropping down an Aether Vial with that island. Interesting that she didn't. I would prefer if she had used the Mutavault for that. And just even feigning something with that island.
I think she should have cast a Spreading Seas.
Did she have Spreading Seas?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so she has that. That definitely would have been good. Logan, fortunately, and I think he's actually on Green-White Tron. Now that I think about it, he's been running Green-White Tron recently, which gives him path over Pyroclasm.
Okay.
In a lot of ways. So that's the biggest difference.
Okay.
So we might actually see that.
That'd be cool.
We are going to try and find out what those 4 O's are at the moment.
I can go find out.
Okay, thank you. So we see Logan, 3 cards in hand, probably has a Wormcoil Engine. And Hannah playing down a Master of the Pearl Trident. Again, you know, using that double blue, still has a Mutavault up, that Aether Vial on 1, maybe a Curse Catcher or a Cozy's Trickster in hand. And Logan dropping down another Urza's Mine. So 2 Urza's Mine, a single Urza's Power Plant, but no tower yet. So Logan's still working on fairly limited mana, and just a pass back for now. Hannah now does have a second Mutavault, able to swing in for 3 with that one. Still has 2 islands. And now with that Aether Vial up to 2, could possibly play 2 Lords and still swing in with possibly 5 with that Mutavault as, I think, the maximum.
Okay, so, relevant to us, Hannah's in 4th and Logan is in 3rd.
Okay.
So it's not like we're middle of the line or whatever.
So they are both 3-1?
Yes. Corey is in 1st, Martin is in 2nd, which we've seen both of them play, which is why...
And it's
we're watching
Merfolk
them.
versus Affinity, so Affinity is going to win. Heads up. Affinity isn't... That is Merfolk's literal worst matchup.
Yeah, but it doesn't auto-lose.
It's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad.
So, a Spreading Seas, I would like to see this power plant get taken down, because the 2 mines means that even if he ends up playing a tower, it's still going to work.
Yep.
And I like her going for that now. So, no Tron up yet, and still 2 pieces away. Okay. So...
It looks like she's just going to come in for 4.
Uh,
or 5, sorry.
for 5.
Oh, never mind. Spell's
Yeah, that's just 3. So...
No,
it's-
Hannah pointing out that Logan has an island, therefore he cannot block the
So
Slivers.
just a swing for 3 with only a single Merfolk Lord out.
It was 5.
Okay. And Peter, absolutely correct. Seeing that Spreading Seas a little bit sooner might have been the ideal play over playing that Aether Vial. Even if that is a good draw, I think I'd rather disable Tron's mana base than get that out. Especially without, you know, she hasn't even been using it. So clearly she could have, you know, maybe taken that extra turn.
Did she not use it for the Aether Vial? I missed a little bit.
She has not used the Aether Vial
Or
yet.
for the Lord?
Nope. That came out when she had 3 lands out and the Vial was on 1.
Okay.
So, has a Cavern of Souls, has, I believe, a Master of Waves, and I can't quite tell what that 3rd card is, if you were able to tell.
I can't tell.
Yeah. So,
In a sec.
and gets a Silver Gale Adept as well, so going to be able to draw a card in addition, but a little bit limited on those blue sources. Hannah going up to 3 with this Aether Vial is a little bit surprising.
She probably wants to get it up to 4 so she can Violin Master of Waves and just keep beating with these new defaults.
So,
Oh, that is a Wake Thrasher.
a Wake Thrasher. That is interesting, and not particularly common, I believe.
No, Hannah has a few cards in her deck that she knows are not exactly optimal. Excuse me. However, they are pet cards, which Wake Thrasher being one that, if it's not dealt with, can definitely end a game on its own. It can get very big very fast, especially with these elemental tokens that are becoming in.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting choice. I'm really surprised to see her playing out so heavily against Logan right now. You know, he's close to summon Tron, but he's at 5 mana right now.
Yeah.
He is going to be blowing up this Oblivion Stone.
Yeah.
And she just played out... So I think that she may not realize that Oblivion Stone is about to go off, because she is pretty directly playing into it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a very unfortunate realization for Hannah, who I think she has maybe 1 card in hand, possibly 2. And I think she has 1 card left in hand. So this is going to be a pretty unfortunate occurrence for Hannah.
Yep.
Otherwise, Logan close to assembling Tron after blowing this up, and even if he plays a single land here, and this is the green-white, that's a brush land.
That's
so
cool.
keeping this up, we need more Mana Clash. Oh, we'll see what we can do. So Hannah with pretty limited hand, and you know I would hate to see her play another creature pre-combat.
Yeah.
That Spellskite out. Definitely a little bit surprised to see a Fate counter not on that Spellskite yet. But the biggest thing is that Tron is going to be absurd once this, because that Spreading Seas is also going to go away.
Yeah.
Aether Vial is going to go away. You know, the big thing is he's going to have a massive amount of mana. So having 2 of each Tron land except Tower, plus a white land, or green-white land, plus a green mana, this is going to be extremely good.
I'd be very surprised if there was anything in his deck that he couldn't cast after blowing up Stone.
There
Maybe
is
an
nothing.
Emrakul?
I don't believe he is running Emrakul. That hasn't been running a lot of Tron lists for some time.
Yeah.
Gonna crack that. Still gonna take 4 off of the Mutavault, so a little bit of damage getting in, but still an unfortunate circumstance for Hannah.
Yep.
And actually, for some reason, that Merfolk's still on the battlefield, even though that's probably going to be going away. Oh, okay. And
There we
shown
go.
that. So, takes 4. Logan down to 13. Hannah's still at 20. We know that Logan has a Wormcoil Engine in hand, which is going to start being very effective.
Yeah.
And anything else that he's got in hand, I mean, an Ugin, incredible. A Karn, now very good. Can just start taking down those Mutavaults.
Yep.
So, we see... Squelch would be amazing out of a Merfolk deck. Alright. 2 million little, they do not. Actually, Spreading Seas turns it into just an island, taking away all other traits. So some turn it into an island in addition, but Spreading Seas actually just disables everything about it, so he needed to assemble them.
Yep.
But he did have Tron assembled because of that Sylvan Scrying. He was able to go and get part of it. Or actually, I think that might be his only piece right now. So never mind, that did perfectly give him Tron.
Yep.
And going to go for a Chromatic Sphere. Going for a single mana. I'm going to assume green so that he can do an Ancient Strings.
Yeah. I'd be surprised if he didn't.
Yeah.
It keeps the name, yes. However, it is just... Actually, that's it. Excuse me. Does it? I don't know if it does.
Alright.
Because I know if you put it on a legendary land, it's no longer legendary.
Alright. Oh man, we're gonna just double check that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that it checks. It's a really weird ruling that has gotten actually wrong at several large events by like level 1 judges. It's super obscure. But they each they have the subtype Urza's Mine, Urza's Power Plant, and Urza's Tower. And it checks the subtypes, not the name.
Wow.
It is particularly odd. And none of them are legendary. Okay, so it would still be legendary.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure. Are you talking about Ivugan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, just legendary lands in general.
Yeah, because it keeps the artifact land still an artifact.
Now, this Wormcoil Engine is going to be really good at stopping any offense that Hannah could mount post O-Stone.
Yep. Has a Silvergill Adept in hand, reveals a Merfolk of the Pearl Trident, and I think she actually got an island off of that. Okay,
It's
so
actually not in a bad spot. If she can draw a Spreading Seas next turn, it's going to be a lot more damage. Sure, she's going to have to start fighting through this Wormcoil, but it puts Logan in the point where blocking is definitely better for him. However, if Hannah just draws a Spreading Seas and he did leave Wormcoil on defense, it's possible he may just die.
I disagree that keeping it as a blocker right now is the better option, though. Because right now he can deal 6 each turn. That is, functionally, if he plays nothing else a 4-turn clock with the card in hand, that means that this is more likely, if he plays anything else, maybe a 3-turn clock, functionally a 3-turn clock to lock out the game. And, with him gaining 6 each turn, that leaves Hannah dealing 2 each turn as the board state sits.
Okay.
With a swing for 8 in response, or actually a little bit more, I'm sorry. Leaves her with dealing 5 each turn, which just isn't really enough to get that full. I think that Logan wins this race, especially with a Karn coming down, which is likely going to be taking down that Master of the Pearl Trident. Okay. Let's see. And Captain, it is good to see you. I know this isn't Legacy, which is probably unfortunate for you, but I hope to see you next Friday, and thanks for stopping by. We're still good.
Yeah.
So, a swing with this Wormcoil engine. He's going to be going up to 19 and Hannah down to 4. And actually, she's going for the block.
Yeah.
And with this Karn, afterwards, her entire board state is going to be in a pretty painful position. I think that this game 1 is now in the favor of Green-White Tron.
I agree.
And this is actually a pretty interesting place, and one of the situations in which I prefer Green-White Tron to the Green-Red, because Pyroclasm, decent now, but previously wasn't in a very good spot with how large everything was. But that Path to Exile, able to just spot remove.
Yeah.
And when you have a format where so many 5 toughness creatures, can have a lot of value. Okay.
Thank you, Captain Q.
Yeah, Captain, you are a champ.
Yep. Logan playing Karn and a second Wormcoil. That's almost guaranteed to just lock out the game completely.
Yep, and that Karn taking down one of the Mutavaults, because that is a resilient one that he cannot kill conventionally with a lot of his removal. So just using that one, Hannah can't attack right now unless she had a Spreading Seas, and at that point, unfortunately, that is not the choice. All right. We will tell him. Actually, we will tell him that you like his forest.
Yeah.
It's really cool that you were from Quebec. Crunchitize me, Captain. Oh, man. Stranger Ranger, that's funny. So, 2 Wormcoil engines, this game 1. Very locked in for Logan. The outs that Hannah has are extremely slim, and they largely involve Logan making huge misplays.
Yeah.
And that's just the truth of it. So, if she goes into a Spreading Seas, into maybe a Master of Waves, that's an option.
1, 2, 3, 4. It'd be for 5.
She would get a decent amount of them. She could block, but he's still getting a massive amount of life. And that's, still has the Karn to eventually take down the Master of Waves. So there's so many just difficult things about what is happening with this board state. So probably going to be going for a plus just on her to take him up. And actually going to minus it again, going for the other Mutavault. That's a pretty interesting choice, and I can totally get behind it.
Yeah.
The Karn isn't doing a ton. Plussing it's not going to be relevant. So just take it down.
Especially when she's just going to play whatever's in her deck. She has enough mana to cast anything and activate Mutavault. So there's no point in Karn even being there.
All right. One thing that I've noticed is that outside of Spreading Seas, this deck I don't believe is up in higher spread. This is definitely not your conventional Merfolk list. It's a little bit unusual. She's running, things like Wake Thrash. I know she's running Merfolk Sovereign.
Yeah.
Unusual cards for Merfolk. And I don't believe that she has gone up. Though one thing that I have noticed is that a lot of these decks are going. I like the ones that run 7 Cs only because you can name the deck 7 Cs, which I think is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And now we have got him going up to 31 life to Hannah's 14 after doing a block that may have been a little bit ambitious, really.
Logan didn't get an Eye of Voodoo.
Actually, she did get the block in, so that's actually down to a Death Touch and a Lifelink one. So he's now got 12 power across 3 creatures, and this is just, fantastic.
He does play Emrakul.
I was wrong.
All right.
I was wrong. So
I was wondering why he wasn't getting Eye of Voodoo.
So, Emrakul coming down. You know, Emrakul's sweet. I may not like it in current Tron lists. I think that, you know, you can do better things with just Ulamog, but
She just ends a game.
I won't deny that she's a pretty sweet card.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, slowly crashing, nailing it there. Okay. But yeah, Tron, you know, this green-white Tron, I'm going to give them a little bit of an extra edge. I think against green-red Tron, Merfolk takes a decent amount of the edge here. And I think with this green-white one, having that access to Path to Exile and possibly some of these sideboard elements, definitely Kozilek's Return good, but...
Is that the only white card he plays?
In the main board, at least, yeah. So not a whole lot there.
What else could he play? I guess Damnation? Or not Damnation, Wrath of God.
He, you know, it is a double white spell, but he can definitely run that one.
Mm-hmm.
But let's take a look at other options in the sideboard. Can run Ghostly Prison, interestingly enough, which is a very cool card.
That is cool.
Also capable of running. Oh no, that's not good. So also timely reinforcements.
Timely's cool.
Yeah. So that is
Especially when it only takes 2 lands to cast it.
Yep. And then you add on top of that just your general things of like engineered explosives. First of all, there's an may not be running that. Seeing that in one list that I found online, that is insane. To slowly crashing. Thank you very much. I missed that. Oh, I even typed it. I just didn't hit save. That's my bad. Okay. And then Million Little. Again, Million Little. Thanks for joining us for the first time.
Yep.
Thanks for participating in this chat. A lot of other people still new. And thank you so much to all of you for making this a really successful chat. I hope that you did hit that follow button. I hope you're going to join us again because it's really cool to get to know a lot of people. It's weird that I tell stories about people based on their username. You're like, how was your day? And I was like, oh, it was awesome. I was talking to Million Little and Dimenity. And I mean, it's just like...
Who are these people?
Like, don't worry. So it's definitely an interesting thing. So... as for the slowly crashing, do you want to get me your extra turns list and I can put it up onto the Geek Fortress tapped out page? That can be another one that I end up linking. Remind me to get that list from Matt.
Okay.
I need his Krarks Thumb list. Remember, if you haven't yet, follow me on Twitter because we have a Krarks Thumb modern deck, which I will be getting a deck list, putting it on, and putting it up onto Twitter.
Yeah.
And if that's not a reason to follow me just to see cool things and learn when we're going to be streaming more, I don't know. I mean...
What more can we do?
Exactly. So... Logan shuffles his deck like he's mad at it.
He's very determined.
Yeah, and Logan is actually super cool guy. I've had him on the chat with me, you know, once before doing the co-hosting. Really cool guy.
I like his name.
Very impressive mustache.
Yes.
Wildly impressive mustache. But for those of you just joining, just as we get started, my name is TJ.
I'm Logan.
And we are streaming from Geek Fortress in Snohomish, Washington. Etc. So how has Eldrazi affected the overall meta environment at Geek Fortress? Have our Modern Knights changed at all to play with the Menace in the format? Well, that is actually an interesting question. We don't have a lot of Eldrazi. And we have 2. This is the first time that we've had 2 people.
And it's because they just built it.
Exactly. So... I'm enjoying, I mean, it hasn't been that oppressive here. It certainly does well, but it's not taking over the game. So, it hasn't affected us a ton. I do recognize the changes that it's happening overall. But if you're looking for a stream that doesn't just get overthrown by Eldrazi every time and puts Eldrazi on every stream, show up. We
try not to play it.
We actually try not to put it on stream because we know that everybody's already seen it today. Just on some other stream.
If you want to see it, there's so many different other ways to look at it.
Alright, we're going to get into Game 2 here. If you do have further questions, just let us know because we'd be happy to further answer those questions. Especially at the end of this round 5. We're going to hang out and just talk with you guys for a little bit. And so if you guys have got some kind of questions going on in your mind, if you have something interesting for us to discuss, some of those 6-word games, even if it's just things that aren't magic related and you think, you know, TJ and Logan, they seem like people who I want to ask what I should have for dinner. It's whatever.
Someone had a question about standard. I would love to talk standard.
Yeah, if you have, so any kind of question, we're going to try not to focus on one question too much, but if it's the only question, we can spend a little bit more time on it.
Yeah.
But the more questions that you guys have, the more discussion that you generate, the longer that we stick around and have fun with you guys. And that's something that I really look forward to at the end of each of these streams. So I do hope to see a good amount of you stick around even when the games end. But we've still got about half hour of Modern coming up, so don't worry too much. We've got more for you. Okay. Let's see here.
Fish and chips. Legend of Darkness. Fish and chips.
Legend of Darkness, actually, save it for the end, and I can really answer that better. Okay. So, a Cavern of Souls into an Aether Vial by Hannah Corpru, which is a really solid start for her.
Yeah.
It's going to enable her to play more than one Merfolk per turn and start pretending to be Affinity.
Ooh, almost missing her trigger. She even put the dice next to it.
And we have got Logan playing out in Urza's Mine, has a power plant. I don't see a tower in hand. That doesn't mean that it's not.
She passes with Mana Leak up.
This is a generic brand blue bubblegum Jones soda. And a Nature's Claim, taking down Hannah's Aether Vial. Really solid thing. I didn't actually expect him to board that in.
I didn't
But
either.
it offers a nice bit of versatility because when he also plays out Chromatic Spheres or Chromatic Stars, he can start hitting his own to gain 4 life in a pinch.
Yeah.
So that is always a really cool way. And a Spreading Seas taking down the mine, so a really good start for Hannah, even losing that vial.
I almost think it might be worth hitting the forest for it. I mean, I guess there's some for it so that he can't start casting his color spells. If he's only got 1 Tron land anyways, I guess there is an argument for hitting that green land so he can't start casting things like this.
Yeah, that's a really solid point. So that mine currently an island. I could have seen it happening, definitely, but early on, I'd rather avoid things like the Worm Coil Engines, the Oblivion Stones, and digging to it's certainly powerful, but slowing him down or still allowing it to land at the same time, you don't know if they have it natural in hand, or at least that they're going to naturally draw it. So I'd rather disable the thing itself and make him do a lot more work. But I can really see your point.
So Hannah's hand being Vapor Snag, Phantasmal Image, and I believe 2 Mana Leaks.
And that is not a fantastic hand. Mana Leak's very ineffective against Green-White Tron. I'm surprised that they actually stayed in the deck.
But when he's only got 3, potentially 4 mana.
Yeah, casting them sooner rather than later is going to be Hannah needs to fire off those Mana Leaks as soon as possible. So, to Lil, hello. Yes, that is a shiny Expedition map. And that's probably going to be grabbing... I'm actually not expecting a tower, I'm expecting a mine.
Yeah.
I could see... And actually going for a brushland, so a white mana becoming relevant. Could be seeing a Ghostly Prison come out. Because
That would be so cool.
and Ghostly Prison is going to be extremely powerful. Not going for that one, but one thing that I like to see is that when they're assembling Tron, they'll go for the tower last, so that once they finally play it down after using the other lands, they still have 3 as opposed to 2, and sometimes that's relevant. I really like that a lot when they sequence it.
It also just makes it to where any early game hate doesn't start hitting your towers, and towers definitely being the more powerful of the lands.
And Hannah getting another Spreading Seas. My hope is that she uses this Cavern of Souls. Doesn't look like she is going to.
I don't think it matters, though.
I think the only thing that goes around it is that if she wanted to cast maybe a Vapor Snag and something, it's not going to matter a whole lot in this particular instance.
Yeah.
But I think, when you don't need to worry about counterspells, use the colorless mana when you can.
Yeah.
Is at least my mentality. It doesn't really matter in this case, you're right. So, a Master of Waves coming out with that Aether Vial on 1, and Logan Rifle got 2 of the Tron pieces, both of them actually islands, otherwise... Playing out in O-Stone with a forest and a brushland. He is 1 land away from just activating that Oblivion Stone for its natural cost.
Yeah.
It's so weird to say it's natural cost when it's actually the cost doesn't change, it's the mana. But I'm so used to talking about the Eldrazi.
Yeah. O-Stone being able to take out the Spreading Seas, making it to where he can get his Tron lands back.
Yeah, and if he plays down a tower to activate it, I mean, that's going to be insane. Granted, it's not going to do it that turn, but untapping with 9 mana is better than untapping with 5.
Yeah.
So, heading into Hannah's turn here, that Aether Vial going up to 2, going to enable all kinds of lords. Still only has 1, and it is actually not unblockable because it says each other Merfolk.
Yeah.
Otherwise, 3 islands and a Cavern of Souls. Looking down Logan's 2 islands that are a mine and a power plant, as well as a forest and a brushland. So, Hannah tapping that Cavern of Souls and an island. Probably going to be going with a 2-drop here. Phantasmal Image copying her Master of the Pearl Trident.
Yep.
I'm a little bit surprised. Do you know if she has another? I don't think she has another creature. She has a Vapor Snag, things like that.
Not in her hand.
And
not unless she drew it, and I didn't see.
You know, I actually would have preferred using the Vial in that particular instance. It wouldn't have been super relevant, but it means that she gets to cast both of those mana leaks. And there's a Path to Exile, taking down the initial Merfolk.
Nothing else to clone. Phantasmal Image is just going to die.
If this is in response to it, yes.
Yes.
So, and this is, again, one of those instances in which the Aether Vial would have likely been better.
Does Hannah have... Are there mana leaks in her hand?
No, that's a Vapor Snake on her own creature, which she's then going to Vial in, again, in response. No!
Oh, no!
No!
Dang.
Oh, man. I would have liked to see that.
That would have been so cool. I'm surprised she didn't just mana leak it, though.
And I think they may have just realized that. So... Definitely learning here. One thing that you'll notice, and to give credit to our players because they're generous enough to be on stream, we are at a casual REL event in a local game store. We can't always expect every player to play perfectly.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate to see, but sometimes it will happen.
Yep.
So that's the way that we learn, and it's, you know, sometimes they'll ask me for notes afterwards of things that they could have done. That's one that I'll mention if she asks.
Yeah.
So that I don't want to force it on them.
Yeah.
So, looks like going to be swinging for 2, probably in response, cracking that O-Stone. And actually, maybe just taking the 2, going down to 17. Maybe just so that if at the end of turn, maybe trying to get extra value.
Yeah.
So, we have got... Alright. Oh, okay, thank you for letting me know the audio is fine, possibly just Peter. But what we saw was a Phantasmal Image, land... Oh, and unfortunately... Okay, I can only talk via audio, so he's not going to be able to hear me. If someone else can give him a quick rundown. So, a Wormcoil Engine coming down, still 1 mana floating off of that, so he's got 3 up at the moment. Could be end up using other things. And this mana leak, not going to be effective. Can actually mana leak it twice, however, which is what I'm expecting to see. So...
She has another Spreading Seas in her hand, too.
And going for a mana leak, that Spreading Seas is going to be pretty nice.
It is tapping Logan down and then being able to cast Spreading Seas, taking out Tron. Suddenly he's back down to 5 mana.
Okay, and so we have got a Spreading Seas, probably going to be going for that tower.
Yeah.
That's at least what I would expect. It doesn't particularly matter in the longevity of it.
Yeah.
But I would much rather make him fight for another tower as opposed to something else.
Yeah.
From just, you know, it doesn't really matter. And a Merfolk Sovereign. I'm going to bring this one up on our card finder because it's definitely an unusual choice for these decks.
It is also just another Lord, though, and the unblockable definitely works really well when you've got stuff like Wake Thrasher in your deck where you can get a giant creature, but you maybe haven't casted Spreading Seas yet, or they've destroyed your Spreading Seas, so it's not unblockable. Being able to have that out of, I have a massive creature, and now it's going to guaranteed hit you, is pretty nice. But Logan playing another Oblivion Stone is pretty rough.
Yeah, especially with that other Spreading Seas out. Going to be able to activate that next turn. And getting out this Chromatic Star, that's, you know, just going to be nice for adding other cards. Maybe give him some card drop more than anything.
Yeah.
Maybe use it on an Ancient Stirrings, but if he has one in hand, he's going to be using it. He does have another Path to Exile and a Karn, so that Path to Exile is going to be very good if anything develops.
Yeah.
He can just take it down, but he doesn't even need to use that because he's got an Oblivion Stone out.
Yep.
I mean, at that point, who cares?
At this point, I would almost look for Karn to just plus and then restart the game.
I mean, why would you even have to do that when, you know, that, I guess, but I'm almost...
I mean, if you're both top decking.
If you're both in top deck mode, it's better than nothing, but I'd rather just keep them from doing anything. You've got a Path and an O-Stone. Start taking some of those fate counters onto your card and to...
oh, yeah.
And then, you know, if you need to, wipe the board and just maintain board control until you're able to get into some of those really, you know, powerhouse Eldrazi.
I forget a lot that O-Stone has the put fate counters on things, because it very rarely happens, but it is definitely relevant.
And that's a good note. We didn't see Logan do that in Game 1 when he had the option, so it's very possible that he's not really used to activating that either. And there's, I think, actually a Wormcoil Engine there. So that's going to be a much better tool for just closing out this game. It's going to take 4 swings to do it, but if you can maintain a pretty solid amount of board control...
So it looks like Logan's just going to look to blow up this O-Stone.
Yes.
One cool thing to know, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He can crack O Stone with his 5 lands that don't have Spreading Seas on it, and then have Tower up for 3 extra mana.
If needed, but sometimes... Oh, and this is so unfortunate. This is so unfortunate.
Sure, Logan's fine with that.
You know the
Hannah
YouTube
just-
channel, right?
Huh?
You know the YouTube channel, right? Can you link it to Hannah?
Oh, yeah.
We'll have to show her this match sometime.
She's
It's
got 4 Spreading Seas this game, and it's still not going to be enough to close out against Tron.
Yeah, but getting 2 Spreading Seas hit by each of these Oblivion Stones is insane.
Yeah.
So, and Pollard Pop making another good point. Hannah's here to have fun. She's
Yeah.
already 3-1. I can't really, it's possible that she's just having a blast.
Mm-hmm.
So
She's definitely a player who prefers to have fun than prefers to win.
Mm-hmm.
Although those correlate together a lot. Her being 3-1 is kind of a testament to that.
That's Nugan.
Huh?
That was a Nugan.
Was it?
Yeah. And using a path off of that star just to take down a creature, and then may actually, I'll be a little bit surprised, may actually not be blowing up this Oblivion Stone, which is going to throw me for a loop.
Yeah.
But he does have the Wormcoil engine.
4, 5, 6. Is Ugin 7 or
Ugin
7
is
mana or
8.
8?
8.
Okay.
6. So, okay, and I think he's going to do that at the end step.
Yeah.
In which case, I'm a little bit surprised to see him do that, even use the path to begin with. That strikes me as odd. Not, maybe trying to bait out what that card is in Hannah's hand, which is definitely possible.
It does kind of put Hannah in a damned if you do, damned if you don't, where Logan is able to control the board without Hannah having to play anything. So it may have put Hannah in a position where she feels like she has to commit more to get him to use the O-Stone, because every turn he doesn't use the O-Stone, it gives him that much more of an advantage.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. So we are about to see a Karn hit an Ugin hit the battlefield with another 4-mana floating. It just doesn't get,
Yeah.
This is about to be insane with a bolt effect, and then Hannah has no actual form of haste in the deck. We are getting a knock. Cheers.
Thank you.
How'd you do?
It was alright. It was kind of in the middle, but I left to go watch the fights.
Oh,
The fights, so I only played the first 3 rounds. I went 1-2.
Okay.
There were some close games, some not so close.
Glad you had fun. And
Wow.
is that another O-Stone?
Yep.
So another O-Stone and a Wormcoil engine, not going for that Ugin. And actually, that's not a bad idea.
No.
Because Hannah not having a board right now takes down a decent amount of what... takes down a decent amount of what Ugin would have been doing, which is wiping the board. So...
Wormcoil just being a better threat.
Yeah.
Or a bigger clock.
So that's just going to end the game, in that same 4 turns that Ugin wouldn't have been able to do. So now he's able to swing next turn after dropping this Ugin, wiping the board, and if everything else goes wrong, Oblivion Stone is an option.
Yeah. He's got plan A, plan B, plan C, all the way down to...
Really, he's got every letter of the alphabet.
Yeah.
He's got more planes than Plankton. So, here's a swing for 6. Going for a quick block. I think she's fully aware of what her future holds and maybe just trying to delay the inevitable. But I don't see any outs for her at this point. Between all 3 of those cards, I don't think that an out exists in her deck.
Yeah.
Unless they're, maybe an actual upheaval, but that seems unlikely. And even then, it's not going to do great. So, there's an Ugin, which is likely just going to go for a bolt, putting her down to 13. And that's going to shorten this clock pretty significantly.
Yeah.
All right. That is the 3rd O-Stone. But it's only fair because she got to see 4 Spreading Seas.
Yeah.
All right. So, looks like that Ugin going for a plus ability to put her down to 20. That means that the 12 from this Wormcoil engine over 2 swings plus the 6 is going to put her down to 18 total. So it's still a 3-turn clock, unfortunately. Might be able to piece something else together.
Yeah.
All right. Cami Nook, why is Bon Jovi the best band? Because they're halfway there. Yeah. 6th word. So, they're only halfway to being the best band. Alright, so we have got a Marrow Regery coming down for Hannah.
It's not going to do it.
Not going to do a whole lot. Might even use the Ugin because it's not going to change your clock a whole lot. Just to point that at the Marrow Regery. Take that down for a turn. Not even have to worry about the blocking. And then you're guaranteed 6 damage as opposed to 3. I dropped something if you can't tell. I'm back. So, now that Merfolk Sovereign...
Logan drawing Thragtusk, which he can cast for life gain.
He can cast for life gain. He can
It's
actually,
also a 5/3.
he can also cast the Karn right now. And
Like-
just, what else do you need?
At this point, he's casting spells because they're fun.
That is really the essence of what we're seeing.
Yep.
Going for 3, and you're indicating for us in the kindest way. And this is going to be a swing for 9, I expect.
Ghost
Taking
Chord.
down the Mutavault, which I think is a very wise play, because it's easy to forget that that's there, and then you're missing out on even more of this clock. And while I don't want to say Hannah has an out, because honestly I don't think that she does.
I can't think of any.
But you should always respect the fact that they might have one.
Yep.
And being able to go for that and take down that small chance of just any kind of delay in this game means that he's closing out the game faster and he's preventing any possible slim answer
Yeah.
that could happen. So it may seem unnecessary, but it's a very great thing. The biggest reason to run white over red is just path over Pyroclasm, because if you would rather have a spot removal that's unconditional, then that is significantly better. So, also worship sometimes out of the sideboard. That's
That'd be
also a very sweet card.
Ghostly Prison.
Yep. All right.
O-Stone putting counters on things. Making it to where Wormcoil doesn't die from O-Stone.
All right. But taking out the chance there is not near as much as... That's true. That is true. But I don't think that ulting a card... Unfortunately, we cannot rewind it. This is live.
Yeah.
So we have got what appears to be 2 extra dice. They might be running out of my dice. They are. So Karn going for a plus, taking down a Cavern of Souls from her hand. And now we're going to see another 3, putting her down to 8. Oh, actually going for the ult. Going for the Ugin ult. That is
It makes sense.
brilliant.
I guess. He's kind of just playing the game right now.
Yeah, and if he's gonna have he has the exact same clock regardless. So going for this keeps him the same clock, except it gives him way more options, and that means significantly more options.
Options are good.
Options are good. So I believe that that's actually 31, not 26.
Yeah.
After gaining that 7 life, which is insane. It also means that don't get the good art. I can't.
It's what's on Gather.
Hold on, I can switch it. Bear with me.
Jeez.
There we go. Are you happy now?
Land star. Oh yeah, and this Ugin.
That's okay.
Or Ulamog. Jeez.
Ulamog's okay. The card's fine. All right. Look at Dice Snowman.
I'll cast a thing, kill your things.
Oh my goodness. He
Cast a thing, gain some life.
because he chose not to cast that and
Yeah.
actually just went to hard cast it instead. Fantastic. That is really cool. Now we've got a swing 4. Is this a swing for 7?
Yeah.
Why is this
No, the counter is a fake counter.
fake counter? Okay, that makes way more sense. So, putting Hannah down to 5, Logan going up to 37, and this is beyond absurd at this point.
Yeah.
Now it's just getting it. And yeah, so she's going to concede, and that is going to be the end of that one. Logan, do you think that you'd be able to find us another,
I think I can manage
maybe a game 3?
it. I think I can manage it.
All right, if you can, try and get Esper control from Eric if he is
Yeah.
still playing. Thank you. All right. So, stick around. We've got a little bit more magic, and I'll see you guys in the booth. Hello everybody, and thank you for joining. Looks like there are a bunch of you here. My name is TJ Rogers. I've got Logan with me as my special guest host of the night. I tend to vary up my co-host, but for those of you brand new, I do this stream 3 times a week, and I hope that you are legitimately enjoying the show. If you are new, we welcome comments, questions, and feedback in that chat. You can also get me any kind of that stuff at my Twitter on RedBaronMTG, or if you see me on Reddit, exact same username, RedBaronMTG. Always feel free to give me any kind of feedback, because it's really good for me to be able to improve on this. Where is the store located? We are out of Snohomish, Washington, in the Pacific Northwest of the USA, is where we are located. Small shop called, as you can probably guess, Geek Fortress, which I think I said twice, but sorry about that. Thoughts on 8-Rec? I've got it built. I do enjoy the deck. I think it's decent against the Eldrazi thing. Has a decent amount of trouble against hyper-aggressive decks and really redundant decks like Burn, so not always the best, but still a very cool deck. A lot of fun at local metas, maybe not at a large one.
So I believe Eric is playing Esper Control.
Yep.
I believe he dropped at some point and left, which is why I couldn't.
Gotcha.
So we have Michael, who is on the wall.
Michael Londino.
Yes. Playing against the Norin deck.
And he is on Death and Taxes.
I believe so.
Michael, what deck are you playing?
All right.
He's playing Jeskai Control.
Oh, okay. So you guys were looking for a control deck. Well, we're gonna finish it up with Jeskai Control going into its game 3. You said
2.
Game 2 with him taking game 1.
Who won one? Who won the first?
Michael won the first.
Okay, so Jeskai Control up against the Norin sisters that we have seen previously. And let's go ahead and head on down. Remember, if you've got questions, we will be more than happy to answer those. After this last round, we'll be sticking around for a little bit and answering any kind of questions, comments, anything that you have.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll see you guys down there. Okay, so both of these players getting ready. What is the best pizza topping? Personally, I'm a big fan of pepperoni.
Yeah, pepperoni.
Everything else, personally, I do enjoy the Meat Lovers pizzas, but pepperoni is always step 1 in that.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts on Grischelbrand? I like it. Ask me more about it after this round. I can talk a little bit more about it.
Michael's name was an L at the end of it.
To Polaroid Pop, thank you so much. That's one thing that we really focus on, being is positive about almost everything.
Michael's name needs an L.
Oh, dang it. The one on the right side autocorrects to without L because I mistyped once, and it's bothered me since.
That's the worst.
I know. Okay. And Counter Guy, if you end up here, I would love to meet. It's super cool to meet people.
Yeah.
All right. Other than that, looks like 2 Soul Sisters out for Caleb with Michael just with a Scalding Tarn. Going to be cracking that. What are you expecting that he goes for? Probably blue-red.
Yeah.
That's kind of the given, probably as a tapped land, unless he wants to do a bolt, but we would have seen that in response anyway.
Is Caleb stuck on 1?
Caleb looks like he is stuck on 1.
Why didn't he attack on turn? I'm confused.
Turn 1 Noble Hierarch, first of all, I'm not sure if we've seen you before. Welcome, it's amazing to see you. You're such an iconic play. It's a delight to meet you. But, I can answer that more after this round. We'll be hanging out for a bit. So, to DJ Forceps. Let's talk a little bit about what Norin Sisters is trying to do. So, do you think that you could probably do a pretty good job of it as a kind of in between some of the play-by-play stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, so just to mention right now, Michael dropping a second land, going to be going down to 17 with Caleb at 21, and go ahead and start.
So Norin the Wary, he is a 1-mana 2/1 where anytime a player casts a spell, any spell, or a creature ever attacks, whether it's attacking a player or a planeswalker, you exile Norin the Wary. And then at the beginning of the next end step, you bring him back into play. This makes it to where you are always having a creature enter the battlefield. This triggers things like Soul Warden. This triggers things like Genesis Chamber, which gives you a constant flow of creatures. It also triggers things like Perforos. I know there's a Perforos in his deck. But it makes it really hard for Michael to stop Caleb's life game. Caleb just playing a 4th Soul Sister or Soul Warden.
So a Soul's
gaining
Attendant,
lots of life.
a Soul's Attendant and 2 Soul's Warden, just going for swings for 2 here. We did see a Lightning Helix take down his first Soul Sister that prevented some of that life gain. But what we're seeing is a control deck with a burn win condition going up against a life gain deck, which is going to be pretty interesting. But this deck, for someone wondering about it being Soul Sisters, this one splashes red for Norin the Wary to get a lot of value off of that, off of a card called Genesis Chamber, which looks a bit like that. whenever a creature enters, a non-token creature enters the battlefield, that player gets a 1/1 mirror, and also runs. I think Perfo's got at the Forge sometimes as a win condition.
That's a one-off.
Because of so many creature entering the battlefield triggers, and Norin is so hard to remove.
Yeah.
So, we have got Caleb down to 18, and there is that Genesis Chamber. Now, all we need is a Norin the Wary.
Yep.
Any kind of engine that is going to start recurring these creatures
Yeah.
is going to be massive. So, a Snapcaster Mage coming in, going to get his own, and going to take down 2 of those Soul Sisters. Hey, Michael. Lands him back. Lands him back.
You're about to die. You're fine.
I know. Oh, okay.
So it looks like Michael's actually stuck on 2 lands, which explains why he did Is It Charm to cycle.
Has 2 Supreme Verdicts and a Sphinx's Revelation in hand. Wow.
Still only 2 lands, though.
Yep.
Good news is Mana Leak is active
All right.
against one of the few ways to deal with Norin, countering it.
All right. So,
Too bad he's got another one.
and there is the Norin the Wary, which is going to be coming in, starting to recur a lot of this. Going to be going all the way up, now at an absurd life total
He's at 30.
of 30.
Yeah.
So, 30 life, a huge amount for Michael to handle. Unfortunately, that Supreme Verdict not going to do as much as you would hope, just because
Norin flickers in response.
Norin flickers in response, and the Genesis Chamber doesn't go away.
Yeah.
And Michael doesn't have a huge way to answer that.
He might now. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't have Wear and Tear in his deck now, after the game 1 sideboards.
Ooh, and actually, that Detention Sphere, putting that on bottom, a little bit of an interesting choice. I think
he wants a land more than anything right now.
that's probably true. So, that Norin the Wary, still lots of mirrors on the side of Caleb. Is anybody else's buffering? I'm sorry if there are issues, and we can try and fix that, but I think we're not dropping any frames at the moment.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Otherwise, we have got a Ranger of Eos, which I'm not sure why they were moving it to the... Okay.
I think Caleb was assuming it was going to be automatically countered.
Even
Michael
though...
Michael saying, no, I'm still stuck on to.
And he also
So-
only has a red and white mana available to him. So...
Hey man, there's still Mana Tithe.
Alright.
Mana Tithe is modern legal.
That's true.
So going for Champion of the Parish and another Soul Warden so we can start getting the beats on. And then Soul Warden just for more life gain. So I feel like life gain is really hard for Michael to stop. Meanwhile, 5 mirrors getting the beat down.
Bombitron nailing it. So a Path to Exile taking down this Ranger with that white mana. He's going to be going for a basic. It gets rid of the Norin. 5 Mirror and a Soul Warden. I mean, this life total is absolutely absurd. All the way up to 32, I believe?
Yeah.
No, 38.
6, 12, 18, yep, 32. Or 38.
38 life. I mean, this is just the coolest. This is as cool as it gets. So,
Deck is so cool.
yeah, Norin Sisters is a very cool deck. I originally saw it piloted by Max, and he stopped playing Modern as much. I missed
Yeah.
it. Kale was like, so I'm thinking about building Norin Sisters, and I was like, yes. Yes, you should. That deck's sweet. So, another card coming in, going up to an absurd... I think he's actually at 42, but... Oh, no, possibly...
Gaining 4.
Oh no, dropping that other sister means that you gain 1 life, then gain 2 life, so all the way up to 41 at this point. And this is just becoming incredible. So, we have got 2 mirrors in play, a Champion of the Parish, a Thalia coming in that's going to put a counter on it against Michael. This is going to be huge.
Yeah.
And I don't think that Caleb can lose.
Ooh, we like trickery. That's awesome. 2 mana, wipe your board. Boom.
Wow!
This is in response to Thalia, by the way.
This is amazing.
This is so
No, I
cool.
think this is in response to the trigger.
No, because
Oh
Thalia
no, because
makes
then
it
it will
free
cost
to cast.
too much. Yeah, you're right. So this is in response to the trigger, loses everything. The Norin goes away. The Thalia is going to come in. Another mirror
Norin's
is
still
going to be
exiled.
coming in. It's going to come back. Yeah, Norin will be coming back.
Yeah.
But I meant Norin goes away as in exile. Sorry, that's my miscommunication.
Yeah.
And
but regardless, killing, 6 mirrors, 2 soul wardens?
and gets another mirror. This is amazing.
Jeez.
We should put the infinite life sign next to his life total.
Right.
We don't have one of those. I'm actually going to talk to David and see if we can get one. So, all right. So we
2
have...
mana path does not feel good.
No.
But it does make it to where if Michael draws a land, he can Supreme Verdict and start fighting back.
Yes.
Michael is at 11, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I totally missed that one. Nailed it. Okay. So, yeah, if Michael's able to go for a board wipe, still not going to do a whole lot because what Caleb's going to be left with is still a mirror token and still a Norin of the Wary.
Ultimately, a board wipe is killing a mirror.
Oh, man. This is amazing. This is just the cool stuff that this is what I live for. This, to me, is modern. These absurd situations that just lead to so much fun. And a detention sphere.
That's a way to take out.
Taking down the Genesis Chamber. It's going to be solid. I think he missed, that Norin would have gone away. I don't think it mattered a lot because that Genesis Chamber was now gone.
Yeah.
So, going down to 6 at this point.
Mistrigger, misrelevance.
Yeah. That's pretty much it. Alright. So, we have got a tap for 3 and Electrolyze going for 2 of them. The Norin's going to go away. And Michael's fighting back from 6 life. If that is a Perforos in Caleb's hand, then...
It looks like it.
Oh, yes. And if there's... Michael tapped out, ended up casting that probably way too soon.
Possibly, yeah.
I think he cast the Electrolyze just too soon. And now this Norin has got him.
Man.
This Norin has got him on a 2-turn clock with Norin attacking. Norin attacking is going to be dealing 2 damage. This is amazing. Oh, God. This is...
Michael drew the 4th land, but now Supreme Verdict does literally nothing.
No. Supreme Verdict takes down a single mirror token, and that is not going to be enough to buy this game.
That is not value.
Grim Lavamancer was really the card that Michael was looking for, but we're going to be seeing a game 3
or
here.
Detention Sphere.
And they may have gotten a small time extension, but time is a factor.
Yeah.
So
there's a minute on the clock.
Oh, okay. I activated it too soon. Could you ask if they got it? Like, I want to.
Did they get a time extension? Oh, by the way, did you guys
We
get
are
a time
finding out right now.
extension?
So
We're gonna get a time extension.
yeah, we are finding out right now. Probably. Did they say yes? No.
From what I heard, they're not going to, but Michael's, for whatever reason, thinks they are.
I mean, if they
I doubt
moved over, like usually it's just like a 2-minute time extension just for moving over.
I don't even see them finishing a game in 3 minutes.
Yeah, the problem is that even with that change, I put it up to 3 minutes, but
Yeah.
that's like.
Unless Caleb gets a really good draw, like getting a turn 4 Perforos into a Return of the Ranks could do it.
So both
But
of these
still.
players currently sideboarding something that's going to take up a decent amount of the time that they do have, saying that they got to go fast, and that is a Thundermaw Hellcat.
Yeah, Michael hasn't done Mono got his deck, by the way.
So, a quick note to everybody who is still here. Thank you for joining. If you are brand new, feel free to ask any questions, comments, or feedback. Follow me on Twitter, where I'll be posting some of the sweet deck lists from tonight. Esper Control being one. The
Kirk's Thumb.
Krarks Thumb. Amazing. And I think there was one more, wasn't there? Oh, it was just Coleman's deck taking turns, which he'll get to.
Yeah.
So, it's going to be an absolute blast, and we'll be hanging out afterward. So, if you guys do want to stay around, hang out, let us know that there's all kinds of fun to be had. Stick around afterwards. We'll be answering questions about all kinds of stuff if you guys have them, and we'll just stay here as long as we can or until the questions run out. So, definitely, there's more fun to be had after this match.
Sure.
All right. LT5000, I'm glad. As a heads up, as you get more familiar with it, there are other things online where you can try playing the game, but it's good to keep learning this game online as a nice way. And it is fantastic to see you again. LT with 5000 was one of our very first streams.
Really?
As a brand new player. Haven't seen them in a little bit. I don't blame you for it. Life happens. But it's really good to see you back. Man, I surprised, like, for someone who's not that great with names, I'll admit, I'm not. I am surprisingly good at remembering a lot of these chat names.
Usernames?
Yeah. It's kind of absurd. It really doesn't speak well. Turn 1 Noble Hierarch. First of all, that makes the reason why you play, in fact, is because your name is Turn 1 Noble Hierarch. Secondly, that's exactly how I feel about Affinity and Burn.
Or is it vice versa?
No. No. Their parents named them. You think that...
Okay, that's true.
You don't get to pick your name.
Little turn 1 noble hierarch running around.
Yeah. My goodness. What are you thinking? That's their name.
I apologize. Michael keeping a hand that looks like just a bunch of card draw.
Yeah.
I don't see any red cards or red sources in his hand.
So Serum Visions with another Serum Visions on top. Gonna be putting that one on top and putting the Sphinx's Revelation on the bottom. I do see an Electrolyze, but I don't think I see a lot of...
Caleb looks like he has a lot of lands. But he does have a Soul War, and I think that's a Ranger of Eos. He might have a Norin in his hand as well.
Alright.
Untap. Flistrain is going to give him a red source. Scrying beforehand. I don't know if that's entirely the correct play.
Yeah, I think that is a very unusual play, and I think he might now be
Just realizing, oh,
Putting both-
I have messed up. However, putting Electrolyze on top, knowing Electrolyze is one of the better cards against Caleb.
Do you mean... I'm sorry, it's not Electrolyze.
No.
It's Electrickery. Electrickery being the big one there that actually came out.
Just dealing with every single 1/1 on the table.
Yes, and that Soul Sister is going to be a really big part of that. So, Michael now...
Caleb. You took one from your land.
You got it. Alright,
Thank you
so
for that.
refixing that life total. Mackenzie, thank you very much for that. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I had said it wrong. If you can give me a quick pronunciation guide in the chat, I would promise I will try to improve.
Million Little E.
That could be it. Million Litly? I don't know. So, choosing to draw that Electrickery and now he can fetch. Interesting that he kind of locked himself in that situation there.
But I mean, Electrickery is 2 mana to Overload, so really right now he only needs 2, and he's not under a lot of pressure.
No, and you know, the biggest issue is that he has to accept Caleb gaining a little bit of life, possibly, but actually Caleb not doing a whole lot. Looks like nothing but removal. Has a bolt, a path, several lands.
Surgical Extraction.
They are officially on turn 0.
Okay. And turn 0 not hitting, meaning that this is about to go very, very fast.
And Caleb playing a Ghostly Prison.
Nailed it.
So, we're probably going to be a tie.
Yes, this is very likely going to be a tie. We are on turn 0 of turns. You know what? I think I can do this. Check it out. I'm the best. Leg 3 End of Darkness. Got it. Alright, and there is a swing, which is going to just get bolted after a fetch.
Sure.
Going down to 13 there.
I think Michael's just in make sure I don't lose this match mode.
I think that you are correct. Now we are into, I believe, turn 1. Again, I have a very hard time believing this, but
Michael
don't
just
worry.
passed turn 2.
Million Littly. How about that? We can just say Million Littly. You know, it makes sense because there's a little E at the end of little E.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's also a double T in the little E.
Ooh, double T in the little E. Now we're just getting fancy.
Yep.
So, that Ghostly Prison preventing a whole lot of things. The Electric are going to be a decent catch-all. But, you know, not a whole lot is happening as far as this goes. And I think, I'm not sure what turn we are on at the moment, but I think they're getting a die for us to start indicating.
Yeah.
I am prepared to go to turn 2 once we enter into, I believe, Caleb's turn.
We're already in Caleb's turn. He just casted a Ranger of Eos that got countered.
Then,
something like that.
there we go. And a Surgical Extraction.
Either way, these are not winning within the next 3 turn spells.
No, and they're not putting up a die to let me know what turn it's on. Man, that is just inconsiderate. It's okay. I like all of our players, and they're nice enough to let us impose on them 3 times a week, so it's hard for me to get too upset with them.
Yeah.
So,
Michael's hands firmly telling Caleb that there's no way he is winning this game.
but Michael's hand is also glorious if they weren't on turns.
Yes. They were not on turns. I could not see Michael losing this game.
Absolutely. So, still a little bit left. Gonna play out that Ranger of Eos.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
It's
And-
what, a 3/2?
Yeah, it's a 3/2. It can get hit by the Path. It can get hit by the Electrolyze, and possibly draw a card. But the odds of winning a game at this point are 0.
Yeah. I don't know how many Perforoses are in Caleb's deck, but I definitely just saw one in his deck, which means he doesn't have one in his hand.
And with 13 still to go, that means that he would need 7 triggers. And I don't think that he can cast that many. I mean, you know, maybe if you give him 3 turns total at this point of the game, maybe.
What if he untaps, plays Perforos and Genesis Chamber, and then follows it up with double Norin the Wary?
Right.
Because Norin the Wary, yes, he is legendary, so when he hits the table again, you have to sack him. But on the casting, you're exiling the one you have and getting the new one, and then you have all 3 of them hit the table at the end of the turn.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
That's the only thing, like, maybe that I can think of, but even still, that's 2 turns, and that's what, 3 Norin the Waries, 3. I mean, that's 12 damage.
Yeah. But, you know, with Michael down to 12, down to 14, and I think that we are now in turn 4 or turn 5.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you for certain because I don't know which one was the actual, so I'm just going to do turn 4, and if it ends, then it ends.
Yep.
So, we'll see what happens, but this game has just been delightful.
Yeah.
So, that getting exiled from the Snapcaster. And yeah, this would be a really sweet play if the game wasn't over.
Yeah. Predatory.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah. So that's Snapcaster just making sure this game's over.
Yeah, it's going to act as a fine blocker, going to
pretty
gain
sure
some
this-
life. But unfortunately, we don't register based on who has the highest life in a tie. Otherwise, the life gain would be a significantly better strategy.
Yep.
Let's never lose, but I'll have more life than you. And the Electrickery going to take him down. But again, it doesn't really matter. I mean, the Norin Wary comes back in. And
This has gotta be
now
turn 5.
this is turn 5. And a Path at the end of the turn. I mean, he can barely even afford to attack and also do other things. So, anyway, that is going to be the end of our Modern Tournament. But like I said, stick around. We're going to introduce ourselves a little bit at the end. Talk to you guys a little bit about some cool stuff that we have coming up. So don't go away just yet. We've got all kinds of fun. And then, after that, we will be sticking around, having some fun, just talking with you guys and having a good time. So, don't worry. And if you are brand new, thank you for joining, and be sure to hit that follow button. I'm hoping for that this big turnout tonight has been doing a lot of good for the stream.
Absolutely.
I'm hoping to one day get to 500 people. Ask me about what happens when we get to 500 when we're doing questions, because it's a lot and it's going to be fun.
Yeah.
So, what have we got?
I think they're just playing to play.
I think they are just playing to play.
There's no way they've passed turns.
Are you guys past turns at this point?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
We're just playing at this
There's-
point.
Oh.
Because they already posted results and everything.
Really?
Without us, yeah.
Oh. That's weird, man. We were like, what?
Yeah, we were waiting.
Okay.
I'm gonna go get results.
Okay, so we're going to go get the results so that we can read it off to you guys, and I'll let you guys decide. Do you want us, based on what people say in the chat, do you want us to stay on this and keep commentating it, or do you want us to jump back and tell you about all the cool stuff and start answering some questions? Let us know in that chat. In the meantime, we're going to be doing some other stuff. A Genesis Chamber out for Caleb. So now has a mirror token and a Norin the Wary, which is going to start generating a pretty nice engine. Michael not having a whole lot on board. Okay, so stick around. We'll finish this game, and then after that, we're still going to have cool things to talk to you about. So it's going to be a whole lot of fun. It's going to cut down a little bit on the total runtime, but Logan right now getting those results so that we can read you out what the final things are. Now, this Norin the Wary going to generate another mirror token. As far as questions, now that we know what's kind of happening and it's not questions, then it's probably not going to be happening quickly enough. So, a Spell Snare, taking down that. And Michael going down to 10 after those attacks. So we'll kind of see where this goes, but let me start telling you guys about some of the cool stuff that we have, and then we can just jump straight to questions. So, what we have got is, to anybody who is brand new, be sure to hit that follow button because we do this stream 3 times a week. On Wednesdays at 7, on Fridays at 7:30, and Saturdays at 6. That is Modern, Legacy, then Modern, respectively. What have we got is a Soul Sister coming in for Caleb, getting more of those mirror tokens, which are swinging in. Michael down to 7, running low on options. Lots of mana, but has a Sphinx's Rev. Oh no, it doesn't have a Sphinx's Rev. Just has a Spell Pierce and a Lightning Bolt. So, be sure to hit that follow button, join us for more, and we're going to be doing questions soon. The other big thing is on the 26th of this month. That is 3 weeks from today, starting at noon instead of 6. We're going to be doing a Grand Prix trial, which is going to be 5 to 6 rounds of Modern, followed by a cut to top 8. It is going to be 8 to 9 hours of Magic with me, with Coleman, just talking about it. It is going to be a blast.
Yeah.
There's a swing, Michael going down to 1, and we are about done with that one. So the big thing that we have to tell you after that is all about the cool ways that you can help us out, and also what happens when we get to 500 people. I hope your anticipation is building because it's going to be sweet. So, no Supreme Verdict from Michael, but the Norin would still pretty much make that negligible, and I'm probably going to have to fix those counters because I guarantee you they're not going to put them back in alphabetical order for me.
Yeah.
So,
There's
that's
no
going to
way.
be my project for the night.
Caleb moves to combat, I think, or does it just pass?
Caleb probably moving to combat at a pretty nice healthy life total. And, you know, Michael getting his own because of those 2 Genesis Chambers, but after this swing, that is going to be the end of that. And actually doing a Snapcaster Electrickery.
Oh,
So Michael at 1 lands down this Norin, gets another 2, and this is actually a showdown. So, I mean, it's not really a showdown, but it's still a showdown.
What is happening?
I don't know. But that Electrickery was beautiful. Now,
Just draw a lightning bolt.
I mean, you know, at this point, you can just swing out with those mirrors. He has to start blocking with them, and he's running out of cards.
Yeah.
So, let's see.
Path.
Let's see
Something
here.
else? There goes Norin.
Actually, that's a great question. Let's find out about flashback on that, because that may be true. Let's see
I
here.
think Caleb just passed.
We're finding out about that.
For what?
About if it's flashback. Let's see here. That is still a good
You may
point.
cast the spell for its overload cost. It just says cast. You can do it from wherever.
Well, there's alternative cast and things like that, so I'm not
You do change the
100% sure
text.
about that.
How does flashback read?
You can cast, well, with Snapcaster it gives it 1. So let's see what we got.
Yeah.
All right, so we are gonna find out here.
In the meantime, there is a Perforos for Caleb, which is going to bring. It's going to exile Norin, or Norin's going to bring some dudes,
All right,
which
so,
is now making Norin deal 6 damage.
hey Michael, you can't flashback overload with Snapcaster. It's an alternative casting cost. You don't get to. Yeah, you guys are right. We
so
figured it
he
out.
he gets a loss for cheating.
There we go. He gets a loss in a game that they already drew for misunderstanding the rules. But hey, he's going to know for next time. Thank you, chat. So, stick with us. Don't go away yet. We've got more fun content. We'll see you guys shortly.
Yep.
Plus, check out this sweet transition. Enjoy the song. You are? Yeah, just did one. So, thank you for joining us. My name is TJ.
I'm Logan.
And we are from Geek Fortress. That is the end of our sanctioned matches for the night. So, thank you for joining us, but we've got some more fun things to say. TJ, what is going to be happening when we get to 500 viewers at a single time, you may be wondering? Well, there are going to be some exciting things. 4 things are going to happen as it currently sits, but people keep tossing on things because we really want to get to 500. That is the goal. That was my New Year's resolution, and I'm really hoping that it happens and that you guys might be able to help me out. Oh, thank you.
Leg 3 in of darkness.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, what happens? 4 things. 1, probably the coolest thing in my mind, because it's not embarrassing for the rest of us, is that we have got a sealed, revised starter deck. that we will be opening up on the stream. It's 60 cards, random, could be some sweet things in there, so we'll be opening that up. It's going to be a blast. David, kind enough to generate it, or to donate it to the stream for that 500 viewers. The second thing, I will be eating a Tybalt, the Fiend-Blooded, with some delicious... I'm going to be having a Tybalt fettuccine alfredo. I already have a recipe for homemade alfredo sauce. I've got the fettuccine noodles.
He's ready.
I'm very excited about it, so hopefully you guys can help me to eat a Tybalt, and I'll be putting... yeah, and I'll be putting any kind of proof of it, either pictures or video, up onto, various things.
Why not stream it?
Because... maybe. I could just have a bowl of delicious things right there.
Yeah.
Second, Coleman, one of my regular third, one of our regular co-hosts, Coleman, slowly crashing in the chat, is going to be doing a full dance to the entire song of something from the 60s, 70s, or 80s, which is going to be amazing.
In a tutu. Maybe. I don't know.
Thought on the Bloomless Amulet deck? I don't know what it is. Send me a list to my Twitter, and I'd happily give you my thoughts on it. Coleman is going to be basically videotaping himself doing an entire dance to a song from the 60s, 70s, or 80s. One of them, so far the leading one, is the Safety Dance.
Ooh.
Yeah, which I'm pretty excited about. And fourth, we have got...
Thanks.
Thank you. There's also...
Hey, Caleb. And...
There was Wear and Tear.
Wear and Tear.
All right. And the other thing being that Joe Klabowski, my legacy co-host... Captain, have a good night. But my legacy co-host is going to find a plain white playmat, draw on it, and send it to a random person from the stream.
That's my favorite.
Which we have tossed out that if people request other people from it, so like if they request Coleman or myself or anyone else who's one of the regular hosts, then they're more than welcome to. We'll try and get them to doodle on it as well, if Joe is willing. So those are our big four things. I'm hoping that it's going to be a big fun thing, and I'm hoping to get to 500, and I'm thinking this GPT might be a good way to go about that.
Yeah.
So, in the meantime, some big deck lists going to be coming out on my Twitter if you want to follow me there. I'll also be doing my best to just make a post with those ones up onto Reddit as a single post of people requested these, so here they are. So also look for them on Reddit in the coming days. Other than that, any comments, questions, and feedback now open. We've got a few minutes, and if you do have any questions, we are opening it up to a variety of things. What time is it in our country? First of all, I love that people from other countries, that's a question? Yes. It is currently 10:52, about 11 p.m. where we are. So, what is the one card that I would like to see reprinted of Shadows over Innistrad? Ghost Quarter, a really good one.
Gravecrawler would be cool.
Gravecrawler would be cool.
Although I don't think they're going to with the new zombie.
Other than that, I'm also thinking Searing Spear would be good. And maybe an Innocent Blood as the big, now modern legal reprint that could happen. Innocent Blood would be maybe a sweet one. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but I think that could be a really sweet one. Certainly hurts Boggles a little bit, but might provide some cool things. As far as a reprint, I'm hoping that they give me a new Tybalt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe Morrow said that Tybalt was confirmed for the set. I don't know if that means as a character in the storyline or as an actual card. Mm-hmm. But he did say something to the fact that he's excited for Tybalt.
Ooh, I'm always excited for Tybalt. He was a really popular character. Belfastrix, unfortunately, maybe one day, but not in...
Too good.
Snapcaster would be sweet. That would be very cool.
That would be nice.
Yes. So, lots of cool things happening there. To toss out some other cool stuff, again, if you have any questions, things that you'd like us to discuss, I'm sorry to Wenkubuka, I can't check out that Reddit, but I will be looking for it, and I can give you my opinion on it next time. I'll do my best to be able to answer that question. What am I hoping for in future Magic? I don't really understand the question in its entirety, but I'm going to answer what my hopes are for Magic, and it's going to be a little bit unusual.
Mm-hmm.
My hope is to see this game grow to a point to where the ratio is socially accepted enough that we get to a 50-50 ratio of males and females.
That'd be nice.
To where it's considered just to be a game, not lose a lot of its stereotypes that I think are harmful to it.
Yeah.
And I'd also just like to see it grow into something that is very commonplace. The game is an incredible thing, and I'd just like to see the community grow more than anything, because it's a huge thing for me to do this. How about you?
I'm not sure. I think the same thing. I've definitely met a lot of great friends. I met my girlfriend playing Magic. So just social aspect of Magic has been great. In general, being able to see that grow would be a great thing to
great thing to come about. I'm mainly in it for the ride.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking to play this game for a long time. I'm going to be looking to start grinding pretty soon, especially if I get this job that might find out about on Monday. Wish me luck, everybody. Had Black Iron Barkus had someone slap their deck off the table out of frustration. I mean, did they spank it like a naughty avocado or disobedient avocado? Because that is my favorite. Spank it like a disobedient avocado. So, I don't know. That's absurd. Salty is salt. LT5000, have a great night. How would I feel about a Delver reprint? Honestly, that thing warped its entire standard metagame. I'm okay with being without Delver.
People aren't going to be so blind to it this time.
Yeah. That card was extremely good. I don't think that we need that one in standard again.
Not with Jace.
I'd play it, though. I would play it. What else do we have? What's up, guys? Triller, we're hanging out, answering questions. Stick around, make sure that you hit that follow button, and tossing us out. I don't expect this of you guys, but if any of you want to help out, because we are operating almost entirely in the red, being so far in the red as I keep asking people for resources, there's a donate button below. If you're able to, that's fantastic. If you're not or you don't want to, that's good too. I don't honestly expect it, but it's something that we have as an option. Okay, what else do we have? Pro Tour on national television. I'm not sure if we'll ever get to that point, but that would certainly be cool. Captain Harlock, you are welcome. And if you can ever think of a way that we can improve this content and that commentary, even through, and this is a really big thing, you know, negative, like, constructive criticism, let's call it that, because it's things that we could improve on.
Yeah.
That's very helpful, and if you want to get that to me, maybe not in this chat since it has a tendency to scroll up, let me know on Twitter, let me know on Reddit, find me in some other avenue. That's always very important. But good stuff and things that we should continue doing, I've gotten a lot of that too that has helped us really refine and make this a consistent product.
Absolutely.
Because it's kind of like Pandora. Generic brand Pandora. You know, the downvotes make sure that we'd stop doing something, but those upvotes help us really shape it into something that is a product tuned and built for all of you, because this is all about providing something for all of you.
Absolutely.
If I get that job, no. No. The commentary will not be slowing down. It's a day job. If anything, it's even more consistent, and it's already pretty consistent. So, will not be slowing down, but it is, I don't want to quite announce the job until I have it.
Yeah.
I don't want to jinx it.
I thought of a reprint I would like to see.
What reprint?
It's more so a cycle.
Okay.
The Uncommon Lords. Immerwolf.
Okay.
Is one of them. I forget the vampire one. Gave them all +1/+1 first strike.
Okay.
The zombie one gave +1/+1, and when a zombie died, you pinged a player.
Yeah.
So that cycle would be a great one to bring back.
Yeah, that would be a pretty interesting one. Or possibly some kind of homage to it, because that was a very cool cycle. And I'm really just hoping that they can turn this into, one, a constructed format that can maybe get me more into Standard. I have not really been into Standard for some time.
I like Standard.
I know, and I can appreciate
I enjoy
Standard.
Standard very much right now. Mainly because we don't have like the dominating stuff around. It's mainly like a group of 10 of us just goofing off.
Yeah, and certainly I can appreciate things about Standard, but it's just not something that I think the prevalence of 4-color decks, at least in the competitive scene, is pretty... I don't want to downplay Standard, because a lot of people like Standard, and if that's your format, that's good, but from my personal standpoint, it isn't something that really gives me that thrill.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping to maybe see that change, because there's a lot of potential. A Ghost Quarter reprint would really help out punishing some of those mana bases.
We're also losing fetches with the new rotation.
I'm excited for that. So, Bumbatron, one thing keeping players out of Magic is some hostile LGS environments that don't help new players alone. Geek Fortress seems way better than that. Thank you. That is really big. I mean, it just means a lot to us, and we do really work on making an open and welcoming community. We have a lot of people that are open to helping new players learn. People new to Modern. I have 8 decks that I lend out because I'm not using them. Well, I'm in here talking to you guys, and I got the good deal. But I think I've got 2 decks out there tonight. And, you know, we like getting people out there and having fun, and it's a game, and it's not going to get any better unless we get new people in and help them. Yeah. You know, we all have that person who helped us get into the game. And I'm really trying, or some of us don't, and that's unfortunate. But at least I do, and I really try to set out with the goal in mind of being that person for someone else.
Absolutely.
So that's at least my mentality on it. Favorite sets for Standard? I've got mine. Do you need to think on yours, or do you want to take that one first?
Go for it.
some people may disagree with me, and I understand that, but I've only been playing Standard since Theros. And RTR Theros Standard was a lot of fun for me. That was the most fun that I had playing Standard. When Born of the Gods came out, Boros Burn was the most fun Magic that I've had in Standard pretty much ever. And that's actually what got me into Modern, because the power level of that deck was almost close to the Modern Burn. So that's really what put me into Modern more than anything. And it was a lot of fun competitively. Not so oppressive. I mean, it wasn't Mono Black Devotion, which I agree was a bit odd. But that was a really fun one for me. How about you?
I think my favorite, mainly because it holds the most memories for me, was Zendikar Scars.
Very
That
cool.
was a lot of fun.
Very fast format.
Yeah, it was.
I wish I'd played during that time.
My favorite deck that I played a lot was Green Red Infect. That deck was a blast. That was so much fun. And then someone figured out that Jace was busted. And then it wasn't fun. But before that happened, it was a blast.
Yeah.
Other than that, I would say the same as you, Return Ravnica Theros.
Yeah, that was a... I mean, you could even brew in that format very
my
successfully.
deck, oh my gosh, that is my favorite standard deck of all time. It used Dictator of the Twin Gods, which doubled all damage. Boros Reckoner.
Remember this one?
And you would bolt your own Reckoner, but then damage would be doubled, and so your own bolt would end up doing 12 damage to the opponent. That deck was sweet. I love that deck. That was my favorite.
Yeah, I started the game playing 3 years of Commander exclusively. I started around the same time of you, but never touched 60-card decks until Theros came out. And then I was on Red Deck Wins, and I was hooked. And now, the Red Baron. I mean, red is kind of my thing. So, you'll notice eventually. The more you hang around, the more you'll realize that I've casted some bolts. So,
signed some bolts, too.
Oh my god. The fact that, like, I've signed, like, 9 cards, and the fact that it still happened still is super weird to me. But I guess I'm happy to do it, but...
Yeah.
I'm happy to devalue anyone's cards. That's the way that I do it. If you could make a whole new format, what would it be and what would be banned? What have you got? Personally, man, what would I go? My personal format would probably be... It's not quite Pauper. Man, I've never really actually had to think about this question. You got one?
Yeah,
Go for it while I think.
I'm going to call it middle class, which means commons and uncommons.
Mm-hmm.
No creatures.
Oh, man. Okay. Actually, for a while, I was looking at building a mono red cube with still 8 archetypes, so we'll call it mono red cube, which hopefully would be a lot of fun. So that was a pretty sweet one. I do remember your Return to Ravnica deck. That Dictate of the Twin Gods one.
So good.
So much fun. Really enjoyed that one. And it looks like...
Okay.
It's good to see you. Nice job.
I'll be right back.
Okay. So, other than that, Logan's ditching me for a moment, but thanks for continuing to hang out. You guys are the 90 that are just, helping us out so much. And if you guys do have some more questions, some more comments, or some more of that feedback, feel free to let me know. I'm here for a couple more minutes, and I think Logan is coming back. In the meantime, a couple of quick things. I know that I keep reiterating it, but it's just kind of the best way that I have to get this information out. Hopefully, the Twitter is a good way. I've been trying not to post too much, but post extra things so that maybe I can come across as not super boring. So if I'm doing Reddit or doing Twitter wrong, let me know. And if I'm doing it right, I don't know. Maybe I am. I'll just keep doing what I am doing. And Million Literally is sleeping, apparently. Congratulations. We certainly
How are you
aren't.
typing and sleeping at the same time? That's impressive.
I am impressed. As for that, it sounds like there might be a petition to remove PES from the organizers' shortlist, which is the people who hosted GP Detroit. I don't honestly know a whole lot as far as the information. I haven't been to one of their events.
Yeah.
But I certainly find it unfortunate. I don't want to say whether it should or shouldn't, because I don't have that experience. I've heard some negative experiences, but you rarely hear about the good ones.
Yeah.
I think that it is unfortunate that we are in a situation in which there's a problem that leads to that. That's my biggest reaction, is that...
Yeah. I got to the point where people have to say, you're not allowed to do this anymore. And that's
unfortunate.
Yeah.
So, but, sometimes things have to happen, and I'll be curious to see what goes on. All right. So, interestingly, enough, our top players, the reason why we actually didn't have them on stream, it turns out that they split in a casual match in which they just played out. Affinity wrecked Merfolk 5-0, but because they split, Merfolk beat Affinity. With the,
That's funny.
Yep. Always. I mean, if your
Wow.
opponent is Merfolk, don't. Man, that is certain. So, that is unfortunate that people have such a negative view of that, and I'll be curious to see what happens with that.
Yeah.
But other than that, some big. So I don't know. No one wished me luck. How sad is that? I mean, I don't really expect you guys to. You guys don't need to care about my personal life. I appreciate if you do. As much as I can, knowing you guys by a username, I'm interested if you guys have fun information to share.
Yeah.
But I'm not hurt at all that you guys don't care. As far as I'm concerned, you guys are concerned. I'm a shoulder and head that talks to you about Magic. Boom! Tucker Cullen nailing me with a good luck. I can certainly use it. Hoping to find out on Monday. Cha-ching. Otherwise, a lot of fun things happening. So, looks like things are starting to dry up, so I'm going to try a quick thing just to see if this can revitalize some more conversation. Otherwise, we'll be close to calling it a night. So, let's do some 6 words. Toss in at Geek Fortress and then your question. Any kind of stuff. Magic related. Again, family friendly, so that's the one thing. We're going to try and keep it, PG-13. But if you got any kind of question, toss it in, and we'll have a lot of fun with it. So we'll do that, and if it seems to drop a little bit more, we'll probably call it a night, in which case I hope to see all of you next Wednesday. I should wear a green shirt and be a floating head. I did it once by accident, actually. No, that's all right. I didn't mean to make you guys feel bad. I was just poking some fun. My apologies if I did make you feel bad. Like I said, it is what it is. I hardly ever get offended. It's certainly not my thing. So, Dutch, happy to help out, and to Bombitron, I did wear a green shirt by accident once, which is why I now carry a spare shirt, because I had enough time to actually run home and grab a different one. But I now keep a spare shirt in my car just in case I accidentally wear green.
I definitely had to be cognizant of what I was wearing today.
Yes. So, to Million Littlely, what 8 decks do I have right now? So, my main competition deck is Affinity. I have got Naya Burn put together because that is my favorite deck in every format. Burn, not necessarily Naya Burn. And then I've got Infect put together. I have 8-Rack put together. I have Delver and Lantern Control. I have got Green-Red Scapeshift, the Primetime Scapeshift.
Fun.
And then I have got the final one, definitely more of a casual caliber. I use it because I don't have a whole lot of casual decks. But when people ask, do you want to play? And I'm like, I only have competition decks. They're like, that's fine. And then it's like... Okay, so I built a Death Shadow modern deck that is just Rakdos colors, running Mana Clash, actually.
So then you have 9.
No, that is the
8-Rack.
8th one.
Did you name off an 8-Rack?
I believe so. 8-Rack was one of the ones that went with Infect.
Okay.
Yeah. 6 words. What's your favorite 1-drop? Lightning Bolt, Goblin Guide, Mana Clash.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
You got? What do you got?
Elvish Guide.
Ooh,
No.
that's not a 1-drop.
The newest
Elvish
one.
Mystic? Elvish Mystic?
Yes.
Okay.
Elvish Mystic, Land of War Elves, Rampant Growth. No, that's too
It's not a 1-drop. He's bad at language.
Sorry.
We're family friendly.
I apologize.
6 countries you travel to for magic purposes. Oh, man. 6 countries? I traveled to most of them, and actually the more that I'm going to start trying to travel more, USA, Canada, maybe Japan.
I would love to go to Spain.
Oh, wait. So, United States, Canada, Japan.
Is this the 6 words?
How about
it is.
London? I guess London's not the country, but England. England? Is that the country? Man, honestly, geography not my strong suit. Don't be mad at me. I'm sorry. Other than that, mostly I'm interested in traveling in a lot of places. So the more that it happens, and if I continue to do well, I'll be trying to go to a lot of places. What Delver deck? It's just a blue-red. It used to be twin. Switched it to blue-red Delver. It is running Piracy Charm as a sweet card, though.
Yeah.
And Is It Charm. Those are my favorite things in there. So it's a lot of fun. Favorite Planeswalker to buy and favorite Planeswalker story-wise? Clearly, you haven't seen my Tybalts.
Yeah.
I've got around 70 Tybalts. I'm waiting. I've been doing something with them. I don't want to reveal it yet because I'm going to be getting a bunch of fake internet points when I'm ready.
My fate. Let's see.
What do you got?
5 mana Nissa.
attacks with lands.
Ooh, okay. Legend of Darkness asking, how would you feel if he said standard Naya burn? I would feel all right. Burn. I guess.
3D Tibble, that would be cool.
Yeah. What is modern playable from Shadows?
The Zoo deck that plays Death Shadow.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Wait,
I forget
what's
it's
modern
called.
playable from Shadows? I mean, the
Oh,
new...
I thought you were talking Death Shadow.
No, the new zombie might be good.
New zombie's ridiculous.
I mean, in modern,
I'm very
maybe.
excited.
The problem is that it needs to compare to everything else in its context. Power level is entirely relative to everything around it. You can say that it's powerful in a vacuum,
True.
and it curves out nicely, but can it stand up to the changing meta? So,
I'm excited to get back to Ross Messenger with it.
yes, that's going to be sweet. I honestly don't know what out of it is fully modern playable yet. I've looked at a couple of them. Nothing struck me as saying that. But I'm excited. Possibly some of them might catch me.
I can't remember what it's called.
I don't think the removal spell is.
No, the one blue counter a sorcery. If you have delirium, you also surgical extract.
Oh, no, that's only a speculation. Hasn't been officially spoiled.
Yes, it has.
Oh, has it?
Yeah.
Oh, well then that one maybe. But that one's probably more legacy playable than modern playable.
I collect. Okay, counter guy. I collect Starfall from Theros.
Yes.
I have about 100 of them.
Definitely. As for Million Literally, unfortunately, I build decks because I want to have variety, and a lot of those are just cheap ones, so I was able to stock up on the cards from them. It's mostly I look through my binder, realize, hey, I'm about 15 cards shy of this deck, put it together, toss it to a deck box so that now I can lend it out to players.
Yeah.
A decent amount of them are linear so that they're easy to learn for those new players that I lend them out.
Mm-hmm.
The main decks that I compete with are Affinity and Burn, mostly Affinity. But do I collect any specific cards? For a while I collected Goblin Fire Dancer. God, I had a bunch
I
of
remember
those.
that.
That card was sweet.
Theros was a fun time.
Theros was a fun time, but otherwise the biggest one is that Tybalt. And if you guys do have Tybalts, and if you have a Tybalt and you think to yourself, man, I have these Tybalts that I don't use, and I also happen to have a shipping cost lying around, feel free to send them my way.
Or if you want to see him eat them, get 500 friends.
No. Oh, okay. Get I don't want to eat
Get
all of their
500
Tybalts.
friends. Subscribe, and he will eat Tybalt.
Yeah, certainly going to be a lot of fun with that. Oh, man, I'm hoping for a lot of fun there. Other than that, favorite basic land, there is a John Avon mountain that was in the Portal Starter set and a lot of ones in which it is just this perfect landscape in the background that I really enjoyed.
Do you hear me stuff on there?
Right
Nope,
here?
down one. Nope, right there. All the stuff that's on top of your hands touching.
Yes.
One of my favorites.
If you
basic
didn't believe
land
we're in a
arts,
supply closet,
you are seeing the magic happen.
Thanks for the supplies from my closet.
this is Dylan's closet. He's nice enough to let us take it over.
Whenever
all
you
the
guys
time.
want to come out of the closet, you just let me know.
We do.
Yeah.
So, what else have we got? Favorite basic land? Yeah, it's definitely this kind of iconic mountain. It's a really great looking one. Other than that, I really like the new Noah Bradley mountain.
I really like. Oh, that one's good too. I really like the chippy plains where it's a desert. That one's really pretty.
From Shards.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, that was a very good
a
one.
really good
From, I believe, Esper. Absolutely. The new Avacyn, potentially going to see some play. It depends on how much this format slows down with this next unbanned announcement.
She's definitely going to see standard play.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
As a 5 mana, has a lot of potential, but 5 mana is a tricky spot. And if it slows down to a point where kind of that mid-range things is good, then it's going to be a very, very possibly good card. So,
Yeah.
a lot of things that I'm excited about, but I really want to look at them in the full context. Calling things modern playable or not modern playable too early leads to bad times.
Yeah.
For example, Battle for Zendikar and Oath of the Gatewatch, both of which were completely modern unplayable. And I'll admit that I was part of that. And guess what? We're wrong. We're really wrong. We're wrong. We were wrong. So,
Yeah.
how do I feel? Honestly, I think that was a very unfortunate circumstance. I never had the opportunity to meet him, but he did a lot of really iconic art. And I think that anytime that there's a loss of life, it is unfortunate. And when there's someone who affected that many lives, I think the greatest thing to come out of it is seeing that outpouring of support, which is always really nice to see. So it's always going to be unfortunate. If there is anything nice to be brought from it, it is the fact that he made such a huge impact that is not going to go away.
Yeah.
So that's my thoughts on it.
I agree.
How did I get into Magic? Would you like to give your quick rundown on that?
Sure. A couple years ago, I was a junior in high school, and me and my friend, he actually bought the Phyrexia versus Coalition dual deck, just to get it, whatever. He learned how to play, and I would play with him, and I got sick and tired of him beating me, so I went out and bought my own cards, and it started with a rivalry between me and him, and we would keep buying cards to beat the other person, buy cards to beat the other person, and so on and so forth. And then we eventually just like, we should play with other people.
Oh man, inbred metas are fun.
Yeah.
So
Ice Manipulator was a lot of fun.
yeah. How did I get into Magic? A friend of mine named Jacob got me into it. He was a big fan of Magic, watched a lot of streams, but didn't really have anyone to play with. Our local town didn't have Geek Fortress. This was the local LGS, but before that we didn't have one.
Yeah.
And so one time he, was like, will you just play this game with me? And I was like, I don't know. I feel like that's for nerds. And I was a nerd at the time, but
Turns out it is.
I was just like, maybe too much for me. So finally, it's like, you know what? He's my friend. I'll sit down. I'll play with him. Just have some fun. So I sat down and we played Commander, something that I've mentioned before, and it was a Riku of Two Reflections deck, I believe, that I was playing. And so he sat me down, we played that, and it was a lot of fun. And then we didn't do it again. And then we did it again, and it was a lot of fun. And finally I was like, this game is actually fun.
Yeah.
And so to get me into the game, actually, as a present, he basically went out, bought me the Riku of Two Reflections deck. This is right after it had come out. Gifted it to me, and that's where I started. Played EDH exclusively for 3 years. Yeah, for 3 years. Nothing but EDH. We had a really solid play group that was casual. It didn't get super competitive. It was really nice. And then this LGS came out, and I don't want to say that they ruined that, but they gave us opportunities to explore more things.
Yeah.
And so finally got into Standard with Theros. Within 6 months, played that Standard deck in a Modern tournament. Modern was just growing. They had 7 people for it.
I remember that.
It was a brand new thing, so none of the Tier 1 decks, but I jumped in with my Boros Burn, and I got second. And I was like, this Modern looks fun. So built a really bad burn deck, which eventually became a decent burn deck, and then I built Affinity, and the rest is me. So 6 words, a day in the life. Oh man, start busy, middle busy, end busy. My days have been... Today I had some free time today. It was glorious. But work, school, Magic, stream. Try to relax. So,
Try to?
Try to.
Wow.
Yeah, try is a word.
That's reaching.
Yeah. Man, it's a tricky one, right?
Yeah. Start early.
Finish it.
Split shift. And then... 2 words left. Start early,
Get
split
paid.
shifts, play Magic.
Pretty much. Yeah. Do I still EDH?
I EDH.
He EDHs
I
a
EDH
lot.
a lot. I currently have like around 19 decks.
I do not much anymore, and I think that that's unfortunate, but really the time consideration is no longer something that I can really dedicate a lot of time to. And that's nothing against EDH. I actually played it for the first time in like 3 months with one of our viewers, Kobe the Cheese.
Really?
Came in, met him, and played some EDH with him.
Nice.
It was a really slow Esper control deck, but I played it like Affinity, and so I got an opening hand of like a Signal Pest, a Mennite, a Lotus Petal, and I was like, this looks familiar.
I know what this
Throw
does.
it down and then just doing aggro the whole game. But it was a lot of fun. So I do enjoy it. I just don't get a whole lot of opportunities these days, and I mostly put most of my focus into the more competitive formats so that I can do the commentary better. Favorite leader from the Shards on Alara: Sharoom, Janara, etc.
I don't know all the leaders.
There's also Thraxamundar, I believe,
Thrax
or
is cool.
Nicobolas. I'm actually going to say Sharoom, only because it is the most fun to say. But Karthus, Tyrant of Jund, or if you consider Kresh, both of those not particularly thrilling
Was
to me.
Braids one of them?
I don't think Braids was.
Which one
Braid,
was John?
Jund would, I think, be Kresh, or something like that, or the Tyrant of Jund.
Okay.
So, I probably Sharoom. It's the most fun to say. Why does his facial hair not match the hair on his head? I'm assuming that you mean mine or yours.
I don't know.
I don't know. Probably just because it grew that way. Baby, I was born this way. Lady Gaga said it best. I don't know.
Favorite shard.
Favorite shard, and why is it Grixis?
Grixis does everything.
You know, it's an odd thing, and this is going to turn me into a liar, and people are going to... Esper is my favorite plane. And I know that it doesn't have red, and that is the worst thing about it. But none of them strike me as being particularly red. If I'm going to pick one, it's probably going to be Grixis, because that plane is pretty sweet.
I love Grixis.
But flavorfully, I think I really prefer Esper. That plane is pretty sweet, just from a conceptual standpoint. Okay. I really like the flavor, and it was something that felt pretty unique to me. Almost like a sci-fi kind of thing in a fantasy game. So that was really cool for me, all things considered. Plus, those are the cards that ended up in my Affinity deck. Will there be a cut to top 8? Not tonight, unfortunately. But hey, if you tune in March 26th, 3 weeks from today at noon, as opposed to our usual 6 o'clock time, scheduled down below Logan, you can see us do a 5 or 6 rounds Modern Grand Prix trial for GP Albuquerque, which in our calendar, it just says GPT Alba, because Dylan didn't want to spell Albuquerque. Turns out that's a nightmare to spell. Anyway, we will be doing 5 to 6 rounds plus a cut to top 8. Coleman is going to be my co-host. We're going to be trapped in here for a long time. It's going to be 8 hours to 9. It's going to be awesome. I'm actually really, really excited, and I hope that might be where we get to the 500 mark.
Yeah, that's going to be a long day.
It's going to be a long day, but I think it's going to be amazing. We're 45 minutes into extra turns. Oh, man. Whoops. What is my favorite flavor text? I mean, unfortunately, that's a really difficult question to answer because there's so many good ones. But I'm going to say Lava Axe off the bat.
Is that the one that says thirsty?
No, that's the one that says catch.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's it called? It's like...
what do you got?
Minotaurs of Shadow Skull Pass or something.
Oh, the
like
one where
that.
it's the long text of, we'll do that. What can you just go through? Yes, but no.
Yeah.
Yeah. My favorite Commander General, the one that I had was Animar. Was my deck. It was a pretty colorless themed. I ran as if it could be on a creature. That's where I put my effects, and mostly just had fun casting big things through that. The other most fun that I had was with an Azusa deck that was Squirrel Tribal.
That deck was cool.
I had all 11 squirrel producing cards, including the form of the squirrel, and would only win. I refused to win or attack if it wasn't with squirrels.
Yep.
I was running Omnath to get a lot of mana, but it was mostly powering up squirrels. And then there are all these obscure artifacts from the way back when that would make a creature type, and they say, name a creature type. Well, I would name Squirrel. So that was probably my favorite deck to play, but Animar was probably my favorite to play that wasn't absurd.
My favorites are... The first one that comes to mind is Kranko. Just Kranko Mon Red Goblins.
And you think I'm bad.
Yeah. Kranko is pretty degenerate. And then another one is a Melic Storm deck that I have. Plays 2 creatures. Playing Burn and Storm, it's fun when people have 40 life. Getting to cast Urza's Rage and kick it and then copy it like upwards of 5 times. That's a blast.
Let's see. Tika 12? First of all, I'm not sure if I've seen you in our chat before. Welcome. I hope you're enjoying the show. We're not even playing Magic right now, but hopefully you guys are enjoying this.
Yeah.
If there's something that we should keep doing, let us know, because it seems like people are enjoying it. Yeah. But I'm never quite sure if I should just stop doing this, because... there's 75 people, and they might just be watching because it's relatively interesting.
Yeah.
But if we should kind of, I don't know. This is something that I enjoy, and hopefully you guys do too. But, favorite Pokemon type? Fire.
Yeah.
What are you thinking? What do you got?
Can I combine 2?
Sure. This is Pokemon.
Flying Electric.
Nice.
Zapdos was my jam.
Awesome. If you could create a card and put it in any set, what would it be and what set?
1 green, draw a card, instant speed, next set.
I would put in a Bolt, actually, with Delve. That is a single red and then 6 for a Bolt effect.
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. So.
I think everybody's about to leave.
Cool. We'll wrap it up.
Thank you.
Yeah. Who is better, Red Eyes Black Dragon or Blue Eyes White Dragon? You know what? I think that if they just stopped fighting and put their forces together, then they would be able to do so much more good than they were doing on their own. Oh my goodness. Any more games coming? Unfortunately not to Bardic Immunity, though that's a sweet name. I hope that
That is cool.
Unfortunately, you might have missed it, but if you do hit that follow button or follow me on Twitter, I will let you know when we're doing it next. We will be having more Modern Wednesday at 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. I'm sorry that you did miss some of the games. Hopefully you can rejoin us again. I'd love to see you.
Yeah.
It's always a fun time. Right now, we're just kind of hanging out because it's fun to talk to you guys, and it looks like at least, TikTok, Tika. Man, that is I don't know why that is problematic for me.
You gotta say it like the toucan from George of the Jungle. Tika.
I think part of it is because I have been talking almost nonstop with Logan being my amazing relief for
trying as much as I can.
About 5 hours.
Yeah. Purple Eye Gray Dragon.
Eye Gray Dragon. Actually, that sounds kind of awesome.
That does.
That sounds like a really cool art. That sounds like a fan art in the making.
Excited about Shadow.
You know what? Excited about Shadow. This is an interesting thing.
Excited is an understatement.
This is my small claim to fame on the internet is that I got a bunch of upvotes on Reddit. Oh man, about this exact subject, and I'm just gonna reiterate it because it was something that I thought was an interesting point to at least me.
Okay.
I really am excited about this one, and it's more than any recent block because Innistrad's conflict is so unique. Every other block that we've had has really had a very central conflict for the entire plane. We have had, let's start kind of at the beginning. Return to Ravnica. The guilds are fighting each other. That's pretty much the plot.
Yeah.
You have Theros. The gods and the humans are at war. That's pretty much the plot. You have Khans. The Khans are fighting, which became the dragons are fighting, which was pretty much the plot, and everything seemed to be built around this.
Scars of Mirrodin was invading force versus defending force.
Exactly. You have Zendikar. All of Zendikar has rallied and are allies now against the... And that's not saying that those are bad.
Yeah,
they're fun.
Bad.
But Innistrad feels so organic because there are conflicts beyond that. You have the people who are just the lawmen doing their job against people who may or may not actually be bad people. That's just the two opposing ideas. You've got mad scientists sitting in their lab who don't care about all these big conflicts that are just causing their own trouble. You've got Till walking around just being a bro. And by bro, I mean not at all a bro. You've got Geralf and Gisa just doing their own thing and having their own little undead war. There's so many unique things that all are they just feel so organic, and it's
like
almost...
a world.
Yeah. It's like, normally these worlds seem built around the conflict, and this one really feels like the conflicts are built around the world.
Yeah.
And so it has a very unique feel that feels much more immersive to me, which makes me significantly more excited for this set.
Yeah. I feel like part of it is, part of the testament to how great Innistrad is I'm pretty sure this is the first set where there's going to be, an actual white antagonist, other than, Elish Norn, but even that was kind of iffy, because it was all Phyrexian.
It happened once before in the game's history in Kamigawa.
Okay.
Yeah, Umezawa himself was actually a black character. It was a black anti-hero going up against a white. But, I mean, the fact that it hasn't happened in 11 years, something like that?
It feels natural. Someone says, Avacyn's going crazy and who's the bad guy. Everyone's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. So I really like what they're doing with this, and I hope that this is the direction that it continues to go, because I know that world building is a tricky thing, and it's such a small part of the set itself. I'm not going to get too picky, because I play this game because it's fun, and the world is nice, but, at the end of the day, I'm playing it because I like the cards, and I like playing Magic. So I'm not going to get too picky about it. But as far as getting me excited about a world, a place that we're going, this set is really knocking it out of the park as far as I'm concerned. So... that's probably our final... Yep, so Dylan, I think, is calling it. We're going to call it a night. Have a good one, everybody. And from Geek Fortress, I'm TJ.
I'm Logan.
Have a great night, everybody. Transition.